prosecutor in these cases.
And good morning, everybody. I'm Rachel Stockman, editor-in-chief here at LawNewz.com, and I'll be your host for a few hours this morning. We have a bit of a busy day, so I'm excited to say we have a couple of trials and hearings going on. We are going to be continuing to cover the Dr. Joseph Urich trial that's going out of Ohio. That's supposed to start around 10 o'clock this morning. And then we also, if you've been following us here at the LawNewz Network very closely, you probably remember us covering the Bella Bond murder case out of Massachusetts. Well, today is Rochelle Bond's sentencing hearing, and that's expected to happen around noon, so we will also be carrying that live when it happens and providing analysis throughout the day. Yesterday, you might remember, we were also covering the Campbell trial, the murder trial of the elderly couple. We will also be carrying that, not on the network today due to a few issues, but we will be covering it on our website, LawNewz.com. As always, if there's something we're not covering here on the network and you want to watch it on our website, you just go to LawNewz.com, you go to the live tab, and you can watch whatever you want, including Bond Court for all of you court trial watching enthusiasts. I am joined this morning by Jana Spilbor. She's a criminal defense attorney, a frequent guest here on the LawNewz Network.
Happy guest here on the LawNewz
Yes,
Network.
we love having her on, and she brings her expertise. I wanted to start to talk a little about the Dr. Joseph Urich case that's supposed to start back up. We're at day 3 of this case. A couple things struck us as we were talking before we went to air. So we both think it's really, really odd that he decided to do a bench trial for this.
Yes, we do. And one of the main reasons why I think it's odd, and you as well, is that the most important element in any case involving alcohol as an element of the offense is the alcohol results, right? That is the number. That is the scientific evidence that will, could make or break a case. In this case, the blood alcohol results have been suppressed, meaning if he had a jury, the jury's not going to hear about it. They're not allowed to come in to prove whether or not he was intoxicated at the time of this incident. So in that circumstance, you almost want a jury there because they're not going to have blood alcohol results to analyze, as opposed to the judge who, if this is the judge who's been handling all the pretrial stuff, knows full well what the blood alcohol results were. So it's almost like a catch-22. Like, why did he waive 12 strangers?
Right. And we talked a little bit about this. Again, at this point, the judge can't consider his blood alcohol level.
Right.
So he just has to consider circumstantial, I guess, evidence of what witnesses saw, how he was acting when he had interacted. But here's the thing. What he's charged with, and I'm looking up the exact charge right now, 2 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide and a count of aggravated vehicular assault. Under Ohio law, one of the components of that is recklessness. Right. You don't have to necessarily prove that he was drunk.
Right.
So perhaps they can say, well, the judge can say, well, he admitted to drinking a couple of beers. Clearly, witnesses saw him going very fast. It was night. Right. That's enough to sustain a charge of recklessness.
It might be. It might be. Of course, the defendant's hoping it's not going to be enough to sustain a charge of recklessness. Certainly, it would go a longer way in proving recklessness if those blood alcohol results were in there, because, as you know, the BAC was almost twice the legal limit.
There would be no question in this case.
Pretty drunk. Yeah, that's pretty drunk. So, so he's lucky in that sense. But again, one of the other things that I mentioned to you before we went on air is sometimes if you have a judge, look, these cases don't happen in a vacuum. There's months and months and months of pretrial stuff. And if you're a defense attorney and the judge seems to be leaning in your direction, even though judges aren't really they're supposed to be completely neutral, maybe then you waive a jury because you're fairly confident that the judge knows the deal and is probably going to err in favor of your client. But it's still a little bit of a risk.
And one of the things we talked about is the recollections of some of the witnesses, because this was at night. And when the witnesses yesterday, a lot of them were eyewitnesses that testified, were cross-examined by the defense. That's something he kept bringing up. Well, how do you know? It was so dark. So I want to quickly play one of the sound bites from Todd Jones, who was cross-examined. This is soundbite 9 about what he remembered that night. And take a listen.
You call this post?
Yes.
This is a post which you shared on your Facebook page, and it shows a hand with a revolver, or not a revolver, a semi-automatic pistol, and it says, "My life insurance policy is not a piece of paper."
Yes.
Don't understand. Will you stop me and tell me that you don't understand? Will you stop me and tell me that you don't understand what I'm asking you?
Sure.
All right. The other thing I'm going to ask you is, if you remember something, tell us what it is. If you don't remember, it's okay to say I don't know or I don't remember. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. So you think it is around 11-ish maybe when you have this brief encounter with Joe Urich on the dock, is that right?
It's right around there, yeah.
In that neighborhood, okay. Do you have a recollection of what the weather was like that night?
It wasn't bad.
Wasn't bad? Okay. Do you have a recollection of whether it was dark, whether the moon was out?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I hope I heard your testimony clearly. Some of it I have a little trouble hearing. If I understand it, you have a boat, but you did not use the boat that night, correct?
Yes.
You went out on the Adams boat, am I
Yes.
correct? All right. And I heard you say there were some others on the boat besides you and Adam. Could you tell me names so we can try to figure out how many people were on the boat?
There was, if I remember correctly, it was 4. Me, my wife, Adam, and Melissa.
Okay. And if I said the name Cindy, is that someone you know?
Sid, yeah.
Okay. Was Cindy on the boat that night?
I don't remember.
All right, fair enough. And how about if I say the name Jessica, is that someone you know?
Yeah, that would be my niece.
And was Jessica on the boat that night?
Not that I don't remember. I don't think
All
so.
right, fair enough. What's your wife's first name, please?
Sherry.
Okay, thank you. Now, while you folks were, I think, if I heard you correctly, you were out on the boat maybe a couple of hours, correct?
Yes.
And while you were out there, what did you have music on in the boat?
Yeah.
The encounter that you had with Joe Urich, is that pretty much right after you guys come in and are docking up?
Yes.
All right, as I understand it, that's about the time Adam's tying up his boat, right?
Yep.
And you have a brief encounter, hey Joe, how's it going?
Yep.
All right, so it's dark by then, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember, Mr. Jones, was it dark when you guys went out on the boat?
I don't remember whether it was or not. I don't believe it was, but it could have been.
Okay, fair enough. So, besides music on the boat, if I understood your testimony, there's also some music at the campground as you guys are tying up the boat, correct?
It would have been more so down on the docks.
Down on the docks, okay. But I heard you say something about, somebody said, hey, turn the music down.
I believe somebody had their radio on their boat at the dock. Yeah.
Gotcha. So that's when somebody says, turn the music down, I think we might hear these cries for help, correct?
Yes.
Next, Roger.
You may.
Thanks. I'm going to put in front of you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 4. And I understand nobody's measuring anything, but we're just trying to get a rough idea of what you remember. So, can you show me about where this dock area is so we can...
Yeah. They start from shoreline right here and then go out to about right here.
Okay. So about where you saw Joe leave from would be right about here?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Now, when you hear the cries for help and you get on Adam's boat...
I got on that Andy's boat.
I'm sorry, forgive me, Andy's boat. I assume there's a point in time where you're sort of going out of this bay and you can't see the bridge from where you are. Is that correct?
Well, at night, you can't really see it hardly at all. I mean, you might have seen a few lights.
Okay, fair enough.
You need to speak up, I can't hear you.
I said it was dark. You wouldn't have been able to see a lot of anything other than if there was lights on the causeway.
Okay. I know it's hard because you don't do this all the time. I'm yelling not because I'm mad at you, but because I'm used to talking in these big rooms.
Big boy, you can yell at me.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. Thanks so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning. We have a packed day for you. We're very excited to bring you some of these live trials that will be happening throughout the day. You were just listening to some witness sound from the Dr. Joseph Urich case that we're airing right now out of Ohio. This was a guy named Todd Jones who was a witness on the lake when this accident happened. I'm joined now by Jonas Spilborn, criminal defense attorney and very frequent LawNewz Network guest. We're so happy she's here. You know, this particular testimony seemed a little bit dry, like a lot of the testimony in this case, but it actually is somewhat important for the defense in establishing what was going on that night.
I think it's almost crucial because, remember, the prosecution is going to try to establish recklessness, and they don't have blood alcohol results to do that with. I think it's very important to determine how dark it was because, listen, if it's pitch dark and you crash into another boat that's not lit, that doesn't have any lights, you can't see that it's there, it could detract from the element of recklessness that the prosecution needs to prove, as opposed to if there were lights all over the place and there was a lot of sound and noise going on and you have to be reckless in order to not avoid it. That's a whole different ball of wax.
Well, and also the fact that the boat that he hit was apparently sedentary, wasn't moving. I think that also plays into it as well because perhaps he, you know, the defense could argue he didn't see it.
Exactly. And is it reckless if it's pitch dark and you don't see an inanimate object basically at the time? It happens with debris on lakes and rivers all the time. People hurt themselves because they don't see that just sort of floating in the water. And I know the boats were relatively the same size, but I don't think the boat that contained the victim had any lights on it, at least not from what I understood.
So, I mean, this is a whole, like you said, this is a little bit of a different ballgame when you're talking about driving versus boating.
Yes.
People drink and boat all the time. I know I've lived in various parts of the country where lake boating and being on a lake is very popular.
Goes hand in hand.
Goes hand in hand. But it's different than being on the road, which a lot of times they have street lights, there's clear rules. You know, when you're boating, it's really kind of a free-for-all, and there's no lanes where one boat goes and the other boat goes. If it's dark out, it's hard to see those other boats.
It can be very much so, and it also lulls boaters into this false sense that it's kind of okay to drink and boat. I mean, interestingly, you can't have an open container in a car. So if I'm driving you around, you can't be sipping on a glass of Chardonnay while we're going where we're going. But on a boat, oftentimes, everybody but the driver is drinking, and that's typically allowed. So the culture is a little bit different on the water, and it can lull you into this sense of security where nothing bad is going to happen because you're on a big body of water and there's no stop signs and there's no lanes. But quite the opposite, because even though there are fewer water-related BWIs, or boating while intoxicated, the percentage of fatalities are much higher than they are on the road. Many more people are arrested in a car for drunk driving than they are on the water, but the percentage of fatalities is lower, relatively speaking.
You know, I was just thinking, because we were talking a bit earlier about why he decided to do a bench trial as opposed to a jury trial. What if, I mean, this is just an hypothesis of what was going on behind closed doors for the defense team, but if this is an area where boating and being on a lake is very popular, you know, perhaps most of the jury would say, you know what, everyone's pretty much drunk on a lake, so I can believe he was drunk when he hit these people. And maybe a judge would say, okay, I can't speculate, I just have to look what the evidence is, and they don't have that, you know, the judge has to take out that bias.
Right.
I don't know, this is just speculation. It could potentially...
It's excellent speculation, though, because you could be right. If this is a community, you pull the jurors from the community, they could all say themselves, wow, you know, I'm usually drunk when I'm on that lake or what have you. And we always tell jurors not to leave their common sense at the door, though they're only supposed to consider the actual evidence. Sometimes the extraneous stuff comes in. We all have our own filters. that, and you're right, legally, the judge can't consider it, but 12 strangers who might have done it themselves perhaps could.
And again, if this was a case where that blood alcohol test could be admitted as evidence, this wouldn't be a trial. We wouldn't be covering it on the LawNewz Network.
So.
He'd take a plea, likely,
Yeah.
and he'd probably be serving time. There's no question.
Yeah.
The fact that the state made a mistake and, from what I understand, left the testing not in a refrigerator for like something like 60 days,
Yeah.
that's a problem.
It's kind of an odd, like, we don't require that here in New York, for example. There's no refrigeration necessary when it comes to preserving a blood sample.
Oh, is that
blood.
true? I didn't know that. Okay.
But there are other rules. There are other rules that are necessary. And one of the big ones, for example, is when you're taking a blood draw, what's the first thing they do? They take an alcohol swab like this, they put it on and take it. Well, that's alcohol. That can be detected. So there are other ways you can fight the results. But here, because of that one mistake, the blood alcohol results cannot come in. Very interesting.
So I want to go back to a little bit more of the testimony, because some of you folks that are just watching the network might not have seen some of the witness testimony. This is clip number 11 from a witness named Adam Crawford describing what he saw the day of the boat accident. Let's take a listen and I'll talk with John about it.
Andy's there, maybe Nick Moorhead, a couple other people, and they're all in Andy's boat. What are they doing?
Hanging out, listening to music, just kind of partying down on the dock there.
Okay. And could you tell whether anybody had any alcoholic beverages down there?
I never really saw anybody drink down there,
Okay.
but
Could you tell whether there were any? Not whether you saw anyone drink them, but whether there was any.
I don't recall like seeing any empty cans or bottles or anything like that. No.
Now, how long did you see everybody on that boat and everybody kind of having a good time till when Joe left?
If I had to guess, I would say around 20 minutes or so.
All right. And did you go on Andy's boat as well when you got to the dock, or were you just busy tying up your boat?
Like after the crash?
No, before.
No, we were just on mine.
Okay. When you said it was about 20 minutes, then you saw Joe leave.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch him leave?
Yes.
And is there anything that you noticed about how he left?
It was fast.
And did he leave by boat?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you say it was fast? How did you recognize it as being fast?
Just the sound that the boat made when it left, you could tell he was going fast.
Okay. Is there anything, did you have any thoughts to yourself when he was doing that?
That was too fast for nighttime.
Okay. And why aren't you supposed to go fast at night?
For obvious reasons, so you can't see anything. Things sneak up on you at night.
Okay. And that's one of the purposes, you think, of the speed limit at night?
Yes.
Objection. Sustained.
When you were riding around with your passengers on your boat that night, were you going the speed limit?
I was just idling, so I was probably going 4 or 5 miles an hour.
So that's even less than 10?
Yes.
Idling, okay. You saw Joe leave the docks and drive away. I say drive, but is that what you say in a boat? Drive
Yeah,
away? Okay.
yes.
How long before you start hearing anything else going on then?
I'm not really sure because I know they had music playing and we never actually heard a crash or anything. It was somebody from up in the campground heard it and heard screaming and came down and asked us if we had heard it.
Okay. And did you guys have the music turned down and then hear anything?
As soon as they turned the music down, we could hear the screaming.
What did you hear? Were they saying anything?
Screaming for help.
What did you do as a result of hearing that?
Me and Melissa jumped in the boat and went towards the screams.
Okay. Did anyone else jump in their boat at your docks?
Andy untied his and some people got on his and and left, and they also came behind me.
Okay. Now, when you leave your dock to go look for this person who's screaming for help, do you drive fast?
Faster, but I was still knowing that somebody was screaming for help and not knowing what was in the water. I was trying to get there as fast as I could, but as cautious as I could.
Okay. So more than idle, but less than the speed limit, you think?
I would.
Objection. Rephrase.
Were you still under the speed limit?
Maybe not.
Okay. How long before you saw something or found something in the water?
It seemed like forever, but I mean, it probably wasn't very long because knowing where the crash was, it doesn't take but under a minute to get there.
Okay. When you actually go out on your boat, are you still hearing the screaming, the yelling for help?
I couldn't hear it over the motor.
Okay. Do you have anything on your boat which aids you in finding someone in the water or anything when you're looking out on the water?
At that time, the boat I had a light bar on the top of it that we used, like if we were docking at night or something like that to see.
Okay.
That's all I had.
And did you use that in order to try to find the person?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said Andy and some other people are on his boat kind of behind you?
Yes.
Now, where do you eventually find something in the water?
Yes, they found him as we were pulling up, basically.
Who found him? Do you know?
It was some fishermen that I don't know who they are, but they were on another boat and they were there before we got there.
Okay. What exactly are you seeing when you get to that location?
I could see a man screaming on the boat that was wrecked, and then other men with flashlights kind of like scrolling the water, and they were just screaming that they couldn't find somebody. And then, I don't know who it was, but somebody said, "There he is." And I remember that person jumping in the water and grabbing a hold of him. And I wasn't like right up to them yet,
Okay.
but I pulled up to get as close as I could because he was struggling with him to help and try and do what we could.
So you were able to see the guy screaming, standing on a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Did you the boat you said was the one that was in the crash? How did you recognize that?
The front end of it just looked really weird, like it had been smashed.
Okay. Did you notice any lights on his boat at the time?
I don't remember if there were any on or not.
What about the other fishing boat that's helping there? Did you notice any lights on their boat?
I don't remember if they had lights.
And I know that's probably not your first priority to look for lights when you're on the
Right.
boat. Okay. Is your boat equipped with anything that kind of would help them get this person out of the water?
The back of my boat had a swim platform that's level with the water, so it was easier to pull him up onto that as to pulling him up over the side of somebody else's boat.
Okay. And then did you make your boat available for them to do that?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
The gentleman that was swimming in the water with him, I pulled up as close to him as I could and walked to the back of my boat, and Melissa got to the back of the boat too, and we kind of grabbed onto him and tried pulling him up onto the swim platform, and we couldn't because he was just too heavy.
Okay. Even all those people helping couldn't get him all the way on the swim platform?
Right.
Okay. Do you check this guy for a pulse or do any kind of rescue efforts?
We kind of rolled him over once he was, I believe he was still in the water when we kind of rolled him over.
Okay.
And then when Todd and Chucky jumped in off of Andy's boat, I kind of went back to the front because I knew we were going to have to get somewhere.
Okay. And once they got him onto, or at least partially onto your swim platform, where did you take everybody?
We went to Les's bait shop.
When they're putting him on the platform, could you see Les's from where you're at?
I remember looking around really quick to see which was going to be the closest place to go. I knew all the flashing lights were on the bridge, and that was not an option to go there. There was just nowhere to do anything safely, and Les's was the closest place to go.
Do you know how far you were from there?
Several hundred yards. We were in the middle of the lake.
Okay. And prior to seeing Les's, or maybe even while you're seeing Les's, are you noticing any lights at Les's bait shop there?
Yes, I used to dock there, and there's always been a yellow flashing light to know that was Les's, and that's, I remember seeing that and looking at it and knowing that's where we needed to go.
Whether it's while you're going out to help respond to these calls for help, or whether it was earlier in the evening, had you seen fishing boats around the lake?
Yes.
Is that commonplace that there would be fishing boats while there's other boats traveling around?
Yes.
And did you see any fishermen on the shore, on the bridge?
There was a lot of people on the bridge fishing that night.
Do other fishermen carry, or did you ever see fishermen carry lanterns as well?
Yes.
Is that common as well?
Yes.
Both the fishermen in a boat on the lake and the fishermen on the shore?
Yes.
Did you recall that night when you went out to help rescue this person, whether you saw any lanterns on the shore, or any fishermen on the shore at that time?
There were lanterns on the causeway where people were fishing there.
Okay. Do you recall seeing a lantern in the fishing boat?
No.
You get to Les's bait shop with Brian on the back of your boat, the victim, and what happens next?
Melissa had called 911 to let them know we were taking him there, and they kind of started slowly showing up as we were headed in. And they came down with a backboard, and we got him off the boat, and they started doing CPR on him. Well, they started doing chest compressions on him, and they took him in the ambulance and left.
What about the other guy who was standing on the wrecked fishing boat? Did you ever see what happened to him?
He came in shortly after we came in, and he was yelling, worried about his friend, and I know he got in I don't know if it was the same ambulance or not, but I know he got in an ambulance and left also.
While they're trying to get Brian up out of the water on your swim platform, did you still hear that other fisherman yelling or calling for help or saying anything while that's going on?
I know he was saying things, but it's kind of a blur because I was focused on getting him into the boat.
At what point do you bring your boat up to this rescue area where he's still in the water? Had they found Brian already in the water, or were they still looking for him?
When we were approaching them, they were still looking for him, but when I had actually got 10, 15 feet within them, they had found him.
Okay. Do you recall who found him or who was holding him or anything? Was it somebody you knew?
I did not know the person. It was a fisherman from the other boat that was there.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing or anything?
All I remember about him is he had a blue tank top on. Yes.
With Melissa. Anybody else on your boat at that time?
No.
Just you two. Okay, 1 second.
Yes.
After you get to shore, Adam, do you stick around and make a statement?
Yes.
And do you remember who you gave that statement to?
I believe it was somebody from the sheriff's department.
Okay. And you hand wrote a statement?
Yes.
I have nothing further this time. Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Law News Network. I'm your host today, Rachel Stockman, also editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com, where we cover all of these trials that you've been watching here on the Law News Network. We have articles, we talk about some of the hot legal topics going on in the day. We get into some politics as it relates to the law, so we have all sorts of stuff on the website, so I encourage you to check that out too if you're a fan of the Law News Network. Now, you were just listening to a witness from the Dr. Joseph Urich case. It's a case that we're streaming out of Ohio. A doctor, a surgeon actually, who is charged with aggravated vehicular homicide for an accident that occurred on a lake where prosecutors allege he was drunk when he killed another man who was in another boat. I'm joined now by Jonna Spilbor, who is a criminal defense attorney and a frequent guest here at the Law News Network. We were just listening to some sound from the trial from one of the witnesses, Adam Crawford. He talks about, it was a longer clip, but what I keyed in on, and I don't know if you would agree, is he talks about the doctor's demeanor when he left to get on the boat that night. And he basically says he just sped off and he was driving really, really fast.
You know, and I don't know how significant that's going to be to the trier of fact, because we don't care as much about what the doctor did when he got on the boat that night as we do when the doctor got off the boat that night, because as you know, he got off the boat after crashing into another boat. And, you know, listen, if you left for work today in your car and you went 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, that's not really proof that when you go home tonight, you're also going to be speeding, right? So it's, you know, I understand
it wasn't close enough to the actual...
Not close enough in time. If somebody saw the doctor speeding, you know, a minute before, of course, then that's absolutely relevant and probably more persuasive. I think, you know, part of the problem here is there's no smoking gun yet, and I don't know if there's going to be in this case. There's no aha moment.
They have a lot of witnesses, and I suppose the prosecution is basically saying, well, all of these witnesses painting a similar picture of what happened to that night is enough to get over the fact that we had to throw out the blood alcohol. And again, when we're talking about the charge of aggravated vehicular homicide, aggravated vehicular assault, failure to stop after an accident, and operating a watercraft while impaired, that's going to be a tough one to get convicted on. But the two other charges of aggravated vehicular homicide don't necessarily require the prosecution to prove that he was drunk, just that he was acting reckless. He said he had beers. People saw him speeding off. That could be enough to prove recklessness.
Yeah, and that's precisely what the prosecution is going to attempt to do here, because they lost their key piece of evidence. I mean, as you said a moment ago, pardon me, with that evidence, we wouldn't be having a trial. Because as a defense attorney, I would have advised my client to take some sort of plea and do damage control here, especially when it involves a death, whether it's on the water or on the road. They're really difficult cases to defend when alcohol is involved, unless something really went wrong and the blood alcohol level isn't what everybody thinks it is. So yeah, so I think methodically the prosecutor here just has to go bit by bit, step by step, and try to convince the judge, again, no jury, that, you know, from the moment he got up that morning to the moment he got into that accident, that this man was acting recklessly, although closer in time is going to be more persuasive.
And again, this is one of these trials that we're following, that it's not really a mystery of who done it.
Right.
It really comes down, I guess, to the eyewitness accounts and proving the components of the particular law, because I don't think there's any doubt that he was the driver in this case.
Yeah, he's not going to say some other dude did this.
Right.
But I think if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, what the defense attorney is going to hone in on is the fact that it was dark, that the other boat was not easily seen. It's late at night. It's kind of quiet. In other words, could this have happened we're going to act like he wasn't drunk because we don't have the blood alcohol results. Could it have happened anyway because the victim wasn't lit up? You couldn't see them on this lake.
Could anyone have done this
Right.
that was perfectly sober? I want to turn quickly, Jonna, to another case that we're going to be following today. There's a hearing at around noon. It's a sentencing hearing for Rochelle Bond, and if you've been a fan here and following closely at the LawNewz Network, you'll know that we very closely covered the Bella Bond murder trial, a trial out of Massachusetts where Rochelle Bond's boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend I suppose now, was charged with murdering little 2-year-old Bella Bond, found guilty of second-degree murder. Yeah. And honestly, as a new mom, I was out on maternity leave, and I couldn't even watch much of our coverage on this case because it's just so heartbreaking to see this little 2-year-old and to kind of think about how she grew up in this household full of drugs and heroin and just really awful circumstance. And again, you know, this was a case where caseworkers had been called twice to intervene and get Bella Bond out of the house.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it didn't happen, and we're here, you know, we're here today where she ended up dead, and now her mother is facing a sentencing. But in this case, something really kind of interesting happened, Jonna, last week, is that she actually wanted to continue to stay in jail. She didn't want to be released last week.
Right, which was a smart move. It was a smart move because I think what they were waiting for was a bed. So we know that this case completely involved drug abuse by both the mother of this precious little angel and her idiot boyfriend. And I'm not saying that everybody's on drugs is an idiot, but the man killed a baby. So I'm covered by that.
We have no sympathy.
Yeah, I have zero sympathy. You want to have a little sympathy for the mother because at least she's trying to get it right. And without her, and without her plea deal, might not have gotten a conviction against
I will say, though, John, I don't have that much sympathy for her.
I don't have a lot. I do not have a lot.
Not only did she know about this for a while, according to prosecutors, and not report it,
right.
She also was taking money from the government and getting welfare, basically, payments after her daughter was already dead, and she knew her daughter was dead. That's pretty awful.
Yeah, I know. It actually is awful. And the one, I don't even want to use the term saving grace because that's too strong of a term for me. I suppose the issue is there's the you when you're on drugs, really heavily on drugs, and then I suppose there's a whole other you when you're off drugs, and we're hoping that the her that's off drugs when that happens will be a whole new person. I never could understand. I'm a defense attorney for 24 years, and I'm not a mom, but that was difficult to watch anyway. There's no more innocent a victim than a young child, and it's heart-wrenching. And she's not, I mean, you know, she's going to get rehab. He's going to get thrown in jail for the rest of his life, as he should. I think he's already promised to appeal. Don't quote me on that, but they all do. Yeah,
and I think the parole was 27 years, so he has a while before he could even get out on parole. But today, what we're going to stream live on the LawNewz Network is the sentencing, and it's really not that much of a mystery of what the judge is going to decide, because basically she had an agreement with the prosecution, time served, and she's going to have to be released and go into a rehab and facility and get help for her heroin addiction. Now there's the other interesting thing. So that's the plea agreement. We understand why the court agreed to it, why the prosecutor did it. But when you are on probation, which includes terms and conditions like getting help, if she violates, she could end up in the clink. So we have to, you know, she's got the key to her own future in her hands right now. So we'll see what happens. What do you think about that, though? I mean, do you think, I believe she's been in jail for 2 years during the process of this whole thing. 2 years, she's out, has to go through some, self-help. Is that enough considering what she did? I mean, looking at past the legal perspective, right? And just like, I mean, what she did is pretty bad in the scale of things. And for her to be able to, instead of facing 12 years, which she would have faced with the charges that she's pled to, she's able to get out of prison or jail.
I know. And legally, as a lawyer, I can understand the mechanics behind that because they really did need her. But personally, is that enough for basically being complicit in the murder of a child, your child? Absolutely not. I mean, look, there's no license to become a mother. And I'm equally mad at the Department of Social Services who investigated and let the situation continue. Now, it's not, of course, it's not all their fault, but if it takes a village, part of the village was on vacation, and and it resulted in this horrible death. So there are a lot of fingers to point, I suppose, in this situation.
Well, and again, when you have cases like this, there are a lot of fingers to point, and it's also kind of a small window into this heroin epidemic.
Terrible.
That's going on across the country.
Yes.
And to see it firsthand and to result not in the person who's taking its death, but a small, innocent child that had absolutely no chance at life is just horrible. It's just a horrible case.
Yeah.
And it garnered a lot of attention. In fact, it was a case that garnered nationwide attention when the body was found washed up and they didn't know who this child was.
Yeah.
And originally, they actually did like a rendering of what she would have looked like to try to determine, and eventually it was discovered kind of what happened. But just a really awful case. Rochelle Bond, as we mentioned, who's going to be sentenced today, took the stand during the case. That was part of her plea deal. I want us to play some of what she said as we lead up to this sentencing hearing. Specifically, clip number 65, which talked about some of her social media posts. Let's take a listen to that. We'll go through some of her testimony leading up to her sentencing hearing, which will happen today.
You recall this post?
Yes.
This is a post which you shared on your Facebook page, and it shows a hand with a revolver, or not a revolver, a semi-automatic pistol, and it says, "My life insurance policy is not a piece of paper."
Yes.
Exhibit 51, again, a post you shared, which states, "Don't play games with a girl who can play better than you."
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 52, a post with another woman with a semi-automatic pistol. "What doesn't kill you makes you a bad bitch."
Yes.
Exhibit 53, "Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. I am kind to everyone, but when someone is unkind to me, weak is not what you are going to remember about me." And that's a quote from Al Capone.
Yes.
And finally, Exhibit 54, there is a post, or you shared a post of somebody sitting by a tree saying, "Free yourself of everything that hurts you," with a supernatural type creature being expelled from the person.
Yes.
And all of these posts were before Mr. McCarthy, weren't they?
Yes.
Now,
Go live.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, Rachel Stockman. I'm also editor-in-chief over at LawNewz.com, where we've been streaming many of the trials that you've been watching since we launched a couple of months ago. And welcome. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. It's a bit of a busy day on the network. We are going to be streaming the Dr. Joseph Urich case, which is expected to start in just about 15 minutes or so. The judge is a little late this morning because apparently they had court prior to when they were starting this trial. So supposed to start around 10. My guess is it will probably start a little after. Also this morning, actually around noon, we have the Rochelle Bond sentencing. That is the woman who took a plea in the Bella Bond murder case, the mother of baby Bella Bond. You're just hearing some of her testimony when she testified in her ex-boyfriend's case. I want to play a little bit more, and then I'll bring in our guest and we'll discuss what's expected ahead of the sentencing that will happen in just a few minutes. Take a listen.
It's true, Ms. Bond, that you're anxious for this trial to be over, aren't you?
I'm not anxious for it to be over.
Well, isn't it true that you want it to be over because you have an agreement with the prosecutor that when this jury returns a verdict, you will walk out of jail, correct?
Yes, that's true.
So you want this to be over, right? You want to get out of jail, don't you?
Anybody in their right mind wants to get out of jail.
Okay.
And
the question was, do you want to?
I'm kind of anxious about it because I've been there for a while and I have nothing to go back to. He took my life from me, so.
All right.
I have nothing.
We know your story. My question was, are you or are you not anxious to get out of jail? Yes or no?
I'm more nervous about it than I'm
Okay, so
happy about
you
it.
just assume
I'm
stay
very
there.
nervous.
You just assume stay there?
Not that I want to stay there, but I'm nervous about leaving.
Now,
There's all kinds of different emotions there.
your deal with the prosecutor that you entered into requires you to cooperate with the prosecutor by testifying against Mr. McCarthy at this trial. And in return, when the verdict is returned, you get out of jail, correct?
Yes, my sentence will be over.
Your sentence and your only punishment for the crime of what you did to your child will be over, won't it?
Michael McCarthy killed my daughter.
No, I didn't ask you that.
I
asked you whether, when the verdict is returned in this case, your punishment for what you did and you admitted to your child will be over and you will get out of jail.
Okay, Mr.
Yes or no?
Shapiro, I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form. I think that the difficulty here is with you trying to characterize her as admitting something. You'll have to be more specific.
Did you admit to guilt?
For not calling emergency services, yes.
Did you admit to guilt for being an accessory after the fact?
For not calling emergency services, yes.
Ms. Bond, do you know what the definition of being an accessory after the fact is?
There's a bunch of different reasons.
Do you remember?
Yes, I have claimed guilt for that, and I'm taking my responsibility for it,
Do you
yes.
remember when you came to court and entered your plea?
Yes.
You didn't enter a plea to failing to call emergency services, did you?
Accessory after the fact. You're right, yes.
Okay. And that means being an accessory to, after the fact, to the death of your child.
After Michael killed her, yes.
And when this trial is over, the only punishment that you've received for that will be over.
And then I have 2 years probation, yes.
Well, the probation is for another crime.
Oh, yes, you're right, I'm sorry. Yes,
So
yes.
it'll be over, right?
Yes.
Now, you know that the maximum penalties for the crimes to which you pleaded guilty is 17 years in state prison.
Okay.
Now, don't say okay, do you
Yes,
know it or not?
yes.
7 years for being an accessory after the fact, and 10 years for larceny for continuing to collect benefits from the state, knowing that your child was dead.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay. Now, in your plea agreement, You say that you agreed to testify truthfully,
Yes,
and you've agreed not to provide any false information.
yes,
But that agreement that you have with the prosecutor is contingent upon you testifying truthfully, right?
yes,
And if the testimony that you provide or have provided is not complete, not truthful, the prosecutor can declare that the agreement is null and void.
yes,
And if he declares that it's null and void, you can be sentenced to up to 17 years for the crimes to which you have already admitted.
yes,
So you want to make sure the prosecutor is happy with your testimony so that he won't say the deal is off.
I'm just telling the truth and that's it.
My question is, there's an incentive for you to testify the way the prosecutor wants you to testify, isn't it?
All he wants me to do is tell the truth,
Because
and that's what I'm doing.
if the prosecutor decides that you're not telling the truth, then the deal's off, right? Is that correct?
Why don't you restate the question, Mr. Shapiro?
If the prosecutor decides that you're not telling the truth, the deal is off.
Objection. Misstates the law, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'd like to be heard at sidebar if.
Okay, let me.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Rachel Stockman, and you were just listening to Rochelle Bond's, some of her testimony from the Bella Bond murder trial. The reason we're playing that this morning is because we are going to air live her sentencing hearing, which is expected in about 2 hours. She basically copped a plea with the prosecution to testify in her ex-boyfriend's case, accusing him of killing but her 2-year-old child, Bella Bond, who washed up in the shores of Massachusetts. It's a very tragic case. I found that particular soundbite from Rochelle Bond to be particularly heart-wrenching. Not only because does she talk about her child dying, but just the fact when she was questioned, Jana, that she basically said that she was scared to get out of jail because she had nowhere to go. She's homeless.
Which is unfortunate. She was getting beat up a little bit in that soundbite because I think one of the defense perspectives was she was more involved in this than she was leading everybody to believe, and that she got this, quote, sweetheart deal. And, you know, she had to toe the line or else the deal would be off the table. And that's what the defense attorney, I think, was trying to establish. Completely not okay, which the judge did shut it down, tried to shut it down a little bit, because that's not really for the jury to know, typically.
Well, and I think the defense was trying to imply that accessory, like you said, trying to get that word accessory in the juror's mind as if she somehow actually played a role in the murder, as opposed to what the prosecution, what she pled guilty of, which was just not calling emergency services after the fact.
Right.
Which we don't know how involved she was. That's the bottom line.
You know what? And that's an excellent point, because we don't and we never will, because the deal trumps whatever her actual involvement was in here. The deal trumps whatever actual facts may or may not have occurred. And that's typically what happens when a prime witness cops a deal for that purpose. You'll never get to the actual truth, right?
Well, and again, it's one of these situations when the prosecution is wanting to enter into an agreement like this. How valuable is that testimony to their case? Who's the biggest fish in all of this? Who do they think is most culpable? And obviously they thought it was him in this case.
Obviously they did. Or maybe it was easier to prove the case against him. Whatever the motivation, doesn't matter, because when prosecutors don't just give out sweet deals because out of the kindness of their heart. They give them out because they need something from that witness for a greater good. And that's exactly what they did here.
But again, thinking about kind of the ethical implications of the fact of, and the defense attorney kind of drove this home, after you get done testifying, you're pretty much going to be let out of the jailhouse doors and you're done.
Yeah.
And you just served 2 years, and for basically being an accessory after the fact, having culpability as it relates to your daughter's death. From a moral perspective, that's a hard pill to swallow when you have a 2-year-old baby that was killed.
Yeah, but we have to remember, she wasn't on trial here. Her boyfriend was, and I think the defense attorney is just trying to discredit her with the hope that, I don't know, that somehow it would create reasonable doubt or be one peg in the puzzle of reasonable doubt. Didn't work, but I think that's what he was going for.
Well, and especially when your key witness has a deal that always raises suspicions for the jurors. Why did this person agree? Was it because she's telling the truth, or is it because she wanted to get out of jail?
Yeah.
It always leaves questions. Regardless, end of the day here, the jury convicted him of second-degree murder. He's going to be in jail, in prison for a very long time. And now here at the Law News Network, we're going to be airing the hearing that's supposed to happen in about 2 hours, where she's going to be sentenced. But as we mentioned earlier, not much of a surprise, because
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably
but you
not.
never know,
You
right?
do never know. If she did anything that was untoward in the last, I think, couple weeks since they actually continued her sentencing, it could change the game, but I haven't heard any such facts.
Have you ever seen that happen, where basically the prosecution and the defense agrees to something and the judge just pops in there and which the judge is legally within his or her right to do?
Yep.
But how often does that happen?
So here's when it happens. It happens often, but here's when. But it's not a judge doesn't just unilaterally do it. Somebody cops a plea. You have an agreed upon sentence, but there's a time between the plea and actually coming back to be sentenced, which is your conviction. In that interim, if you commit another crime, do something really stupid, violate a term of your interim probation, when you come back to court, we call them Parker warnings here. When you come back to court, if you've done anything like that, the judge can say, that sweet deal you got, off the table, but he doesn't just sentence you to whatever. He starts you back from the beginning. If you take the deal off the table, now you have do you want to go to trial? Which generally, when you cop a plea to something, your potential for winning at trial is usually not that great, which is your incentive
Which
to
is the
do it.
reason, exactly.
So it really, puts you between a rock and a hard place. But it's typically the defendant's fault. You have to toe the line. You have to be law-abiding. It's not a walk in the park. It's not a free bite at the apple. You have to be an upstanding citizen before your sentencing, or it's going to come off the table.
So the judge could throw it out, potentially. Probably won't happen.
Which was why it was good for her to stay where she was. Because it's hard to break the law when you're in jail.
Right.
Right? Unless you're having a fight with another inmate, which can happen. But, you're not running stop signs, you're not driving drunk, you're not shooting up, you're not doing those things that could have made the deal go away.
And again, what was just so sad about this, and whether you believed her or not, when she said, I'm scared and anxious of getting out of jail because I have nowhere else to go, I believed her. I mean, this is a woman who's had really a horrible life. She's been a prostitute, she's been a drug user, she's an addict. I think that probably jail is the safest place for her right now in her life.
Right now, in this stage, with that mindset, yeah, I would agree. And that's sad, right? Sad when you have to say jail's the best place for you right now.
If you're just joining us here at the LawNewz Network, we are also covering the Dr. Joseph Urich trial, which it is 9:59. We're expecting it to start any minute. I'm getting text messages from our guy who's covering it in Ohio, and he says that the drug court that's happening before the trial starts is still going on, but again, that's expected to wrap up around 10. Could take a little bit longer, and then of course we'll go, as soon as it begins, go right live in that courtroom. We heard from several witnesses yesterday in that court, if you've been following this case closely, about 8, I believe, who witnessed what went on that night at the lake when Dr. Urich, no question, I don't think he's denying he killed this person, but of course he's saying it's an accident. The prosecutor is trying to prove that he was reckless and that he was drunk when this happened.
Right.
Tough case because you don't have the blood alcohol tests being allowed to be admitted into the case.
Right. That would have been a boon for the prosecution, because we know that the blood alcohol results were 0.15, which is almost twice the legal limit of 0.08. But I was going to say the trier of fact doesn't know that. The trier of fact can't consider it. The trier of fact probably knows it because, as we know, Dr. Urich waived jury and the case is being tried by the judge. But again, if that evidence had been admitted, we probably wouldn't be having a trial. The doctor has a shot of being acquitted here because that piece of evidence is not to be considered.
The question, though, is, like you said, there's several charges here. Leaving the scene of an accident, I think that's going to be a pretty slam dunk case for the prosecution.
And he'll be fine with that because that's not going to send you to prison.
Right.
Right. Killing somebody in the course of being reckless will. So if he gets rid of that top charge, meaning if he's acquitted of that, and maybe the judge might do that. Judge might say there just legally isn't enough evidence to convict you of the recklessness, but you did leave the scene, so I'll convict you of that and sort of, split the baby, so to speak. Might do that.
And again, perhaps that's why we were questioning why the defense here decided to do a bench trial as opposed to a jury trial. And that means basically that the judge hears the case instead of having the jury hear the case. A lot of times that's done when it's a question of law as opposed to a question of fact. In this case, it's kind of a compilation of everything because there are some questions about fact, but there's also some questions about law. Did what we know, did what witnesses testify amount to I'm sorry, I'm just reading the exact charge again. It's aggravated homicide under the law. And that's the question.
That's the question. And a judge might have a tough time determining that all of the elements of that have been met because really what they have thus far, a guy driving a boat in the dark, hitting another boat that was completely dark. We don't have direct evidence of a elevated blood alcohol level. We've got a couple of statements that I had a couple of beers, which may not, if we've never seen the blood alcohol results, a couple of beers might not have made him legally anything. He could have been below the threshold.
And the lieutenant, too, that testified basically said he didn't have any of the visual signs of drunkenness.
Another good point, right?
Well, he wasn't stumbling around. He seemed to walk okay. He didn't have slurred speech. So obviously he was able to contain his alcohol and not kind of exhibit some of those visual signs. So that hurts him. That hurts their case as well.
Yes, I think it does. And what would have? I mean, we can speculate a little bit here while we're waiting for it to go live, but because he left the scene, and I don't think the police contacted him for a bit of time. I see in my practice all the time, if somebody leaves the scene of an accident and they're accused of being drunk, more often than not, their defense will be, well, wait a minute, I did drink after I left the scene and before the cops picked me up.
And how can you disprove that?
Really difficult to do, if not impossible. So sometimes that can be a valid defense.
Let's take a listen to a little bit more of the witness testimony as we're waiting for this trial to go live from Jennifer Kingsley, talking about hearing a big boom that night on the lake. This is clip number 16.
Turn to you, boss.
Thank you.
Turn to you, boss.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Kingsley.
Hello.
My name is John, and like this other lady, I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to ask you if you'll keep your voice up so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm also going to ask you that if I ask you a question that you don't understand, instead of trying to answer it, will you tell me you don't understand it?
Yes.
All right. And I'm also going to ask you if you will answer questions based only on what you know or what you remember. If you don't remember, tell me, don't guess. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Either before or after you heard this big boom, did you ever see a guy in a boat that was sort of lit up by a light inside the boat?
On either boat? I'm sorry.
On either boat.
I mean, there was like the lights on the boat, but...
When you say the lights on the boat, you're talking about the normal lights that you see, the navigation lights?
And then...
And you're used to seeing those from being out there fishing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can't remember if it was before or after the other boat left. Like there was like a light on the water looking for his friend.
Okay. You don't remember if that was before or after?
I don't remember if it was before or after the speedboat left, no.
You had seen a speedboat earlier that day going up and down the lake, correct?
No, I didn't get there till later. I didn't see any boats traveling back and forth on the lake.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. Now, before you read it, let me just ask you a question or two. First of all, do you recognize what it is?
My statement.
Yes? Okay, that's the statement you wrote out from the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And give me a second or two. I promise.
Sorry.
That's okay. I will let you read it. I'm interested in knowing where you were when you filled out that statement. Were you up on the bridge or were you over
Yes.
on by Alessa's?
I was on the bridge.
And if you remember, who was there with you?
My son and my niece was there. But then there was a lot of like, cops and ambulance.
Okay. And did you hear people talking about the accident while you were up there on the bridge?
They had me sit in at my car for the most part.
So you drove your car from where you were fishing up to the bridge where you filled out the statement?
Yes.
So you told me that they put you in a car, but what I was interested in finding out is, when you were up there on the bridge, did you hear other people talking about the accident?
I mean, there's a lot of crew workers, so, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what you heard people saying about the accident? No?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna let you look at the statement first, but I wanna do this before I forget. May I approach? Yes. I'm going to ask you to look at this big map here that we've marked as States Exhibit 4. I think you were showing this map a little bit ago. You recognize that as Berlin Lake? Mm-hmm. Yes? You have to say yes or no because
Yes.
Kathy's taking it down. That's okay. Everybody does it. If I give you this blue push pin, will you kind of show me your best estimate of where you were fishing?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. There you go. Thank you. Now, during the time that you were out there fishing, did you see a boat that was going up and down the lake? You remember seeing that?
No.
No? You remember telling the police about that?
A boat going up and down the lake?
Yeah.
No. Not prior to the accident.
All right, fair enough. Let me ask you now, if you take State's Exhibit D, that's your statement that we talked about, correct? I'm going to ask you if you can go ahead and read that, and then when you're finished reading it, would you look up and let me know that you finished?
Yes.
Take whatever time you need. statement to the police?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the police about a boat that you had seen on the water since you had been there?
At the accident, yes.
So are you saying that the boat that you saw at the accident was the same one you saw on the lake?
Prior to the accident,
Yes.
I didn't see boats going up and down the lake.
So you did see boats going up and down the lake? Okay. So when you said there was a boat on the water that had been loud since we had been there, it went speeding across the water. Are you saying that there wasn't a boat that was loud that was going across the water?
It went speeding. That's when the accident occurred.
Okay, but you said that boat had been there since you had been there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So had you seen the boat some other time that night prior to the accident?
No.
No.
You just heard the boat. It was quiet. It was echoing. You could hear them.
When you say you could hear them, tell me please what you mean by that. People on the boat?
People on the boat. There was yelling, laughing, music, like.
Okay. And so when you wrote this statement, you were basically telling the police you thought that was the same boat, is that right?
It was coming from the same area, correct?
After you hear this loud bang, are you still able to hear the engine of the boat? Yes?
Yes.
You can hear it the entire time, correct?
Yes.
Just a second.
Yes.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, Rachel Stockman, also editor-in-chief over at LawNewz.com. I'm going to put in another plug for the website. We have a lot of good articles going up this morning on LawNewz.com, including analyzing some of the legal implications of Donald Trump Jr.'s meeting with that Russian attorney. All that on the website right now. Our attorneys are furiously writing right now to provide you with legal analysis, not only on political issues, but of course on our top trials in crime that's going on across the country. You were just hearing from some of the witness testimony from the Dr. Joseph York case that's going on right now in Ohio. It's about 10:15. Trial was supposed to pick back up this morning at 10 o'clock. They're in drug court right now. A lot of times judges do that before they get to the trial so they can get their calendar going and get some things done. Still hasn't ended, so we're in waiting mode right now for that trial to begin. As soon as we hear anything from the court, of course, we will let you know. We did just get word from our person that's in court in Ohio that actually the first witness that's going to testify doesn't want his or her face shown. So what they're going to do is actually show the audio and not show the face. We don't know why.
We don't know why? I'm curious.
I'm very curious as to why, and it's interesting because depending on the state, judges just won't let witnesses say no.
Right.
Unless it's a victim of a sexual assault or something like this. Right. So perhaps in Ohio, witnesses can choose just not to be on camera. I don't know how the rules work
Do
there.
we know that it's a lay witness coming up next and not maybe an undercover cop or a cop that's now an undercover cop or something like that?
That could be. Perhaps it could be someone from the police force that's working undercover. Again, I don't know. As soon as the trial starts, which is supposed to be any minute now, we will of course take you live. And now I just got another text message saying that both witnesses who are going to be testifying don't want their faces photographed. So you're going to be seeing, sorry folks, so you're going to be seeing a lot of the prosecutor and the defense. I'm sorry, say that again. They were just saying something. Oh, okay. Hopefully you'll stick with us for a little bit longer.
Sure.
Because we are going to take it live right now to the trial that's going on in Ohio, the Dr. Joseph York trial. Let's take it live there and take a listen to what's going on.
Needed to be attended to. Attorney Cancela Mesa, would you call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Andrew Corbett.
straight up and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Make sure you keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay? It's a big courtroom, so sometimes it swallows up our voices. Can you state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
It's Andrew Krogan. It's Crogan.
And how old are you, Andrew?
I'm 35.
And what do you do for a living?
I install fire sprinkler systems.
Okay. Do you know Joseph Urich?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I'm very good friends with him.
And how long have you been friends?
About 5 years.
Right. Were you in his wedding?
Yes.
All right. When was that?
About 4 years ago.
Okay. How did you meet him?
I met Joe through Angelina.
Okay.
Who's
that?
His wife.
Did you know Angelina longer than 5 years?
Yes.
How long have you known her?
A few years before that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about May 8th into May 9th of 2015. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were that evening?
At what time?
Just at the beginning of the evening, maybe 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Where were you?
About 5:30, I was getting out to the lake. I was coming from work. I put my boat into the water.
Okay. And what lake are we talking about?
Berlin Lake.
And where did you put your boat in the water?
The ramp down by the dam.
Okay. Do you have a certain place that you dock?
Yes.
Down there? Where's that?
It's High Oaks Campground.
I see he's looking at State's Exhibit 4, this aerial map. Can you point out for us where this High Oaks Campground is?
Right here.
Okay. So you put your boat into the lake. Is that north of the campground?
It's right there.
All right. Leave that. Is that, what kind of campground is that?
It's a permanent site campground.
Okay, so do you bring your own camper?
You bring your own camper. It stays there year-round.
I'm sorry?
It stays year-round.
Okay. Do people go there in the winter, or is it mostly a summer thing?
The power's turned off. It's mostly a summer thing.
Did you have a camper there already?
Yes.
And are there multiple docks there at the campground?
Yes.
How big are the docks, do you know?
You're allowed to keep up to a 28-foot boat there. There's about 50 docks.
Okay. And how many boats does it hold?
It might hold about 30 docks.
Okay.
Or 30 boats, I'm sorry.
What kind of boat did you put in the water that day?
I put in a formula
And
power boat.
okay, well, how long or big?
It was 21 foot.
All right. And what color was your boat?
All black.
All black. Was anybody with you when you put your boat into the water?
I don't recall if my buddy Ben was with me at that point, or I went from the ramp to my dock and picked him up.
Okay. Did you have any plans for the evening?
No.
Did you make plans to maybe go to dinner with anybody or go out somewhere?
Not till later in the evening.
Okay, what time was that?
Well, we put the boat in the water, and I had Ben and his girlfriend at the time with me, and we ran into Joe and Angelina out there, and then we proceeded to go across the lake to one spot and where we could beach the boat and just hang out.
Okay.
And we stayed there for about an hour or two until almost dark, and then they went back to their house and I went back to my campground. After we got back to my campground, my buddy Ben was getting hungry with his girlfriend, and I don't recall if I called Joe or Joe called me to see what was going on, and I said, come on over. And then he came over, and that's when we went to Ben's restaurant.
Okay, let me stop there for a little bit. So you put your boat in the water, and you might have had Ben and his girlfriend with you at the time, but at some point directly after you met up with them.
Very quickly after,
Okay.
yes.
Did they get in your boat as
Yes.
well? And then you said you saw Joe and Angelina.
Yes.
Where'd you see them at?
I saw them by the ramp where I put my boat in.
Okay, were they putting in their boat?
I think it was already in the water.
Okay. And then you guys went to a spot where you beached the boat?
Yep.
Is that located on this map somewhere?
I don't believe you have the whole lake. It's actually right, that's a railroad bridge, go around. It's located right over here.
Okay. And did you go in separate boats to that beach?
Yes.
So Joe and Angelina went in their boat, and you and Ben and his girlfriend went in your
Yes.
boat?
Ben and his girlfriend were with me in my boat, and Joe and Angelina, and I believe they had the baby, was in their boat.
Okay. And what did you do on this beach?
Just hung out, talked. It was just a relaxing Friday night.
Did you bring any beverages with you?
I do not recall.
What about Joe and Angelina? Did they have any beverages or any refreshments with
I
them?
do not know.
How many hours or how long did you stay at the beach?
Maybe an hour or two.
So you go back to your camper and he goes to his house, is that
Yes.
right? Or that's your understanding anyway, right? How soon do you get back to your camper when these plans are made about Ben's or going to Ben's?
I would say we're probably within the hour.
Okay. And you said before you don't remember if he called you or you called him.
I don't recall. I know we just made plans and see what was going on and had him come over.
Do you recall, did he in fact agree that he was going to come over?
Yes.
All right. And what time was that, do you recall?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it already dark?
I believe it was.
Okay. And when did Joe come to your camper?
Yes.
And was Ben and his girlfriend still there?
Yes.
All right. What goes on at your camper at that point?
By the time Joe got there, we pretty much got right into Ben's truck and left for Ben's restaurant.
Okay. What were you guys doing, you and Ben and Ben's girlfriend, prior to Joe getting there?
I think we were just waiting for Joe and we were just hanging out.
Okay. You enjoying a beer or two or anything like that?
I don't know for sure, but I'm sure I was.
Okay. Did you have beer at your camper?
Yes.
Did you have any liquor at your camper or just beer?
I think just beer.
Did Ben or his girlfriend bring beer as well? Or any other alcohol?
Call if they brought their own.
You said you were getting into the truck when Joe arrived?
No. Once Joe got there, we got in Ben's truck and left.
Did you go as soon as Joe arrived into the truck? You didn't stick around and exchange small talk? And how do you guys get to Ben's?
My buddy Ben drove his truck.
This is a different Ben's. He doesn't own Ben's.
This is not Ben's restaurant, Ben, no.
All right. So you got into Ben's truck. Who all got into Ben's truck?
It was myself, Joe, Ben, and the girl Ben was seeing at the time.
Okay. Where were you seated in Ben's truck?
I don't recall if I was in the front or back.
Okay. And do you recall where Joe was seated?
I do not.
And how do you get to Ben's from your campground?
Would you like me to?
Sure.
Pulled out of the campground, come up to Bonner Road, come down to 224, cross the causeway, and come right to Ben's.
Is Ben's right on 224?
Yes.
And you said the campground's right off Bonner Road, right?
Yes.
And how long do you stay at Ben's?
At Ben's restaurant, we were there for maybe an hour, a little over an hour,
Okay.
I believe.
And did you have anything to eat while at Ben's?
I don't recall if I ate.
Okay. Did you have anything to drink at Ben's?
Yes.
What did you drink?
I had 2 beers and a shot.
And did Joe have anything to drink?
I believe he had the same.
The same? So 2 beers and a shot. Do you recall giving a statement to the police sometime after this incident?
It was, I believe, during the following week, they got a hold of me to come down to the jail to give a statement.
Do you recall what you told the police you had to drink?
I believe I also told them 2 beers and a shot.
Okay. Do you recall them telling them it was 2 to 3 beers or 1 to 2 shots?
No.
Would reviewing your video refresh your recollection of that statement?
I'm pretty certain it was 2 beers and a shot.
Okay, but would reviewing your video refresh your recollection as to what you told the police?
I guess.
Do I have permission to play the video for the witness?
Yes. Just so that we can keep things in order, I will step out of the courtroom, allow this witness to review the video, and then determine whether or not his memory is refreshed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. It's not very long.
Okay.
Can you see that screen all right?
Yes.
May 15th, 2015. Deputy 1 North Lane County Sheriff's Office, sitting with Andrew Gray. Spell your last name. C-R-O-G-A-M. And date of birth. 1/12/82. And you're here to discuss this past Friday, the 8th. Yes. Okay. Tell me how you are not necessarily involved in the incident, but how your name came about in this investigation.
It's at my campground,
Which is where?
Highlands, Bonner Road, Lake. I was there with myself, my buddy Ben, and the girl he was seeing, and we called him Joey Rich came over by boat. From there, we got in Ben's truck, went to Ben's restaurant, had dinner and some drinks. Went through the TNT drive-thru. From there, we went back to my camper at Highlands. We went down to the dock and had the music going, hanging out down there. Other people from the campground came down. And then Joe left by boat. And that's when one of my neighbors came down, said he heard an explosion, and he thinks somebody yelling for help. So we lowered my music, and as soon as we did, you could hear somebody yelling for help. We jumped in my boat, and my buddy got his boat, and went out. That's when I went around the bend looking for flames, explosion, really didn't see anything. That what it had to do with his lights. And then he was stopped, so I pulled up to him, and that's where we found that he had the guy in the back of the boat trying to get him on the swing deck. They were yelling for help because they couldn't get him out. So that's when my buddy jumped off my boat onto the ski boat to help get him up. And that's when they went back to those lessons, and we asked the other boat if, they needed anything, they're okay, because they had the fishing boat and the other survivor. They went back in, and that's when me and my buddy Nick, I was just with my boat back then.
Who was on your boat when you went out to the scene?
It was me, Nick Moorhead, Tom Jones, his daughter Becca, and I believe Chucky Martin was on that too.
And then on your buddy's boat,
the other boat was Adam Krolka and Miss Mandy.
Okay. So there's already a boat out there assisting people.
When we got up, there was another boat that it looked like the survivor, and it looked like they had the other boat also.
Okay. Whose boat were they trying to pull the deceased guy onto?
They were trying to pull on my buddy Adam.
With the lights.
With the lights.
Okay. Let's go back to the beginning of the night. You're at your cottage.
Yes.
On Berlin.
It was me, my buddy Ben, and his girl that he was seeing, and that's when we called that show came up.
Okay. What do you guys do? Are you guys down at the dock? Or
Yeah, we're actually up at my camper.
Okay, what are you guys doing at the camper?
Had music going, had a couple drinks.
What are we drinking?
Beer.
Just beer?
Yeah.
No liquor?
Okay,
did anyone have liquor there?
Not that I know of.
You didn't see him bring any liquor?
No.
You didn't provide any liquor?
Not there.
Okay. So you guys are having a few drinks. What time does this start?
I'm not sure exactly. It was dark.
Okay. So this is easy to say after 8 o'clock?
Most likely.
Okay. So 8:30 maybe? Yeah. Okay. So how long are you guys at your campsite?
We were over there for maybe 15 minutes before we left to Ben's.
Okay. How did you guys get to Ben's?
We went to Ben's, and my buddy Ben drove his truck.
So all 4 people at your party get in Ben's truck?
Yes.
And you guys drive to
Ben's restaurant.
Okay, Ben's restaurant. You guys go to Ben's. What happens at Ben's?
In Ben's, me and Joe just had a couple beers, and we did have, I believe, 1 or 2 shots of Fireball. And Ben and his girlfriend were also drinking with us, but they had dinner.
Okay. How long are you guys at Ben's, do you think?
I'm not sure time-wise. Maybe an hour.
Okay. So we know that boating accident happened around midnight or so.
Yeah.
You're at your house, you leave for Ben's, it's dark, right? That's when you left?
Yeah, it was dark. We left for Ben's restaurant. Okay, left the camp.
In Ben's truck, you guys go and you go to Ben's. Before you're there, Joe is there. You guys are drinking some beers and maybe maybe 2 shots. How many did Joe have?
I believe 1 or 2, right there with the
shots.
Yeah.
How many beers do you think?
Maybe 2, 3.
Okay. Then, you guys are there for an hour, you say? You guys leave by way of Ben's truck again?
Yes.
Then where do you go?
We went through the TNT drive-thru.
What did you get at TNT
I
drive?
got Monster Energy. We mainly went through because I went to see the girl I was supporting.
Okay. Did you buy any alcohol there?
No.
No alcohol was bought at TNT drive?
The only thing I bought was the Monster.
Okay. When you're in a pickup truck, you're going to see if did Ben buy alcohol?
No, I don't believe Ben did.
Did
I really liked it.
Okay. So no alcohol.
I believe the only thing that I bought was the Monster.
Okay. So then you leave TNT for you in Ben's truck. Where do you go after that?
After we left TNT, we went back to my camper.
Okay.
And that's when we ended up walking down to the dock. We just hung out down by the dock with the radio going.
What's happening down at the dock?
We were down there having some drinks, just hanging out, listening to music.
So we're drinking some more now. Down at the dock. Who's down at the dock?
And his girlfriend, myself, Joe, and then Adam was down there, Melissa, Todd.
Do you know their last names?
Yeah, Adam Falco, Melissa Manning, Todd Jones, Becca Jones, Chucky Martin. For a while, Todd's niece was down there. His wife Sherry was down there. Something else.
And Joe was there. What kind of boat does Joe have?
Joe has like about 18 foot open bow, runabout in the bay liner with a whiteboard tire.
What color?
Red and white.
You may be seated.
Cantalasa.
Your Honor, defense counsel wanted me to stop playing the video for the witness because he's gone over the area where he's talked about the beer at Ben's. Since it's only an 8-minute video, instead of having to play the witness the video again in case he can't remember all other things in the video, I was going to show him the entire video. But defense counsel doesn't want me to. They would rather just show the parts that he doesn't remember on the video in order to refresh his recollection.
I believe, Your Honor, in refreshing recollection is when the witness says they don't remember, not when he gives an answer that's inconsistent with what the video would show or the prosecutor believes the video shows. She's played a portion of the video that addresses the questions. I don't think it's proper to then play the entire video for him because we don't know if he's going to remember or not remember other portions.
So I think if we were to have a transcript of this statement, counsel would be limited to pointing to that portion of the transcript as it relates to refreshing the witness's memory or otherwise introducing evidence that might not be consistent with his trial testimony. So at this point in time, I would say let's proceed with questioning if there are other portions of his testimony that he would need his memory refreshed or that you would otherwise look to point to as it relates to an inconsistency, then we can proceed in that fashion.
Mr. Krogan, did that refresh your recollection as to how much you said to the cops that you had to drink at Ben's restaurant?
From what I watched, it was pretty much the exact same thing I told you.
Yeah, but you said no more than 2 beers on direct, didn't you?
I said 2, and the video said possibly 3.
And you said 1 or 2 shots, didn't you?
Correct.
So do you think your memory would be fresher on May 15, 2015, or today?
Probably 2015.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I do not recall. I don't know.
You don't know when your memory would be fresher?
No.
You don't think it would be fresher back?
Probably back then, yes.
Okay. Do you recall also on the video when after you refreshed your recollection, Mr. Krogan, do you recall listening to music before going to Ben's and having a few drinks before going to Ben's while Joe was there? Objection.
No, I do not believe Joe was there. I was probably listening to music and having a few drinks, but no, Joe was not there yet.
So when Joe gets there, you leave directly from your camper to Ben's?
Correct.
You don't stay the 15 minutes that you told the police. You stay for 15 minutes.
It was an estimated 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure it was pretty instant.
Okay. What kind of shots did you and Joe have at Ben's?
I do not remember, but then we talked a week ago and you said that it might have been Fireball.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall what kind of shots you had?
I did not. I was assuming Fireball.
Okay. And did you tell the police it was Fireball?
I do not recall.
Would viewing the video refresh your recollection as to that as well?
Sure.
Let's see if there's anything else you don't After, well, you said you were at Ben's about an hour, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you got there to what time you left?
It was definitely dark. I guess I stayed for an hour or so. Went through the drive-through and then came back to my campground.
And did you say you ate at Ben's? Or?
I don't believe I ate at Ben's.
Okay. And did you see Joe eat at Ben's?
I don't believe so.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did anyone in your foursome there have anything to eat while at Ben's?
Yes, Ben and his girlfriend, I know, ate.
Do you recall what they ate?
I do not.
All right, that's right. Now, from Ben's, where did you go?
From Ben's, we went through the drive-through.
Okay, what drive-through would that be?
T&T drive-through right next to Ben's.
Okay. And who, if anyone, purchased something?
I believe I was the only one that purchased anything.
Okay, and what did you purchase?
I purchased a Monster Energy drink.
All right. And where did you go from the drive-through?
From there, we went back to my campground.
What did you do while back at your campground?
Back at the campground, I believe that's when we went down to the docks and turned on the radio of the boat and hung out down at the docks.
Okay. And who all was hanging out there at the docks?
It was myself and Joe, Ben, the girl he was seeing. I believe Todd Jones' daughter happened to be down there. And I believe while we were down there, that's when Adam Kralka's boat pulled in and he had some people. So then it was Todd Jones, Chucky Martin, Adam's girlfriend, Melissa, maybe Todd's wife, I think it was down there then.
Okay. So where is everybody kind of congregating at? Are they on the dock or on your boat?
On the docks.
On the docks. You said there's music going on, right?
Yes.
Was there some alcohol being drank, I guess?
I was drinking some alcohol,
Okay.
yes.
What about Joe? Did you see him with any beer?
I can't say for certain.
Do you recall talking to the police about that?
I do not.
Do you recall what you said to the police?
Impeaching or
Overruled. She asked if she recalls telling the police. You can proceed.
Thank you. Would reviewing the video about that refresh your recollection about what you told the police about what
Yes.
Joe drank?
Yes.
How long were you guys down at the docks after getting back from Ben's before Joe left, if you recall?
Maybe about another hour, hour and a half.
Okay. And I assume you're not watching Joe the whole time, right?
No.
You're not watching any individual person? No. Is everyone kind of mingling with each other?
For the most part, yeah.
Does everybody know each other?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we got the impression of yesterday. Was Joe by himself or was Angelina with him?
Joe was by himself.
Do you know whether or not he came in the boat by himself to the campground?
I believe he came by himself. I was not down at the dock when he pulled in, but he came up to my campground alone.
And you said at some point Adam and Melissa pulled their boat in and they joined you guys,
Yes.
right? At some point, does Joe leave?
Yes.
And does he leave by himself?
Yes.
How does he leave? In his boat?
In his boat.
Do you recall what his boat looked like or what kind of boat he has?
Yes, it's a red and white Payliner.
Okay. And in relation to where you were docked, or you guys are all congregating on the docks, how far was his boat docked or parked or whatever you call it?
Fairly close, I believe, within a couple of boat dock slips.
Okay. And does he say goodbye to everybody before he leaves?
I don't recall, but I'm sure he did.
Do you know where he goes or where he says he's going, anything like that?
I assumed he was going home.
Do you know what time this is?
No, I do not know the exact time.
That's all right. There's a certain point that something happens that evening, correct? Is that after Joe leaves?
Yes.
All right. What happens? Tell us
We were still down at the docks and the music was playing fairly loud. A neighbor came down and said, "We heard an explosion, lower your music, we hear somebody yelling for help." At which point we lowered my music and then we could hear somebody yelling for help. And that's when we decided, let's go see what's going on and go help, and jumped in the boats.
Okay. Who jumps in what boats?
I jumped in my boat, Nick Moorhead was in mine, Todd Jones, his daughter Becca, possibly Chucky Martin, I don't remember if he was in mine or Adam's. Then Adam jumped in his boat with his girlfriend Melissa, and then possibly Chucky.
Okay. And how do you guys pull out of that bay there? Are you in front of Adam? Is Adam in front of you? If you recall.
I think I might have been slightly in front of Adam. We came around the bend, and I was looking for possibly flames, because they said explosion, and I stopped. I didn't see anything, at which point Adam went past me, continued on a little bit farther, and he stopped. So then I pulled up to him. When I pulled up to him, that's when we realized there was a guy in the water, another boat was there.
Does anything happen on your way to that scene where the guy's in the water?
Yes, I received a phone call.
And who was that phone call from?
It was Joe.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said he believed he hit something and that it wasn't good.
Okay. That he hit something. He didn't say what it was? And that it wasn't good. Is that what he said?
Yes.
Was that the extent of that phone call?
I believe that was the extent. It was fairly quick.
How long from the time you heard, well, let me ask this, did you get this phone call prior to someone coming down and saying, turn down your music?
No, we were already on the boats on the way out when my phone rang.
Okay. So you guys hear help, get on the boats, and then you get a phone call?
Yes.
Do you remember or recall who this neighbor was, or who this guy was that coming down?
I believe it was Mike Barberhoff. He's just another camper in the neighborhood. That was. I believe he was farther up in the campground.
Okay. And did anyone else from your campground get in the boat and come with you guys that you know of?
I believe just the names I mentioned.
Okay. What happens, or how do you get to this scene where the guy's in the water?
I pulled up and I believe Adam was on the back of his boat with the gentleman. It looked like he was trying to get him up, and I believe Melissa said he needs help, couldn't get him. So I pulled closer, and I believe that's when Todd jumped off, and I know his daughter Becca jumped off also then.
As you're coming up to the scene, do you see anything? Like before you see the person in the water, what are you looking at?
No, when I got up there, I saw Adam's boat. Then when I got closer, I did see another boat, and then there was, I believe, another boat there also helping.
Okay, so you're out there, when you get up there, there's 3 boats.
Yes, there was Adam's boat, there was the boat that got hit, and then there was one other boat.
Okay. The boat that got hit and the other boat besides Adam, what kind of boats were they? Could you tell?
I believe they were fishing boats.
Could you tell whether they had any lights on them or anything? Or
I did not notice.
That's all right. I assume on your boat you have navigation lights that you run at night.
Correct.
Correct. Did Adam have his navigation lights on, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever jump in the water and try to pull the body up, anything like that? What about the guy yelling for help? Was he still there when you got there?
Yes, I believe he was possibly still in the water, but I believe he was over by the other fishing boat.
Okay. Could you hear what he was saying?
I think he was yelling for his buddy, come on, bud, come on.
Okay. How long does it take you to get from your campground over to where these boats are found?
Not very long, maybe a minute or so.
You can see State's Exhibit 4 again. Do you remember where you think you saw the body? Or even the fishing boat?
I believe when I pulled out, came through about this point, that's when I stopped, didn't see anything, and then I believe it was in this area.
Okay.
Okay.
right in here.
So you think it's even further north?
I think it was further north, yes.
Okay. And that's where the body was, or the fishing boat?
Both.
Okay. And do you recall how far the body was from the fishing boat?
I believe the body Adam had on the back of his boat, and I believe the fishing boat was 20, 30 feet in front of Adam's boat.
Okay. And that's the boat that was in the crash?
Correct.
Do they, when they find the guy in the water, are you there when they actually find him in the water, or is he already found?
I believe when I got up there, they already had him to the back of Adam's boat.
Okay. Did they ever attempt to get him in any other boat, if you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Adam's boat is equipped with something that helps you?
He has a ski boat, and it actually has a swim platform that's pretty much water height, so it's very easy to get on and off.
Do you have one of those on your boat?
Mine is a little bit higher.
Okay. You have one, but not low like Adam's?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, what do you do while there? Do you lend any assistance?
I pull up, and that's when Todd and Becca jumped off, and then I kind of stayed there, keeping my boat from hitting the other boat.
Okay.
And then pretty much they got him onto there, and that's when they started to make their way towards Les's, and that's when I went back towards my campground.
Did you have any extra lights on in order to illuminate the scene to see if there was anything in the water?
I do not have any extra lights
on. Did you also go to Les's?
I did not.
No? What, so, if Todd and Chucky are in your boat, did they continue with the body over to Les's?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And where do you go from there?
I went back to my campground.
So you didn't go to Les's or talk to any police or anything like that?
Not that evening, no.
While they're there struggling with this body to get it onto Adam's swim platform, do you start to see any emergency vehicles or anybody coming to that area?
Yes.
And where are you seeing these vehicles?
At that point, they were on the bridge.
Okay. How about anybody at Les's at that point?
You could not really see into Les's. Les's is more of a cove.
Okay. Is there something at the end of the cove at Les's that kind of points people that that's what that is, like a bait and tackle?
I don't believe there is. I think it's just known.
So you go back to your campground. What do you do?
I went back to the campground, and I think I was just there with Nick, and it was just like, we were pretty quiet.
Okay.
Pretty upset.
Yeah. Did you receive any other phone calls?
I did receive a phone call.
And what other phone calls did you receive?
It was from Angelina.
And did you ever try to contact Joe about what he had told you earlier?
I don't believe I did.
As a result of talking to Angelina, I assume you talked to her, what you called, right?
I don't remember if I talked to her or if she talked to my buddy Nick. One of us did receive a phone call from her.
Okay. As a result of that phone call, what did you guys do?
We then proceeded to their house. She said she was worried about Joe.
Okay. And what did you do or how do you get to their house?
The girl that Nick was seeing at the time drove us to Angelina's house.
Okay.
When we pulled in, we met outside with Joe and Angelina, and she said that she called.
Sustained.
You just can't say what Angelina said, okay? Were you able to see Joe?
Yes.
All right, and were you able to talk to him at all?
Yes, I don't know if we really said too much. You know, I think I gave him a hug, said I love you, buddy, and then we left.
What was his demeanor when you saw him?
Pale, scared, I guess.
Scared? Okay. You said pale. You could see that at night?
Well, I guess it's just like that ghostly look, you know, just worried, I guess.
Do you know how long after you'd gotten back from the rescue scene that you received this phone call from Angelina?
Time-wise, I'm not exactly sure how long it was.
Okay. Do you know how long you were at the rescue scene?
5 minutes, maybe.
Okay, only 5 minutes.
It was. I feel it was pretty quick.
Okay. Did you help tie any boats, like and tow any boats back to Les's or anything
No,
like
I did
that?
not.
Just took Todd and Chuck there.
Took Todd and Chuck either, yes.
Since you brought Todd and Chuck, you didn't take them back from Les's or say you were going to go pick them back up? and
No,
leave them?
Adam brought them back when they were.
When you get back to the campground after the rescue and you don't have Todd and Chuck with you anymore, are people still on the docks? People still out?
I don't know if they were on the dock. I believe we saw someone. We were walking back up to the camper.
Okay. Nobody's like, trying to look, trying to find out what happened?
I believe the one asked what's going on, and I believe we just said it wasn't good and just continued walking.
Okay. So when going back to before Joe leaves on his boat by himself, you said you didn't remember if he had any beer.
I didn't pay attention to what he was doing.
And do you recall telling the police that you saw something though?
I might have. I might have said that, but I don't know for sure, so I don't want to state that he was drinking because I do not know for a fact.
So you don't recall whether you told the police that or not?
I said he might have had a beer, I think.
You used the word might?
I think so.
You think? You're under permission to play that portion of the video to refresh his recollection?
Yes.
Red light. Was Joe's family there at any of these times?
No.
Okay. No. Just Joe by himself.
Joe by himself. His wife was in the house with the baby.
So we go to Ben's, we go to TNT, go back to your place. You guys are down to the dock. A couple more drinks. What are we drinking down at the dock?
I have beer down there.
Just beer. And there's no alcohol, no liquor.
I think there was a bottle of vodka, but I don't know if anybody's actually drinking that.
Did you see what Joe was drinking?
No, I believe he had a beer.
Okay. So how long are you guys all down at the dock before Joe leaves?
Time-wise, I'm not.
You may be seated. Counsel.
Mr. Krogan, did that video refresh your recollection as to what you said about him having a beer down in the docks?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact tell the police that you believe he had a beer at the docks?
Yes.
And you even said back then you weren't really watching, is that right?
Correct.
You said that before. How long from when Joe left by himself on his boat to when the neighbor came down? And
Just a few minutes.
when you got this call from Angelina, or let me ask you it this way. At some point, do you know that Joe hit that boat?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know at some point who hit the boat, the fishing boat that you...
Objection.
May I see counsel?
You said, Mr. Crowley, before that when you went back to the campground, you were kind of upset.
Yes.
Okay. Why were you upset?
Because I assumed Joe was the one that hit
Objection.
Sustained.
What? So you received this call on the way to the rescue site, right?
Correct.
From Joe, is that right? And what did he say again?
I believe he said that he thought he hit something and that wasn't good.
Okay. Was Joe's boat still there when you got to that rescue site with the boat?
No.
So he was no longer there.
Correct.
Okay. Did anything lead you to believe who hit that boat?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did you receive any information as to who hit that boat?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, I just assumed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you put two and two together from everything that you heard and seen that
That's
night?
pretty much, yes.
Sustained.
Do you see Joe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit and tie.
There's two gentlemen wearing a suit and tie at the table.
He has glasses on.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
It will.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Attorney Martin.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
and not all the other stuff. Do you want to look over what I think? Good morning, Mr. Turner, and I apologize. We're trying to get some information together for you to help with your testimony. I have a couple questions about some of the testimonies you've provided already today. My name is Lynn Morrow, and I represent Joe. If I don't make sense or you don't understand the question I'm asking, would you please let me know?
Yes.
I need you to speak up. You keep getting softer
Sorry.
and softer. That's okay. And in this courtroom, it's really hard to hear. So I need you to speak up as best you can and answer verbally because she is taking down what we're saying.
Okay.
Okay? Now, I'm going to show you a document we've marked as Offense Exhibit K. You indicated through the night or through that day of May 8th, there were a series of phone calls off and on with Joe. And what I'd like you to do, if you can, and it might take you a second based on this format, you can locate your cell phone number and highlight it, please. And you don't need to highlight it each time. The first time you find your cell phone number, that way we'll know who you are on that bill, on that printout.
Did you say Exhibit K?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you've highlighted your phone number on there?
Yes.
And that is, that's the phone number you had at that point in time. Is it still that same phone number today?
Yes.
Okay. And on there, do you see your number more than once?
Yes.
Okay. You don't need to highlight it each time. You can just go ahead and put that down. Now, I think you said you worked that day on May 8th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And back in 2015, where were you working?
I travel a lot for work from construction site to construction site.
So you don't remember
I
where
don't
you were back
remember the exact job site.
We're talking over 2 years ago at this point in time. And so if you don't remember something, please just let me know. Did you have a set work schedule of 8 to 4, 9 to 5?
It's
Or
seven.
did it vary?
It's 7 to 3:30. The only thing that varies is the location of the drive out.
So on May 8th, you thought you got out there around 5:30. If you got off work 3:30, is it possible that you were out there before 5?
It's possible.
Not certain on the time that you got out there. That was your best guess?
Yes.
Were there times when you did get out there earlier, when you got off work before 5?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got out there, you had to put your boat in, or was it at the dock?
My boat, I leave out of the water during the week, and when I get there on Friday, I put it in and I pull it back out on Sunday.
Okay. So you had to put your boat in that day.
Correct.
How long does it take you to do that?
A few minutes.
A few minutes being more or less than 5.
5, we'll say 5 minutes.
Okay. And you weren't certain if Ben went with you to put your boat in, or if you picked him up at your dock?
Correct.
Now, it was your recollection, I believe, as you testified,
Yes.
that you put your boat in up here by the dock. There's a ramp up here.
Right here.
Oh, it's the one that's right at the top of the board. You actually can't see it.
Yes.
And you said after you put your boat in, you saw Joe and Angelina.
Correct.
And you thought it was up at this portion of the lake.
Correct. Somewhere right around right where I put the boat in.
Okay. How long after you put the boat in did you see them?
Within a minute or two. I believe it's when after I put the boat in, I was pulling away from the dock, and I believe they happened to be right in that area.
Okay. And then you indicated you had gone down to this part of the lake, the south part of the lake.
Correct. Went from there, and like I said, I don't remember if I had Ben with me or if I pulled back in and picked Ben up at my dock. But then we continued on underneath the 224 bridge, underneath the railroad trestle, and around to this island right here, and that's where we pull our boats up.
And does that have a little beach area where you can sit?
Yes, normally it's not exactly white sand, but yes, it's.
Did you stop anywhere else, potentially at your dock to get Ben, but did you stop anywhere else before going back here?
No, if I would have stopped, it would have only been at my dock to pick up Ben.
And here's my question. Was Ben with you when you first saw Joe and Angelina, or were you by yourself?
I can't remember if Ben was with me then, or
Okay.
or not.
Fair enough. So it's possible that you didn't see Joe and Angelina until after you got Ben if you picked them up at the dock.
I'm pretty certain that I saw them over by the ramp.
Okay. And it was just Joe and Angelina and your baby.
Correct.
And when you go down to this other area where there's a beach, you thought, I think you said you thought it was about an hour or hour and a half you may have been down there.
Correct.
Those are your best guesses or estimates, over 2 years later.
Correct.
Could have been less than an hour?
Possibly.
So is it fair for me to say when you're giving these time frames, you're not certain on those time frames?
Correct.
You testified you have a formula power boat that I thought you said was 24 feet?
It's 21 feet.
21? That was one of those times where your voice was going
Oh,
off.
sorry.
That's okay, 21 feet. And you have music on your boat?
Correct.
Do you know at that point in the day if you were playing your music as you went down to this beach?
I'm assuming I was. Normally, if I'm on the boat, my music's on.
I was going to say, did you ever recall being out on your boat on the water and the music not playing?
Not very often.
Okay. So, when you were on this beach with Joe and Angelina, Joe told you at that point in time that he was going to go home and have dinner with Angelina, correct?
I believe so, yes.
At that point when you're on this beach, do you guys talk then about going out later to Ben's, or is that not brought up until the phone calls later in the night?
I don't recall if we happened to say, you want to do something later. I think we just were going to touch base later and see what was going on.
And at that point in time, Angelina was about 5 months pregnant.
Correct.
And they had a 10-month-old baby.
Correct.
She was not interested in going out later.
She was no.
Objection.
Basis?
Assuming facts, not in evidence, and speculation.
Sustained.
You testified that after you were at this beach, you went back to your camper.
Correct.
And Joe and Angelina and their baby left.
Correct.
You need to speak up.
Correct.
Do you leave at the same time?
I believe so.
What route do you take back?
Came back around this way underneath the railroad trestle, across the main channel underneath 224, and then back to my dock.
Joe leaves at the same time you do.
Correct.
Do you see which way he goes?
If he was following me also this way, and then he turned off into his cove here.
So once you go under the railroad trusses, is that where you guys split ways and you go north and he goes south?
Yes.
And you don't see him after that?
No.
So it's fair to say you don't know where he went after you guys parted ways?
Correct.
But it was your understanding he said he was going home?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, there was a phone call, and you were not sure if you called Joe or he called you.
Correct.
And the purpose of that call, if I understand your prior testimony, was to talk about going out to Ben's that night.
Yes.
Now, you testified that, well, I'm not sure you did. How long after that phone call does Joe actually show up at your camp?
I believe probably within 20 minutes.
Your testimony was as soon as Joe got, you guys got in the truck, Ben's truck, to go to Ben's.
Correct.
You had watched the video and you were asked some questions about the camper and people being at the camper.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And part of your testimony, or part of your statement to the police was for about 15 minutes you were at the camper. Do you ever tell the, well, let me say it this way, you never tell the police Joe was at that camper too, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you recall as you sit here today, Joe ever being at the camper prior to going to Ben's?
From my memory, I believe he showed up and we got straight in the truck and left. I don't believe he was actually in my camper, hanging out my camper at all.
Is it fair to say that as you were waiting in that 15 to 20 minutes for Joe to come, you and some other people were at the camper drinking?
Correct, yes.
If you were up at the camper, you don't see where Joe parks his boat, or docks his boat, I guess.
No, you can't see the water from the camper.
Okay. Is there ever any point in time where you see where Joe's boat is docked that night?
I believe later when we walked down to the docks and noticed that it was tied to our docks.
And the prosecutor asked you if you remember how close or far it was to your boat. Do you remember that at all? Or were you just guessing when you said you didn't want to?
I'm just guessing that it was within 1 or 2 slips.
So as you sit here today, your recollection was that Joe's boat was down at your dock.
Correct.
And you guys left to go to Ben's that night. And there were still people down at the dock listening to music and drinking at that time, or when you left, is that empty? Meaning no one else there?
I do not know after I got back to my camper after the beach, we went back up to my camper. I do not know if anybody was down at the docks. I did not go back down there until after we got back from Ben's restaurant.
Okay. And obviously while you're gone at Ben's restaurant, you don't know what's happening down on the docks then?
Correct.
When Joe arrives and you guys go to Ben's truck, how far is Ben's truck from your camper? Do you remember where he was parked?
Yes, about actually from me to you away from my camper.
And how far is that?
Say 10 feet.
About 10 feet away? And are you walking with Joe, or are you walking and he's running up the rear?
I'm walking with him.
At that point in time, are you close enough to see his eyes?
Yes.
Red glassy eyes?
No.
Trouble walking to the vehicle?
No.
So, when he first gets there to go to Ben's, you have no indication of any alcohol consumption prior to that point in time?
Correct.
Do you recall where Joe sits in this truck?
I do not.
Do you recall what kind of truck it is?
It was a black GMC.
Black GMC? And they all seem high to me as I'm trying to step up into trucks. Is this a standard height truck, or does it have bigger wheels on it?
It's a standard truck.
So to step up into it, is it more or less than a foot?
More than a foot.
And do you notice Joe, do you actually see Joe get into the truck? As you're sitting here today, can you recall?
I cannot recall that.
Fair enough. Do you see him get out of the truck at Ben's?
I don't recall him getting out. No.
When you get to Ben's and you all get out of the truck and go in, Joe have any trouble walking into Ben's?
No.
Are you detecting any indication that he's had alcohol or is impaired?
No.
Now, there was some testimony about what you think happened inside Ben's as far as how much was drank that night.
Yes.
Do you recall who paid for that?
I do not recall.
If there was a video inside there that night, it would show exactly how many drinks each of you had, correct?
Correct.
And that obviously would be more accurate than your recollection 2+ years later.
Correct.
Or even a week later when the police are talking to you.
Correct.
If you remember, you said I think there were about 30 boats that could be at this dock up at your campsite. There's
Yes.
spaces, slots for 30 boats.
Yes.
Do you remember how many boats were there that Friday?
I do not remember the exact.
Do you remember what types of boats were there that Friday?
Yes.
Can you describe what types of boats you remember?
In our campground docks, we have anywhere from pontoon boats to cigarette-style boats to wakeboard boats.
You described your boat Formula power boat that was black. That means nothing to me, so I can't picture what you're talking about.
It's more of a cigarette style boat.
Okay, so it's more of a longer, narrower boat.
Yes.
Does it have the power bar or the wave bar across the top of it?
No, it does not.
Were there other boats that were in your dock area that didn't have the wave or tower bars?
Yes.
Can you estimate how many of them may have had that?
Probably about 3 or 4.
Just in your dock?
Just in my dock alone.
Now, as you're going out on the lake that afternoon, or late afternoon, early evening, can you see the other docks along the way as you're going?
Some, yeah.
Do you see other boats that have a wave or tower bar type construction?
Yes, there's a ton of tower boats on Berlin Lake.
And by a ton, every dock seems to have a couple of them at least.
Yes.
And there were others that night, that late afternoon, early evening on the lake that had tower bars on them.
Yes.
Some of them, I mean, do you specifically recall, as we're sitting here today, the colors of the other tower you saw?
I know there's a few in mine that are red and white. There's blue. There's an all-black one. There's a ton on Berlin Lake.
In fact, didn't Adam's boat have the tower bar on it?
Yes, it did.
And his had lights on his, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you went out that late afternoon to go down to the little beach area, was Adam at your dock then?
I do not recall.
When you returned after, well, I'm not sure. You did say after you left the beach, you went right back up to your camp area.
Yes.
Was Adam's boat there then, and Adam there then?
I do not recall seeing it or seeing him at that point.
When you put your boat into the dock up by your campground and you leave to go to Ben's, other than tying it off at the dock, do you do anything to secure it, cover it?
No.
All the boats are left. How about the let me try that in English. How about Joe's boat?
It's left open.
Left open. Now you described where your dock was, and you described where Joe and Angelina's dock was. At the bottom of that State's Exhibit 4 poster. How long does it take to get from your dock down to theirs?
About 20 minutes.
I'm sorry?
About 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes. And earlier you said after you talked to Joe, it took him about 20 minutes to get to your campsite.
Correct.
Now, no doubt about it, when you spoke to the police after this accident, you told them that while at Ben's, you had had a couple drinks, and you kept telling them, might have been 1 to 2, 2 to 3 in response to questions.
Correct.
You weren't certain back then, huh?
No, I was not.
And you told them Joe had been drinking that night.
Correct.
But again, you gave them estimates and you weren't certain.
Correct.
As you leave Ben's that night, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember what the Cavs game being on the TV that night as you guys were sitting at Ben's?
I do not.
Fair enough. As you leave Ben's, you walk back out to Ben's truck with Joe and Ben's girlfriend, correct?
Yes, yes.
At that point in time, having just had a couple of beers and shots with Joe, do you detect any indication that he's impaired, that he's had too much to drink?
No.
Does he walk out to the truck fine?
Yes.
Any slurred speech?
No.
Any red glassy eyes?
No.
Objection.
Basis?
She's aware of any kind of foundation that he would even be aware of this or have any training in this, or the fact that he's drinking, I don't know how he could even determine this.
I'm asking for his personal observations at the time.
Overruled.
So as you walk to the truck, do you recall where you sit in the truck that night?
I do not.
Do you recall where Joe is?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Now, you go back to your campsite and the dock there, correct?
Correct.
Shortly after you get back there, Adam with a boat full of people come back, correct?
Correct.
And they've got music blaring.
Correct.
And they've got alcohol in their boat they've been drinking.
I assume, I do not know for a fact.
Okay, you don't recall seeing that?
No.
Fair enough. When they get back to the dock, I think you testified earlier, you didn't watch Joe the whole time.
No.
So you can't say who he talked to or what he did for the whole time.
Correct.
But over the course of that hour, I think you said it may have been an hour to hour and a half, you did talk to Joe at some points in time.
Yes.
And you did see him at some points in time.
Yes.
As you sit here today, trying to see what you had testified to before. As you sit here today, you do remember that there was alcohol at the dock.
Yes.
Do you specifically recall seeing Joe with a beer?
No, I do not.
But you told the police he might have had a beer while he was there.
Yes.
Do you specifically recall seeing Joe with any alcohol?
No.
So it's fair to say, based upon you were there, other people there, and you not babysitting Joe all night, that you can't say today as you sit here how many beers Joe had at the dock.
Correct.
And even though you weren't watching Joe that night, you do talk to him before he leaves, just to say goodbye.
I believe so. I assume I did. Yes.
Okay. And again, is that an assumption, or do you recall as you're sitting here?
I do not exactly remember saying goodbye.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him on the dock going towards his boat?
I believe so.
You're all on the dock at that point in time?
Yes.
Prior to Joe going to his boat, did you observe anything from Joe that caused you to have some concern about him driving his boat home that night?
No.
Do you know if you would have observed something to cause concern about him, do you know what you would have done?
I would have stopped them.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are aware before Joe goes that the reason he's leaving is because Angelina wants him to get home.
I assume so, yes.
And again, I'm asking if you know or you're just assuming
I'm
that.
just assuming that.
Do you recall any phone calls with Angelina that night or texts with her about Joe coming home?
I do not recall.
Fair enough. When Joe leaves, do you specifically, as you sit here today, recall watching him leave?
No.
The dock that we've been talking about that has this space for the other 30 boats or so, can you tell me, do you know how long that dock is?
It's fairly long. Maybe 200 feet.
Okay. And is it a stationary dock or is it a dock that is a floating dock that shifts as you walk?
It's a floating dock.
And do you know if Joe's boat was closer towards the end or in closer towards the camp?
I'm not really sure exactly.
Fair enough. When Joe left that night from your dock, you said you don't recall seeing him leave.
I don't really recall.
Speak up.
I don't recall him leaving, no.
Can you tell us then how long after he left before your neighbor comes down and said there's been an explosion?
I believe it was 5 minutes.
And I guess I need to ask you, if you don't recall when he left, or seeing him leave, what are you basing that estimate on?
I don't remember him exactly driving away. I think I remember him saying that he was going to leave, perhaps.
Okay. So you have some recollection of
It was more of a like, I'm leaving, and then I went back to talking to whoever I was talking to.
And you think it was about 5 minutes when the neighbor comes and tells you about the explosion?
Yes.
Now, you indicated it's your recollection that you and Adam both jumped on your boats, but you thought you headed out first.
Correct.
And I don't know Berlin Lake, may I approach you?
Yes.
As you come out of your dock here, and I'm going to remove this push pin so we can see the terrain a little better. As you come out of your dock here, how do you have to go out? Can you just hug the shoreline and go right around?
No, you have to go out straight farther and then make the bend.
And you just pointed straight farther. If you know, well, I'm assuming it's because of how the terrain is along the shore. It's too shallow.
Correct.
There are a lot of rocks and trees on the bottom of Berlin Lake, are there not?
Correct. Somewhere over there, I believe there is even a silo frame.
Somewhere over here under the water?
Yeah, somewhere on one of these points, I do not remember which point, there's an old, like, farm silo foundation.
Okay. So you need to be careful.
Yes.
To clear that type of debris in Berlin Lake.
Yes.
So when you just pointed earlier saying you have to come out, there's a black dash line down the middle of this board. Do you have to go out past that dash line?
Yes.
Okay. And that is whether you're going to go north or south.
Correct.
So as you leave, it's your recollection, you go out first, and then Adam comes behind you.
Correct.
Can you estimate, well, let me ask this. Do you know how far you went out before heading south?
I headed out past the point so I could actually see the open lake.
Okay.
And that's when I got out there and I did not notice anything that stuck out.
And when you got out past the point to see the open lake, do you turn south towards the 224 bridge?
Yes.
How fast are you going at this point in time?
About 15 miles an hour.
About 15?
Yes.
And you said you did not see anything?
No, I got out there and there was nothing that stood out that caught my attention. Like I said, we heard the neighbor say explosion, so we got out there thinking we were going to see flames or something.
Okay. Do you recall specifically looking for other boat lights?
I do not recall looking.
Fair to say you're at that point in time more focused on explosion fire type.
Correct.
Things. So after you get out there and you don't see anything, why don't you just turn around and go back to your dock?
Because we definitely heard somebody yelling for help.
At that point in time when you don't see any explosions, you start looking for someone or something else besides fire and explosion.
Yes.
How long is it before Andy comes past you? I'm sorry. Before Adam comes, Andy and Adam are going to keep getting me this drive. How long before Adam comes around and takes the lead?
A few seconds, I believe.
Okay. So you don't see at that point in time, as Adam's coming around you, you don't see anything on the lake at all?
No.
And he's got the bar with the lights?
Correct.
How fast is he going?
He went past me at about 15 miles an hour too, or so, I would say.
A little faster than you so he can get around you?
Yes.
And he's got his lights on at that point in time?
Yes, I believe so.
At some point in time, he stops. Do you know how long that is after you leave?
Can you repeat the question?
At some point in time, Adam comes to a stop with his boat.
Yes.
How long after he takes the lead in front of you does that happen?
A few moments.
More or less than a minute?
Probably more than a minute.
More or less than 2 minutes?
Possibly around 2 minutes.
Okay. And if you recall, when he stops, do you come up on the starboard or port side of him?
I believe I came up on the port side of him.
Okay. You had life jackets on your boat that night?
Correct.
Does something happen with the life jackets on your boat that night?
I believe I recall somebody said throw a life jacket. So so I might have thrown over a life jacket to Adam's boat.
Well, did you have all your life jackets with you when you got back to the camp that night?
I do not recall.
At that point in time, when you are both there, you and Adam are there. When you first approach, there are two people in the water at that point in time.
Correct.
There is a boy trying to hold up Mr. Cup, correct?
I believe somebody was in the water, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the person who was holding up Mr. Cup was having trouble trying to keep him held up? Or do you, when by the time you get there, are they already trying to put this person on Adam's boat?
I believe by the time I got there, they were almost to the back of Adam's boat.
Now, you provided some testimony that after you left to go help, you received a call from Joe.
Yes.
If you know, was that before or after Adam had taken the lead?
I believe it was after Adam took the lead.
So this wasn't as soon as you got in the boat to leave?
No.
By that point in time, you were already out in the wider part of the lake, correct?
Correct.
And at that point in time, when you answered your phone, isn't it true that the first thing you said was, I can't talk, I'm not on a distress call?
I believe so.
And after you told Joe you were out on the distress call, that's when he told you he had something Sunday.
Correct.
And because you're out on this distress call, you don't have any other conversation with him about that right then?
I believe we got right off the phone.
Now, if you recall, you provided some testimony that you had gone over to Joe and Angelina's later that night.
Correct.
Do you know how long it was after you get back to your campsite?
I do not recall the time
Did you
frame.
go over there on your, no, you testified you did not go over there on your boat.
No.
You drove over.
We drove over.
And you said Joe looked scared, and I think you said white.
Yes.
Visibly upset.
Yes.
How long do you specifically talk to Joe?
I don't remember if we exchanged the words or not. We just got there and they were outside, and that's when Angelina said that she had...
You need to speak up.
And that's when Angelina said she has called the police, and that's when we left, and I gave Joe a hug and said, I love you, buddy.
If you know, by that point in time, did Joe and Angelina realize that they're going to go, another boat had been struck?
I believe they were aware another boat was struck.
How long were you there with them?
Just a few seconds, minutes maybe.
Okay. Difference between a few seconds and minutes. Do you go in the house that night?
No.
You stay outside?
Yes.
And I think you said you hugged Joe.
Yes.
So you got close enough to him
Yes.
to give him a hug. Do you recall, as you sit here today, smelling any alcohol?
No.
When you talk to him, do you recall any slurred speech?
No.
Other than him being scared, did you observe physically anything else about him?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your testimony was, I hit something, it's not good.
Correct.
When you came out of the cove that night, or I should call it the cove, when you came out of your camp area and you went out onto the lake, you said you did not see any other boats out there. Do you recall generally the lighting conditions on the lake that night?
It was clear.
It was clear?
I believe so.
Dark that night?
It was definitely dark.
As you come down and you get closer to where you believe the accident was, do you recall seeing any other lights on the horizon? Specifically, let's focus on the 224 bridge, above or below that bridge.
224 bridge, I believe. I don't recall if there was already fire and ambulance on the bridge or not.
Okay. When you first pulled out of the dock and you're looking down towards the 224 bridge, do you recall then if you saw any lights?
I don't believe I saw anything then either.
You had earlier provided some testimony as to where you thought the accident happened that night. Could you again show me where that was?
Yes, I believe it was in this area over here.
And that was up above the green push pin. Do you know?
Yes.
Is this little piece of land that jettisons out called anything?
No.
Okay. But it's up above that, below your campground, but up above that.
Yes.
Do you recall as you were sitting there helping Adam and this other boat, if you could see Les's bait and tackle?
No, you can't see Les's bait. It's tucked behind trees.
So even when you're down by that boat, you can't see it because it's behind trees?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Attorney Cantala Mesa.
Thank you. Do you recall how many beers you had before going to Ben's that night?
I do not.
Was it more than one?
Maybe, possibly.
Okay. It was at least one, right?
At least one.
And then you had beers at Ben's and a shot, one maybe two, right?
Correct.
How long does it take to get from your campground to Ben's?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. And so I assume to get from Ben's back to the campground is 5 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said before that prior to going to Ben's, nobody came inside your camper. Joe didn't come inside your camper. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you outside your camper drinking?
Yeah.
Okay, so you and Ben and his girlfriend, do you have like a little patio set up?
We have a little patio and outside speakers and stuff like that.
Okay, so I assume you're all sitting outside when Joe gets there.
Yes.
When you're at the docks after Ben's, I assume you're still drinking some beers there too.
Yes.
I mean, it's a party, right?
Yes.
Or I guess an impromptu party. Everybody's having a good time.
Yes, everybody's just socializing, listening to
Do you
music.
recall what kind of beer everybody had? Was everybody bringing their own beer?
I think everybody pretty much brings their own.
Okay.
I know I was drinking Miller Lite.
And you said to the police that you believe Joe had a beer at the docks afterwards, right?
Yes.
So how many beers did you have at the docks afterwards?
I do not recall.
More than one again?
Possibly.
So you've had one, maybe more before Ben's, then some at Ben's along with some shots, and then one maybe more after Ben's. So you're feeling pretty good by then too, right?
Objection. 2.
Rephrase.
Did you have any plans to go out anywhere that night after partying? So you partook in this drinking alcohol?
Yes.
That evening, correct? Okay. Now, you didn't keep count of how many beers you consumed yourself?
No.
Did you keep count of how many shots you had?
No.
Do you remember if you even had any more shots while you're at the docks after Ben's?
I'm pretty sure I did not have any shots after Ben's.
Okay. What about shots before you went to Ben's? Did you have any shots before that?
No.
When you said you went to Joe and Angelina's later on that night and kind of gave Joe a hug, were the police there yet?
No.
Okay. You testified with Attorney Morrow that Angelina had told you they called the police. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you assume that it just happened, that call to the police?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did she say when they had called the police?
She did not say when.
Did she mention anything about the police coming?
Objection.
It's not offered for the truth of the statement, so overruled.
Okay.
I just assumed the police were coming, being that she called them.
Okay. So it was your belief that they were on their way, is that right?
Yes.
When you said you didn't really talk to Joe at that time too much.
I don't recall really exchanging anything at that time.
Okay. So, and Attorney Morrow made a big deal about you selling alcohol.
Rephrase.
Attorney Morrow asked you about you smelling alcohol on the defendant, right? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
But you yourself had alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any training in order to detect people who are under the influence?
No.
Never been to any law enforcement training, nothing like that?
No.
Have you ever bartended?
No.
Did you say that the police contacted you the next week, or you contacted them?
I believe a girl that's my secretary at work was dating a detective, and I think I was talking to her about it, and she said that he wanted me to come in, so I came in the next day.
Okay. So somehow they got in, knew who you were, got your name from somebody.
Yes.
And kind of contacted you through your secretary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever think that night that you should go over to Les's or wait for the police at Joe's in order to tell them what you knew?
No, I assumed if they needed me, they would have came over to the campground.
Okay. When it turned dark that night, did you go back out on your boat prior to going out to Ben's or anything?
No.
At that, so you were just out on your boat during the daylight that day?
Yes.
How long have you had your boat?
I've owned a boat since I was 21 years old.
And how old are you again?
35.
Right. How long have you been going out to Berlin Lake on a boat?
I bought my first jet ski when I was 18, so ever since I was 18, I was going to Berlin.
Do you have to have a boater's license for a jet ski?
If you were born before, I believe it was 82.
Okay. And do you have to have a boater's license for your boat?
If you're under, born in 82, I believe, or
Okay.
younger than.
Are there any rules on that lake about speed limits?
There are no speed limits on Berlin Lake.
And what about at night? Are there any speed limits at night?
Yes.
And what is that?
10 to 15 miles an hour.
Have you seen that sign, those signs posted at that lake?
Yes.
And you said before that you didn't see Joe leaving the cove, the campground where you're at, right?
No, I did not pay attention to it once he was leaving. No.
Okay. Right around the docks where your campground is that considered a no-wake zone?
In our cove, yes.
And what does that mean?
It's idle speed.
Okay. You don't want to pick up too much water?
Correct. It's pretty much as slow as you can go and still maintain control of the boat.
You talked about some objects being in the water when you turn the one corner, and so everybody kind of goes out to the middle.
Yes.
Right? Is everybody who's familiar with that lake kind of know what's going on, or is there posted signs?
I believe there's posted signs at the ramps and stuff. Berlin Lake has a lot of shallows and a lot of dangerous areas that are actually out in the middle of the lake where you think the deepest is probably the shallowest.
And that time of year, is the lake more full, more down, or if you recall what was going on with the lake at that time?
I don't recall. The water level out there is constantly up and down.
But as a boater, you're aware to be kind of aware.
I'm aware, even when the hot water's high, I stay away from where sandbars and obstacles that I know are under there are. Even if there is enough water, I just stay away from those areas.
Do you recall that night, Attorney Morrow asked you a little bit about lighting. Do you recall seeing any fishermen as you're going out to find or look for this call for help?
I do not recall seeing anything.
Do you recall seeing anyone on the shoreline at all during this rescue attempt?
I do not.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Recross.
Thank you. Do you know who drove over to Joe and Angelina's after the rescue?
Yes, you met with myself. It was myself, Nick Moorhead, and a girl that he was seeing at the time.
Now, a couple times when you were just being asked questions about how much you drank that night, before you went to Ben's, you said one, possibly, you had one, it's possible you had more.
Correct.
It's possible you didn't have more.
Correct.
And then you were asked how many after you went back out to the dock, you got back to Ben's, and you said it's possible you had more than one.
Correct.
It's possible you only had one.
Correct.
You had testified that there are some sandbars. You've been out on that lake since you were 18.
Yes.
If you could show me from your dock how you would travel in the lake to go to Joe's dock, taking into consideration the sandbars and the things you're aware of.
I would leave from my dock here, come out more into the channel, come underneath the bridge, come closer to the state park ramp here, because there's a main sandbar right down through here. Come around this side, and then come down in through here.
Now, you said after you leave your dock, you go out to the middle and come down to the channel.
Yes.
The channel is the pathway of water that goes underneath the bridge, correct?
Correct.
Are there, that you're aware of any regulations with regard to activity in the channel?
Nothing.
As far as anchoring your boat or stopping?
Nothing I'm aware of.
And then you said when you go under the 224 bridge, you go more over towards the state park, and we can see the white ramps or the white docks that are there. Why do you go more over towards the state park?
Because there's a sandbar out in the middle of that main section of the lake.
I'm sorry?
There's a sandbar out in the middle of the main section of the lake.
So you have to get around that to go down to the cove where Joe and Angelina's cabin is.
Yes.
You said there's no speed limit on Berlin Lake. At night you thought it was 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Yes, during the day there's no speed limit. At night it's 10 to 15.
Have you ever, since you were 18 years old, ever seen any enforcement of the speed limit at nighttime on Berlin Lake?
Personally, no.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Nothing, thank you.
I think I have two questions. If you recall, did you have anything to eat at any point after getting to your campground?
I do not recall.
Okay. You said that it takes about 20 minutes to get from your dock to Joe's?
Correct.
That's on a boat?
Correct.
All right. Is that running? How fast would your boat go
That would
to
be
get from one to the other?
That'd be about cruising about 35 miles an hour. Once you get out of the no wake of mine, slow down again at the bridge, come across, and this whole area right here is all no wake, so that you have to idle down through right there.
Okay. Any idea how long it would take if you're running at night?
At night, probably even longer.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any follow-up as to those questions?
Mayor, just to clarify, you said that was 20 minutes observing all the no-wake zones.
Yes.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I see counsel? Good opportunity for our noon recess. We'll see everyone back here at 1:15.
All rise. This court is in recess.
Hello everyone, I'm Misty Maris. Welcome to the LawNewz Network. We've been watching the testimony of Andrew Krogan. This is a friend of Joseph Urich who was drinking with him at some point during the day when this incident occurred. And he's really a critical witness because he's one of the few people who can actually establish how much Urich had to drink that day, which is critical to the prosecution's case. This was definitely some very interesting testimony, given the fact that the blood alcohol evidence has been thrown out, so that's not going to be a part of this trial. The prosecution has the onus to establish that Urich was actually intoxicated. How are they going to do that? It's going to be by witness testimony. I'm here with Rachel Stockman. She switched seats with me. She's the editor-in-chief of LawNewz Network, and you've been watching this testimony all morning. I mean, this is really a critical witness for the prosecution. Why don't you take us through that time that they spent together at the bar? What was really established with that testimony?
I think you're absolutely right, because again, this case, why I think it went to trial is the fact that the blood alcohol results were thrown out by the judge. So really all you have here to establish his intoxication is the witnesses that we're hearing from. And this man, Andrew Krogan, who talks about how many drinks he witnessed the doctor consuming that night. They were at a bar and things spilled over to the docks. It seemed like from his testimony they were together for several hours. He gave some conflicting reports of how much the doctor had to drink, but it was a couple of beers and a couple of shots, 1 to 2 shots. He went back and forth. One time he testified to one thing. They had to actually replay his video when he was interviewed by police to refresh his memory. Regardless, I don't think that really matters because I think it was established that this was over a longer period. So it was a couple of beers, a couple of shots over somewhat of a longer period. So was he drunk? Well, he asked about the cross-examination, asked about his demeanor, and the witness basically said he didn't appear that drunk. So without those blood alcohol test results, I think it's going to be hard for the judge to say he was absolutely intoxicated. But
always a but. Always a but in the law.
So if you look at what he's charged with aggravated vehicular homicide. Look up the Ohio law. It doesn't require that he was drunk. It just requires that he was reckless.
Right, so I mean, there's a hitch there. Although, from a prosecutorial perspective, if you can establish that he was intoxicated,
absolutely,
you get reckless off the bat. You don't have to say that he was going too fast or speeding or anything like that.
Exactly.
Because once you're operating that boat while intoxicated, it's kind of locked in. But you make a great point, Rachel. What do you do when you don't have those blood alcohol records? So let's go back to a car accident case, because this is where you see this type of case very frequently. When you don't have those records, it's why very often defense attorneys will say, if you think you're too drunk, do not blow, because your license gets immediately suspended, but there's not as much evidence about your actual intoxication. It's a tough case for the prosecution.
And you also have one of the lieutenants on scene that said, well, he wasn't slurring his speech. He didn't show all of the signs of someone that's intoxicated. That doesn't mean he wasn't drunk. It just means he wasn't outwardly showing the signs. You don't have the blood alcohol, then what's left in terms of the evidence? I can see why, as I watch it this morning, this case, at first I was questioning why he let this go to trial, right? I can see it now. I mean, without those results, this is a tough case to prove in some of the elements. I think the charge of leaving the scene is no question. I think he's going to get convicted of that.
Especially given, I mean, we had another critical piece of testimony today that really factors into that leaving the scene charge.
And what he talked about was receiving, this witness, Andrew, receiving a phone call from the doctor. And I want to make sure I get the quote exactly right, so I'm just pulling it up, where he said basically, something happened and it doesn't look good.
Right, and that's pretty bad when you're talking about leaving a scene of the accident, because from the defense perspective, their defense is, well, he didn't realize that anyone was injured, or that he didn't understand that there was an accident scene.
And interestingly enough, I was looking through the court chat, some of our chatters that are joining us, and some of them said, well, I don't believe he knew what he hit. Well, if you have that testimony from his friend of him on the phone saying it doesn't look good, and he said that right after the accident.
Yeah, that is extraordinarily damaging testimony with respect to that part of the case. I mean, once you have a statement like that, how do you get around that as a defense attorney?
Exactly.
It's really difficult. You and I were talking while we were watching this testimony, and you pointed out something that I think our viewers are probably recognizing too. We saw the redirect examination of this witness, of Andrew Krogan.
Yes.
And this was really strange to me, because it seemed like the prosecutor was kind of establishing that Krogan might not remember accurately what happened that day at this bar.
Okay, so this is very weird prosecution tactic, because she was using this witness, right, to try to establish how much the doctor had to drink. My opinion is that is the primary reason she put this witness on the stand, to prove he had a lot to drink. Then she turns around in her redirect to basically say, wait, but you were pretty drunk too yourself, man. You know, like, do you really remember everything accurately? Well, that goes against everything that she tried to establish when she was questioning him to begin with. Because if she's saying, well, you might not remember accurately, how can we believe that his testimony about how many drinks that the doctor consumed is accurate?
Right, and that's why it was such an interesting, and I'm trying to figure out what the strategy could be. All I can come up with is that she didn't necessarily like what she heard from the witness because of the period of time, because of the fact that he didn't appear intoxicated.
Right, she was trying to basically say, well, the whole testimony that you gave when the defense was questioning you about him not appearing drunk, well, you didn't quite remember accurately because you were drunk, man, too, you know, but that goes against her initial question.
Right, and isn't that the whole point? You're supposed to be using this particular witness to establish those facts that he was drinking. And this is very interesting when you're talking about any trial, but especially with this witness, what we just saw today, you're trying to undercut one portion of his testimony and not the other piece.
It happens all the time in trials, though, where you say, believe this part, but when he said this, don't quite believe it.
That's not so believable. So what about the time frame in between the time that Krogan was actually drinking with the defendant and that when the accident occurred? Because it was much later in the day.
It seemed to me from listening to this that the drinking occurred over a long time period. I'm not quite sure from listening to his testimony, and I don't know if this witness knew how much he consumed that day, because again, the witness said when he showed up to hang out, the doctor didn't appear drunk, so he didn't think he had been drinking anything, but who knows, maybe the prosecution said maybe he was drinking prior to as well. It's not clear.
Right, right. And also, I mean, this witness, Krogan, wasn't with him for the entire day leading up to the accident. They were separate at one point. So I think you're probably going to see the prosecutor pointing out that there's a lag of time where there could be the potential that he consumed more alcoholic beverages.
Exactly.
And that's going to be a big thing, is exactly what the defendant was doing from the moment he got on that boat until the moment this accident occurred.
Absolutely. And also some of the things the witness talked about too was how it was that night. It was a dark night, but he said it was a clear night, so it wasn't foggy. That goes to whether the defendant could have seen this boat or not, because, you know, that's really what the defense is trying to say. Well, you couldn't really see this boat out there. It was so dark. It was still. It will be interesting to see where the judge comes out on this.
So one more question before we revisit some of the testimony from this morning. We're also waiting for the Bella Bond, the sentencing of Rochelle Bond, but they're not quite in the courtroom yet. Don't worry, we've got an eye on it. We'll make sure to cover that live when it happens. But Rachel, before we switch gears or review some of the testimony from the York trial this morning, what do you think about that strategy choice of a bench trial in this particular case? Do you think that was the right move?
So I talked a little bit this morning with my guest this morning about this, and we couldn't quite figure out why he opted for a bench trial, because so much of this case hinges on what eyewitnesses saw, how drunk he was, how fast he was going, how much he had to drink. And that's really a question of fact, not really a question of law. And a lot of times when you see bench trials, it's because it's kind of a complicated case as to the law, and the defense really doesn't think a jury would understand the more finite, nuanced legal issues as it applies to the particular statute that the defendant is charged under. This time, I think that that's true, but also there's some questions as to fact as well. So I'm somewhat surprised that he didn't want to just have a jury listen to this, because I think that there's some question if you don't have those blood alcohol test results in the equation. I think there's some real questions in establishing his intoxication. But again, that's not necessarily even necessary to get him on that aggravated vehicular homicide.
Right, and maybe that was why they made that strategy call from a defense perspective. Maybe it's just because a judge is a little more dispassionate.
Yeah.
They're going to listen. He's going to listen to the facts. He's going to listen to the law. He's going to make assessments of credibility of the witnesses. He's going to make that determination about whether or not he was intoxicated at the time. But a judge is going to be a little bit more dispassionate and removed from the the tragedy of it all.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. So a jury, I guess you run the risk of somebody hearing, well, he did consume some drinks, and then a person has died. So that may have been the defense strategy. We will see how this unfolds as time goes on. Right now, we're going to review some of the testimony of Andrew Krogan. I want to break this down with Rachel because this was a very critical piece regarding this very, very important phone call that was made by the defendant to Krogan very shortly after the accident. So we're going to review that testimony now.
Mr. Krogan, before that, when you went back to the campground, you were kind of upset.
Yes,
Okay. Why were you upset?
because I assumed Joe was the one that hit the
Objection.
Sustained.
What? So you received this call on the way to the rescue site, right? From Joe, is that right? And what did he say again?
I believe he said that he thought he hit something and that wasn't good.
Okay. Was Joe's boat still there when you got to that rescue site with the boat?
No.
So he was no longer there?
Correct.
Okay. Did anything lead you to believe who hit that boat?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did to who hit that boat?
Objection.
Overruled. No, I just assumed.
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you put two and two together from everything that you heard and seen that night?
That's pretty much it.
Yes. Sustain.
Do you see Joe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit and tie.
There's two gentlemen wearing a suit and tie at the table. Could you-
He has glasses on.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
It will.
Thank you. Can I have 1 minute?
Yes.
I have nothing further this time. Thank you.
So there's some testimony from this morning. Andrew Krogan, this is of course in the Urick trial. He is charged with aggravated vehicular homicide and assault charges, and he's accused of boating while drunk. This is the big point of contention for the prosecution. But the problem is, in this trial, all the blood alcohol evidence is not going to enter the case, so it's all been thrown out. So in order to establish that the defendant was intoxicated, it has to be on circumstantial evidence and eyewitness testimony. Kind of a tough road for a prosecutor in a case like this. We just watched the testimony of Andrew Krogan. Now, that was he testified this morning. The piece that we just watched was a new revelation in the case, where this friend who was with the doctor on the day that this incident happened, he said that the defendant called him shortly after the accident and says, "I hit something and it doesn't look good." Well, Ken Belkin, criminal defense attorney, what do you think about that? That doesn't look good.
That doesn't
for the defendant,
look good,
right?
But what does look good is the fact that the results of the chemical tests are inadmissible. So evidence of his intoxication, you know, questionably, as you said, it's going to be circumstantial. They're going to base it on his statements. They're going to base it on potentially when the arresting officer came to arrest him, if he appeared intoxicated. But I don't believe that the arrest happened contemporaneously with the incident. So a little bit of a tough road for the prosecutors.
So I would love for you to talk about this, because I know from doing criminal defense work myself, that is tricky. So let's try to kind of equate a case like this to what we see more often, which is an automobile incident. So you have somebody who may or may not have been intoxicated on site, police come, they don't take the breathalyzer test. You know, who knows how long of a time there is between an actual accident and when they're actually their blood alcohol level is actually tested, if ever.
Yeah.
How much harder does that make the prosecution of a case?
Well, you know, look, you have the right, at least in New York State, to refuse the chemical test. And, you know, if you do, there are consequences for refusing it. So people oftentimes will take it because they're threatened with an immediate suspension of their license if they fail to take it. Now, you know, if they don't take it, the only evidence of intoxication, and this is why I usually advise clients not to take it, is because the only evidence of the intoxication will be the police officer's perception of the individual. You know, blurred eyes, smell of alcohol on the breath, unsteady gait, as they call it. You know, those are things that would be used as evidence against him. Also statements. If the person happens to admit, like a case I have now, my client immediately said to the cops, "Oh, I had a few shots." You know, if he fails to make any statements, you know, no statements can be introduced against him. That's also a good thing.
Right, and I think that's definitely going to play into the defense here. I mean, there's really nothing, there's no rock solid evidence of his intoxication. Today was a witness testifying as to what he saw, and according to his account of the facts during his testimony, he said, well, he didn't appear to be intoxicated. He kind of went back and forth on how many shots and beers they had during the time that they were drinking together at a bar. Now, meanwhile, there's a lag of time in between the drinking at the bar and the actual accident that occurred much later. So all of that, how does that factor in? And are you going to need an expert to put this all together at the end of the day?
Look, and let's also be clear, you know, just because someone's had a few drinks doesn't mean that they're necessarily above the legal limit that would cause them, you know, to be charged with intoxicated operation of a motor vehicle.
I would also like to ask you, you know, a question Let's talk about the admissibility of that evidence, that the blood tests that are not going to be heard by the judge, that were precluded from the trial. In this particular instance, it's because 62 hours, they were not refrigerated for 62 hours before going to the lab, and that's why they were thrown out. Is that typical? Is that the norm, that you got to make sure that these are preserved because they might not be accurate?
Well, look, I mean, you really need to, when it comes to chemical tests, they should be applying generally accepted principles, scientific principles pertaining to tests of that nature. And if, those specimens have to be refrigerated with a certain matter of time, and they're not refrigerated, and that deviates from the generally accepted, standards in the scientific field, that is cause for suppression.
Right, and so here, the prosecutors, this may actually be the reason why the defendant chose to move forward with a trial. Is that your inclination?
Well, look, he's also a doctor, right? So chances are the plea negotiations may not have been going so well. There was an accident here, someone died. They're probably not offering him, or they probably were not offering him, a non-criminal disposition. This guy has a medical license. He has a profession. Should he take a criminal conviction, it could probably have huge ramifications on his professional life.
Yeah, well, this is going to be an interesting trial to watch. Right now, we're going live to the Rochelle Bond sentencing hearing. Rochelle Bond, of course, pled guilty to accessory after the fact and larceny after she testified against Michael McCarthy, who was ultimately convicted of the death of their daughter, 2-year-old daughter, Bella Bond. So we're going to the sentencing hearing now.
9-3, defendant is present in court. Your Honor, this matter appears before you for sentencing. Will the parties please identify yourselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant District Attorney David Deacon for the Commonwealth.
Assistant District Attorney Hella Saxon for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Janice Basil on behalf of Rochelle Bond, who is seated next to me. So, Ms. Bond entered a plea of guilty. What date was that, Ms. Basil, do you recall? February 10th. And I went through a full colloquy at that time explaining to her the rights that she was giving up. I heard the recommendation of the prosecutor. I also indicated at that last hearing that I would be accepting that recommendation since, as it was made clear to me, she was willing to plead guilty only on that condition. So the Commonwealth is now asking that I impose the sentence that was stated on that last date of February 10th, Mr. Deacon?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the Commonwealth's request.
And can you, again, remind me for the record what that recommendation was?
The recommendation was that as to count 1, which is accessory after the fact to murder, that the defendant would be sentenced to time served upon the completion and entry of a verdict in the case against against Michael McCarthy. The Commonwealth's further recommendation was that Ms. Bond be sentenced to 2 years probationary period to be served from and after the committed time, and there was a discussion at that time of special conditions of probation to be negotiated further. The Commonwealth submitted at the last sentencing date 2 weeks ago proposed conditions of probation, which I believe now, after speaking with sister counsel, are agreed upon.
Okay, and those can you just state for the record what those conditions are?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is with respect to the second charge of larceny?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And is it larceny over $250?
It is larceny over $250, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the proposed conditions of probation are that the defendant is to undergo a full psychiatric evaluation that includes a substance abuse component by a clinician selected and or approved by the probation department, and comply with any recommendations resulting from that evaluation. These recommendations may include inpatient and or outpatient substance abuse treatment. Second condition, the defendant is to refrain from using alcohol and or any illegal substances, and will submit to random urine screens to verify and enforce compliance. Third, the defendant is not to reside with anyone using illegal substances.
So, Ms. Basil, you're in agreement with those conditions of probation?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. In terms of the evaluation, I had provided a name to probation. There was a forensic psychiatrist that I had worked with in the case prior to the change of police. She's reviewed all of my client's records. She's met with her multiple times.
And I'm hoping that she can be the one to do the evaluation. It's Dr. Julia Reed.
Okay, so you've talked to probation about that, and to the extent any releases are needed for probation to access information Dr. Reed compiled, those releases are going to be executed, so that can happen? Is that,
sure.
Okay.
No problem with
okay.
that.
I'm sorry.
The other issue, Your Honor, is the question of probation fees. And I know that I am asking to waive the probation fees. I know that they can be made up by community service, but the fact is my client is going to go into a rehabilitation program. And what I really want her to focus on is her sobriety, which will be a significant period of time. Frankly, the last thing I want her to do is to be working off probation funds, picking up trash, and being surrounded by people who can become just a conduit for further substance abuse. So she has absolutely nothing. And I am asking the court to consider waiving the fees.
And also waiving any requirement of community service, at least for the time she's in treatment? I mean,
for the time she's in treatment, and as I understand it, she'll be in intensive treatment, and then usually there's a level of step down, and I can't predict that right now, but I would ask that they be waived until at least she is sort of out of a program and that she isn't living somewhere else.
That was going to be the Commonwealth's position, Your Honor, is I think it would be appropriate to waive them while she's in treatment, inpatient treatment.
And outpatient, any follow-up outpatient as well?
I think if she's in outpatient treatment, the Commonwealth's position would be that she could then either pay or perform community service, probably perform community service given her indigency. But I would defer to the court on the precise nature of it, but certainly while she's in inpatient treatment, I think it's certainly reasonable not to require her to do community service. After that, though, I think it's reasonable to require that she do it.
Okay, so I will adopt the recommendation that the supervision fees are waived and the alternative community service will be performed, but no requirement of community service as long as Ms. Bond is receiving treatment, whether that's outpatient or inpatient. And I'll leave it to probation to decide at what point, if any, during this 2-year period, she can then make up or start paying the fees by way of community service. Okay. Is there any other matters I need to do other than have the clerk impose the sentence?
Yes, Your Honor. Our request in terms of the sentence, since it's time served in probation, is that it be stayed until Friday morning, and that her release would be from the South Bay Correction Center. We have a bed for her. It's available on Friday. She herself does not want to be released without anywhere to go and wants to go directly from jail to a program. We all agree, and the Commonwealth agrees as well, that that would be the best way to accomplish this.
Okay. Is there anything that I need to order or that needs to be done with regard to where she's going to be released from? Or is that, I'll leave that to the parties in the prison to figure out?
We can craft the mid, I think, to reflect that.
Okay. Okay. So I would do that, stay the execution until Friday so that she can, Ms. Bond can go directly from South Bay to a bed that has been located at this point. That's why we deferred the sentence the last time. And the clerk can impose the sentence with the conditions that have been specified.
Michelle Bond, the court having previously accepted your change of plea with respect to indictment 2015-11293, offense 001, charging accessory after the fact to murder. The court, in consideration of this offense, orders you committed to the Suffolk County House of Correction at South Bay for a period of 665 days. Court orders that time deemed served. The court having previously accepted your change of plea on indictment 2015-11293, offense 002, charging larceny over $250. The court, in consideration, places you on probation for a period of 2 years to commence from and after the sentence imposed on offense 001. You are subject to the following special terms and conditions of probation. You are to undergo a full psychiatric evaluation that includes a substance abuse component by a clinician selected and or approved by the probation department and comply with any recommendations resulting from that evaluation. These recommendations may include inpatient and or outpatient substance abuse treatment. You are to refrain from using alcohol and/or any illegal substances and will submit to random urine screens to verify and enforce compliance. You are not to reside with anyone using illegal substances. Do you assent to those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Court imposes a $90 victim witness fee. The $65 monthly probation supervision fee is waived. Any community service alternative is waived while you are in any in or outpatient treatment. You are notified of an obligation to provide a DNA sample and to comply with any rules and regulations established by the Director of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And the court orders the execution of the sentence stayed until Friday, July 14th. You're hereby remanded to the custody of the sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. This court stands at a recess.
We just watched the sentencing hearing of Rochelle Bond. Now, Rochelle Bond had entered into a plea deal with the prosecution in exchange for her testimony against her boyfriend, Michael McCarthy, who was accused of killing Rochelle Bond's 2-year-old daughter, Bella Bond. We just heard in the sentencing hearing, which is something we already knew, that she was getting 2 years probation. And she's entering into a drug rehabilitation program. There's certain conditions relating to her probation that she'll have to fulfill. But in general, she is getting 2 years probation in relation to the death of Bella Bond. Now, she pled guilty to accessory after the fact. It was her testimony that she did assist in hiding Bella's body after Michael McCarthy killed Bella Bond. She also pled guilty to larceny over $250. That's in relation to the fact that Rochelle Bond was still collecting government subsidies based on being Bella Bond's caretaker. So those were the two charges that she pled guilty to. Obviously, this was all in exchange for her testimony against Michael McCarthy, who was ultimately convicted of killing Bella Bond. I'm here with Ken Balkin. Tell me a little bit about this. You're a criminal defense lawyer. So how did the criminal defense lawyer of Rochelle Bond do in this case? Is this a great deal?
Oh, I would say this criminal defense attorney earned his money. Look, she's getting time served because she was in 660-something days, a little under 2 years while waiting trial. So they give her time served for that. She's going to get 2 years probation for essentially participating in the murder of her daughter.
And that's she testified that she said that it was Michael McCarthy who actually murdered Bella, but she was involved in the aftermath.
She participated.
Right. Well, they could have been charged as co-conspirators, correct?
Some people think she participated more than she did. Right. I'm one of those people. But look, you know, she's going to have to submit to all sorts of invasive evaluations, psych evals, substance abuse screening. She's going to be tested randomly over the course of this 2 years. And look, maybe she'll get some help to turn her life around. But very good deal for this woman's testimony.
Right. We knew that she was a heroin addict. So that was a big piece of this puzzle right now when we heard the sentencing hearing, that she's actually staying in jail until she can be released to a rehabilitation facility. That was actually at her attorney's request. And that's very important, right? I mean, you're talking about someone who has admitted on the stand that they are a heroin addict.
Yeah, and look, she also had prior criminal convictions. Given her criminal history, this is an amazing deal. This is almost a deal that someone with no prior convictions would get.
Ken, in your expertise, how about that? I want our viewers to understand that time served element of the case. So she obviously, when they were awaiting the trial, she was in jail.
Yeah, look, a lot of times in this country, and some people have been pretty critical of this practice, people will languish in jail while awaiting trial. Even though they're entitled to the presumption of innocence, you know, they're still sitting in a jail cell if they can't make bail while waiting for their trial. And I have seen cases that can go on, someone stays in jail for 2 years. It's not that uncommon before they get their day in court. And they will get credit for that time in if, you know, they were in fact if they are in fact convicted and they're guilty, they'll get credit towards their potential sentence. On the flip side of that, if they stay in and they get a lot of time in and they are not convicted and the verdict is not guilty, they then have a pretty good case for false arrest and imprisonment against that municipality.
Right, right. So that's the risk, I guess, you take. But in this particular case, she's getting that credit. So now she's coming out just probation. Now, I'm interested in what happens if she violates the rules of her probation. What's the effect of that?
Well, in New York, I believe the law is that you can violate probation on a deal. You can get up to, I believe, the maximum sentence on that charge.
Got it, got it. Well, we're going to come back to you, Ken. There's a press conference on bond right now. We want to throw to that live, and then we'll break it down with Ken Balkin.
Against other facts to determine, as best as we are humanly capable of doing, what happened here. And when we did that, the evidence suggested to us that the homicide was committed by Michael McCarthy and that Rochelle Bond was likely present shortly after the homicide occurred and was complicit in the aftermath of that homicide to some degree, and then also collected benefits for the child after her death. We would never enter into a cooperation agreement with any potential witness without doing a complete and a full and a thorough investigation. That's exactly what we did here. Her proffer of information, what we expected she would testify to, was also corroborated by other independent evidence. When she gave her statement, she said things in that statement that we were later able to corroborate as true. So the evidence led us to the conclusion that Rochelle Bond was culpable for being an accessory after the fact and having committed larceny. And it's then and only then that we entered into a cooperation agreement.
Do you believe you could have obtained the conviction of Michael McCarthy without her cooperation?
There would have been no prosecution of Michael McCarthy without the cooperation agreement that we made with Rochelle Bond to secure her testimony. And again, we wouldn't make that sort of an agreement with any witness unless we were satisfied to the best of our abilities that the evidence that she was going to, the testimony that she would offer would be truthful. And we concluded that the evidence suggested that she was not the killer, that Michael McCarthy had committed the homicide, and that's why we entered into the agreement.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? You could not have made this prosecution without her testimony because what?
It would have been insufficient to even get the case to a jury. So without Rochelle Bond's testimony about what happened in the apartment on that fateful night, we would not have been able to get to the jury with that question. The evidence, it has to be a quantum of proof that even gets us to a point where a jury can analyze the evidence. We would not have gotten to that point. So look, I have been approached by citizens in Suffolk County in the last several months who have asked me that same question. And I make these decisions very, very carefully, with a great deal of assistance from my team. And we don't enter into these agreements lightly or capriciously or frivolously. We could not prosecute Michael McCarthy, and we would not have been able to hold him accountable without the truthful testimony of Rochelle Bond.
What are your thoughts about her release? That was something you agreed to. Is that justice? Is that something are you glad that she's getting the treatment?
Well, I've never met Rochelle Bond personally myself. David has, obviously Hella has, Kara Hayes, who worked with her closely as our victim witness advocate, lead on the case. They have all communicated to me that they believe that Rochelle Bond is sincere in her desire to remain sober and to kick this terrible scourge, this habit, this addiction, I should say, of using opioids. And we're all hopeful. We're all optimistic. And I've known Attorney Basil for my entire career, and she has also told me how sincere Rochelle Bond is to turn her life around. Essentially, she has nobody, and it's a terrible thing that happened. and she had a role in it clearly in the aftermath of it. But now my hope personally, and the hope of my office and the prosecutors and troopers who worked on the case, is that she is clean and sober now, that she stays clean and sober, and that she's able to lead a productive life as a good citizen of our Commonwealth.
With respect to Rochelle Bond and her sentence, in your view, is that justice?
It is justice. I mean, she served nearly 2 years for her role in this matter. She was publicly held accountable in this courtroom. She has to bear the burden of knowing that she had a role, at least in the aftermath of the murder of her own child. That's something that she will a burden that she will carry with her for the rest of her life. You know, justice is elusive. You know, it's a difficult concept. We all have to conclude our own view on that. In my view, this sentence, coupled with what she will bear now for the rest of her life, justice has been served. The true killer has been held accountable. All right, thank you all very much for all the attention that you gave to the case. I think Janice is going to speak, so.
Okay. What would you like to know?
Can you elaborate on the treatment at all? What
She will be in an inpatient substance abuse program, and she is very committed to that, and I expect that once she completes an inpatient program, she will be in sort of further step-down programs and, you know, eventually reach a point where I hope she will lead an independent life free of drugs and substance abuse.
How long is the program, Janice?
It ranges, so I'm not going to say. Thank you.
Will it be like a month?
Oh, more than a month, but I really don't want to provide any more information.
Can you talk about just her support system, her lack of? What does she have now? Where can she go? What's her
She has me. That's mostly what her support system has been. She really doesn't have family. She doesn't have friends. Certainly people are very hostile towards her. She's actually quite a strong person, and I think that she will create in the end her own support system. But right now she needs the structure of sort of an official support system through programs.
What does she have physically in terms of material objects that she has?
Nothing. She has nothing. We actually, her belongings were eventually taken and put in storage, and then they were sort of foreclosed upon by the storage company. We went to the storage unit. I did pull some things from it for her, but essentially she has nothing.
Is there anything that reminded her of Bella?
There were some things I don't even think she really knows what we have, but yeah, there were some things of Bella's, certainly. Well, actually, the thing that spoke to me the most was that there was a pair of a brand new, shiny, tiny pink boots. And to me, that said a lot about her. This was a woman who had very little money, and yet here were these brand new pink boots for her child because she loved her. So I actually have those in my office.
How would you describe her state of mind in terms of her position now, everything that she's been through, and her own thoughts about her prospects for the future?
She's very relieved. I mean, she's relieved it's over. She certainly is relieved that Michael McCarthy was convicted. That was very important to her. And she was relieved that people believed her. That was also important to her. In terms of her future, she's scared. You know, you all know that she could have walked out of this courtroom, I don't know, about 10 days ago, free and clear, and she didn't want to do that. So she is scared about her future. She has a future without her child. And regardless of what people think about her involvement or not, she grieves the loss of that child every single day.
Janice, was it difficult getting a bed at a treatment facility, basically on who she is?
No, it's just there aren't enough beds and enough treatment facilities, and frankly, it's even harder for women. So it's just difficult. There aren't enough beds.
It had nothing to do with who she is. And
that's all I can say about it.
There was something that was in the record that was reported about her name being a problem.
Well, all I want to say is she's in a good program. She's in a program, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Can you, understanding you don't want to say where it is, can you say if it's in state or out of
I'm
state?
not going to answer any questions about where she's going. I'm not, so.
Is she nervous about walking out? Like, she's going to be out in public in a few days. Like, what's her state of mind?
Well, she will be in a program, so I don't think she's going to be walking out in public for a period of time anyway.
But there'll be other folks, like, she's not in like a
Yes.
solitary.
Right. Yes, of course she's nervous. Of course she's worried about it. She was someone who led a very private life until all of this became, unfortunately, front page news. So yeah, of course she's worried about that. What I have found is when people get to know her, though, and they get to know who she is, that sort of dissipates, and the anger about her and the anger about what happened starts to dissipate once they get to know who she is and what she's like.
Is she concerned about a little initial hostility like she experienced at South Bay?
Sure. But it's been my experience, and it was particularly true at South Bay, that once people got to see who she really was, that really dissipated. So.
Who pays for the rehab?
I believe that, I'm not entirely clear about that. I believe that, I really don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. But she certainly has no health insurance. She certainly has no job, so.
She was a DMH client, right?
She was a DMH client, yeah. And she also received disability.
Janice, perhaps it's too early because
Yeah.
she hasn't even gone to the facility. What's the long term? I mean, is she going to stay in Massachusetts? Have you had conversations? Will she stay here? Will she go elsewhere?
I mean, she's likely to stay here. I think that she'd like to avoid locations where she was able to connect for drugs. I think she really wants a fresh start. So there are plenty of places in Massachusetts where she could do that.
She does have family. Is there any talk that she will try to reconnect with them? She has a sister. She has a mom. She does have children.
Yeah.
Well,
or is there any, do you think there'll be any attempt? Does she have any desire to try to reconnect? It's been a long time, but.
Well, her children were taken from her. So to the extent that they decide they want to reach out, that's a wholly different story, but she certainly would not impose herself on anyone. And in terms of her mother, no. In terms of her sister, perhaps. Perhaps.
Has she ever expressed any desire to start over again with a family?
She just wants to start over. I don't think she's thinking much beyond that. It really is kind of a day-to-day thing.
Is it correct to describe her with her mother and her family that she has as estranged?
I don't think she's really estranged from her sister. I would say she's estranged from her mother.
So she walks out of that jail with literally nothing in her hands?
Well, she has a bag from Target filled with things, but other than that, yeah, she has very little.
Just sort of personal lady things?
Yeah. So she really has, and the clothes she came in with, so that's really about it.
That bag from Target you talked about, that's something you did?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
It's not a big deal, I mean, she needed things, I got them for her. And I hope she can use them, so.
The pink boots they come from the little trunk of things that she...
Yeah, we went to the storage unit before it was auctioned off, and we pulled some things for her, what we were able to some things for her.
Just one few little items.
Yeah, it's in a box in my office, so, yeah. And that's it.
Thank you.
That was a press conference after the Rochelle Bond sentencing hearing. As we know, Rochelle Bond pled guilty to accessory after the fact and larceny over $250. She has been sentenced to 2 years probation. She's going into a drug rehabilitation facility directly from jail at her defense attorney's request. We just heard from the district attorney, Dan Conley, the press asking him a lot of questions about the decision to give Rochelle Bond this, what everybody's qualifying as a sweetheart deal, in exchange for her testimony against Michael McCarthy, who was ultimately convicted of the killing of 2-year-old Bella Bond. I'm here with Ken Balkin. We were watching this press conference with bated breath. We were listening to DA Conley. Couple of points. I mean, there's a lot to go through because I think the press actually went pretty easy on him. They asked some questions, they pressed a little, but they didn't quite go in for the, you know, those real meaty questions. One thing that I noticed when the press was asking questions, the community is not over this. The community is not really believing Rochelle Bond.
Nor should the community be over this. I mean, a child was murdered, and you know, there's a lot of evidence that points that the wrong person got convicted here. Look, you know, I know DA Connolly was carefully, and not to offend our Boston viewers, evaluating the evidence.
I don't think it's offensive, Ken. That's pretty good.
Thank you. I work on it in front of the mirror every day. But you know, he was carefully considering the evidence. But I think what it comes down to is he needed, and he said, there was no case without her testimony. He needed someone's testimony, something to link to this horrific act. And there was no DNA evidence that could really do it. There was no other witnesses. It was going to be one of these two people, the terrible mother who's a junkie, or the terrible boyfriend who's a junkie and believes in the demon Gamesh or whatever it is he believes in. And I think they probably put it to them to see who would come and flip and tell more. And clearly she did.
You brought up something that really struck a chord with me, and I'm going to read the quote directly. This is what the DA, Dan Conley, said. There would have been no prosecution without the testimony of Rochelle Bond.
Yeah, there was not enough evidence to tie him to these horrific allegations without her coming forward.
And that's it. So, Ken, isn't it true? I mean, somebody, obviously, even by her own testimony during the trial and her own account of the story, she's involved. This could have been a co-conspirator. They could have been charged together.
Charged together.
Absolutely. So in the end, they knew, because they did not have that physical evidence or forensic evidence that they might have needed, that they pressed on, maybe both, we don't know what happens behind closed doors, to see who would be the one to testify against the other. In the end, we have Rochelle Bond. But when DA Conley was talking about the decision of the district attorney's office to offer this deal in exchange for the testimony, he said, oh, she had a very believable story. I mean, I never met her, but her story was very, very believable, sympathetic, blah, blah, blah. What do you make of that?
I'm sure a lot of the voting public may not agree with that statement, and he may see that in the next election. But look, if I was a reporter in that room, I know Aaron Keller would have asked the hard questions.
I literally was just about to say, good thing Aaron Keller was not in that room, because he would have really pressed.
I'm sure. I would want to know. What exactly was that negotiation process with these defendants? What was offered to him? What was offered to her initially? How did they lean on them to get them to flip?
Exactly, and we don't know that information. What we know is what we saw come out during the trial. Now, we saw her testimony. I mean, days and days of her testimony that we can't possibly rehash it now, but there's a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of back and forth, a lot of stories changing, and a lot of evidence that we found, internet posts, stuff like that, after Bella Bond's death, that really undercut the prosecution's theory of the case.
Yeah, but the problem is, if Michael McCarthy truly was not involved, when they leaned on him, what can he say but, I had nothing to do with this? That doesn't bolster the prosecution's case. But her flipping and telling her little sob story, that helps. It's very interesting how this turned out.
Right, and one thing we do know, that it's common in co-conspirator cases, right? When you've got two co-defendants in a case, especially a murder case, that's a common tactic, correct? I mean, a lot of times people are pointing the finger at each other. A lot of times the DA offers a deal to one to testify against the other. I mean, that's not uncommon.
Yep.
Why is this case striking a chord? Why is everybody so infuriated in this case?
Well, this is a child. I mean, the murder of a child is one of the more egregious crimes that we bear witness to in society.
It really is. And when you see those pictures of Bella Bond flash across the screen during the trial, I mean, it was heartbreaking. And it was difficult to hear Rochelle Bond on the stand telling her story and thinking, I don't know, she's pretty involved in this case. And we opined here at this table about how that would impact the actual prosecution. Could Michael McCarthy be convicted when there's this alternate theory that it was actually Rochelle Bond who was the culprit? So interesting, the case turned out, I mean, we got a guilty verdict. It was put before a jury decided about the credibility of Rochelle Bond, and they made that determination to convict.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how they gave her that much credibility. This woman, criminal convictions up the wazoo, history of prostitution, drug abuse, clearly not Mother of the Year. You know, I don't know how they could give her the amount of credibility they did. And really, her evidence is what convicted, her testimony is the evidence, primary evidence that convicted him.
So when the prosecution makes that determination, what are the factors that come into play? So as a prosecutor, you're sitting there and you've got these two people clearly involved in some capacity in the death of a 2-year-old child, and you've got two people who you could charge as co-defendants, as co-conspirators. How do you make that? What are those factors that you take into consideration to get there, to choose which witness you're going to put the pressure on?
I think they probably put significant amounts of pressure on both those witnesses. And I always say, you know, we see what happens publicly in the trial, in the hearings, the sentencing, the press conferences. I tell all my clients that are charged with criminal offenses that 90% of what's going to happen on your case is going to happen outside of the courtroom. So I'm very curious what that 90% is in this case, because it's probably very telling.
Right. There was definitely some in a closed room negotiations going on in this case, no question. You brought up an interesting point when we were discussing Rochelle Bond. So she has this history of criminal conduct.
Yeah.
Now she's on probation. We started to talk about this, then the press conference broke. What happens now? So she's on probation, 2 years, she has conditions to her probation. What if she violates one of those conditions?
Oh, I'd say the chances are pretty likely, given her history, that she's going to violate probation. And if she does violate, you know, I believe the judge would have the capability to sentence her to up to the maximum on each of those charges, the accessory after the fact and the larceny.
So, I mean, you're talking about a much different deal than she has right now.
She could still go to jail if she, you know, she comes back. Look, they might not violate her the first time she comes back and fails a drug test, but repeated failures of drug tests, maybe not checking in with her probation officer, maybe a routine home inspection that brings something to the fore that's untoward, you know, that could land her back in front of the judge, and he's not going to be that happy with seeing her again.
Oh, definitely not, especially given the fact that she's really been given a reprieve here. I mean, 2 years probation is not so bad, given the circumstances of this case, that she could have been charged as a co-conspirator, she could have been a co-defendant in the case. And so the judge does not want to see her crossing his path, I'm sure.
They could have been co-defendants, but the problem is they needed the testimony of one of them. So without it, they really wouldn't have had much.
So what do you think about the district attorney's response to some of these questions? I mean, this case has not been put to bed, despite the fact McCarthy has had, hey, a fair trial. A jury made a determination, right? And that's what happens. The jury is given the evidence, they hear the testimony, and they make a finding of fact about the case. And here they felt there was enough evidence to convict him. The DA still seems to be answering a lot of questions about the decision to give Rochelle Bond this deal.
As he should. And I also think, interesting, we did say it's a fair trial, and you know, but I'm not so sure. The judge, when he was instructing the jury in this matter, gave a very unique instruction where he said something to the effect that, look, just because you believe someone else may have been involved in the murder, it doesn't mean that Michael McCarthy is not guilty. And I do think, you know, the defense strenuously objected when that instruction was being given, but I do think it was inappropriate for him to say that to the jury.
And will that be a subject of appeal in this particular case?
The defense attorney, I would say that's probably grounds for appeal.
Yeah, you got to make sure to preserve those issues. You'll probably be seeing that determination appealed for sure.
This guy's going to jail for a very long time. He's got nothing but time on his hands and nothing to lose with appealing.
So another interesting thing that came up during the press conference, we heard from Rochelle Bond's attorney. And we heard a lot of questions about whether Bond is going to be trying to reconnect with family, with friends, with her other children. What was the focus of those questions? Is that because, you know, we're talking about somebody, the DA came out and said, we're hoping she becomes a productive member of society, she's going to rehab, blah, blah, blah. Is that the focus of those questions? Can she do it, given her history?
Look, I don't know, but if I were a betting man, I wouldn't be betting on Miss Mother of the Year to be winning any upstanding citizen awards.
Well, I guess we'll see. Also, in this case, is that unique? We're talking about somebody, she's got her probation deal, but she's opting to stay in jail for a little bit longer because she needs to find a place in a facility.
Well, as some jailbirds I've represented like to say, 3 hots and a cot, you know. She's got her meals and her bed taken care of for her. It might even be better than the homeless shelters that she was residing in.
Right. So now we see that she has these conditions to her probation, a lot of them focused on drug testing. What other stuff does she have to stay away from? One thing we heard, she has to not associate with people who are drug users. How do you judge that as a probation officer?
Look, probation is a very, very invasive process. You know, these probation officers pretty much have carte blanche to come into your home, talk to your friends, talk to your relatives at random times, anytime really, and you know they're looking to catch you. Depends on the probation officer. Some are, you know, a little bit more strict than others.
And so I guess we'll see if she's in a rehabilitation facility. Will those visits begin after that, after she's discharged?
The probation's probably going to start relatively soon.
Well, it's going to be interesting to continue to follow that aspect of the case. Going back to DA Dan Conley's statement, I do think it's very interesting that he came out and he said there is no prosecution without her testimony. Now, a lot of the questions from the media was focused on, is this justice? And is his response really, well, it's justice because somebody's paying for Bellabon's murder? Is that what read between the lines? Is that what you're hearing?
Look, this mother, whether or not she committed the murder or not, clearly she was involved in some level, and she was abusive, and she endangered the welfare of her child. Is the public going to be satisfied by 2 years probation and some time served? I don't know. I guess they're going to have to take that up at the ballot box.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll probably, the questions by the media leads us to believe. DA said, people come up to me on the street and ask this question all the time. That's interesting, an interesting factor.
If I were running for DA of Suffolk County, I think my campaign ads might be being made this week.
Very interesting. Ken Belkin, thanks for giving us some insight into how that process works and into the maybe not so surprising outcome of the Bellabon case. Michael McCarthy, he was convicted, but a lot of people not letting Rochelle Bond off the hook, now serving 2 years probation. Very interesting case. We'll continue to follow any developments there. Now we're going to turn back to the Joseph Urich case. Of course, this is the doctor charged with aggravated vehicular homicide and assault charges. He's accused of operating his boat while drinking. There was some critical testimony by Andrew Krogan today. The court is on break right now. We're waiting for them to return. In the meantime, we're going to revisit some of Andrew Krogan's testimony. This is pretty key because blood evidence has been precluded from the trial, so there's no evidence as to his actual blood alcohol level. It's going to be proven by witness testimony, circumstantial evidence. Andrew Krogan, this witness was drinking with the doctor on the day of the incident, so his testimony pretty important for the prosecution. We're going to review that now while we wait for court to come back in session.
Passed me, continued on a little bit farther, and he stopped. So then I pulled up to him. When I pulled up to him, that's when we realized there was a guy in the water, another boat was there.
Does anything happen on your way to that scene where the guy's in the water?
Yes, I received a phone call.
And who was that phone call from?
It was Joe.
And what did he say?
He said he believed he hit something and that it wasn't good.
Okay. That he hit something. He didn't say what it was? And that it wasn't good. Is that what he said?
Yes.
Was that the extent of that phone call?
I believe that was the extent. It was fairly quick.
Okay. How long from the time that you heard, well, let me ask this, did you get this phone call prior to someone coming down and saying, turn down your music?
No, we were already on the boats on the way out when my phone rang.
Okay. So you guys hear help, get on the boats, and then you get your phone call?
Yes.
Do you remember or recall who this neighbor was or who this guy was that coming down?
believe it was Mike Bargerhoff. He's just another camper in the neighborhood. That was. I believe he was farther up in the campground.
Okay. And did anyone else from your campground get in the boat and come with you guys that you know of?
I believe just the names I mentioned.
Okay. What happens, or how do you get to this scene where the guy's in the water?
I pulled up, and I believe Adam was on the back of his boat with the gentleman. It looked like he was trying to get him up, and I believe Melissa said he needs help, couldn't get him. So I pulled closer, and I believe that's when Todd jumped off, and I know his daughter Becca jumped off also then.
As you're coming up to the scene, do you see anything? Like before you see the person in the water, what are you looking at?
No, when I got up there, I saw Adam's boat, and when I got closer, I did see another boat, and then there was, I believe, another boat there also helping.
Okay, so you're out there, when you get up there, there's 3 boats.
Yes, there was Adam's boat, there was the boat that got hit, and then there was one other boat.
Okay. The boat that got hit and the other boat besides Adam, what kind of boats were they? Could you tell?
I believe they were fishing boats.
Could you tell whether they had any lights on them or anything? Or
I did not notice.
That's all right. I assume on your boat you have navigation lights that you run at night.
Correct.
Correct. Did Adam have his navigation lights on, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever jump in the water and try to pull the body up, anything like that?
I did not.
What about the guy yelling for help? Was he still there when you got there?
Yes, I believe he was possibly still in the water, but I believe he was over by the other fishing boat.
Okay. Could you hear what he was saying?
I think he was yelling for his buddy, come on, bud, come on.
Okay. How long does it take you to get from your campground over to where these boats are found?
Not very long, maybe a minute or so.
You can see State's Exhibit 4 again. Do you remember where you think you saw the body? Or even the fishing boat?
I believe when I pulled out, came through about this point, that's when I stopped, didn't see anything. And then I believe it was in this area.
Okay.
Right in here.
So you think it's even further north?
I think it was further north, yes.
Okay. And that's where the body was, or the fishing boat?
Both.
Okay. And do you recall how far the body was from the fishing boat?
I believe the body Adam had on the back of his boat, and I believe the fishing boat was 20, 30 feet in front of Adam's boat.
Okay. And that's the boat that was in the crash?
Correct.
Do they, when they find the guy in the water, are you there when they actually find him in the water, or is he already found?
I believe when I got up there, they already had him to the back of Adam's boat.
Okay. Did they ever attempt to get him in any other boat, if you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Adam's boat is equipped with something that helps you?
He has a ski boat, and it actually has a swim platform that's pretty much water height, so it's very easy to get on and off.
Do you have one of those on your boat?
Mine is a little bit higher.
Okay. You have one, but not low like that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, what do you do while there? Do you lend any assistance?
I pull up, and that's when Todd and Becca jumped off, and then I kind of stayed there, keeping my boat from hitting the other boat.
Okay.
And then pretty much they got him onto there, and that's when they started to make their way towards Les's, and that's when I went back towards my campground.
Did you have any extra lights on in order to illuminate the scene to see if there was anything in the water?
I do not have any extra lights on.
Did you also go to Les's?
I did not.
No? What, so, if Todd and Chucky are in your boat, did they continue with the body over to Les's?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And where do you go from there?
I went back to my campground.
So you didn't go to lessons or talk to any police or anything like that?
Not that evening, no.
While they're there struggling with this body to get it onto Adam's swim platform, do you start to see any emergency vehicles or anybody coming to that area?
Yes.
And where are you seeing these vehicles?
At that point, they were on the bridge.
Okay. How about anybody at Less's at that point?
You could not really see into Less's. Less's is more of a cove.
Okay. Is there something at the end of the cove at Less's that kind of points people that that's what that is, like a bait and tackle or anything like that?
I don't believe there is. I think it's just known.
So you go back to your campground, what do you do?
I went back to the campground and I think I was just there with Nick, and it was just like, we were pretty quiet, pretty upset.
Yeah. Did you receive any other phone calls?
I did receive a phone call.
And what other phone calls did you receive?
It was from Angelina.
And did you ever try to contact Joe about what he had told you earlier?
I don't believe I did.
As a result of talking to Angelina, I assume you talked to her when she called, right?
I don't remember if I talked to her or if she talked to my buddy Nick. One of us did receive a phone call from her.
Okay. As a result of that phone call, what did you guys do?
We then proceeded to their house. She said she was worried about Joe.
Okay. And what did you do or how do you get to their house?
The girl that Nick was seeing at the time drove us to Angelina's house.
Okay.
When we pulled in, we met outside with Joe and Angelina, and she said that she called.
Sustained. You just can't say what Angelina said, okay? Were you able to see Joe?
Yes.
All right, and were you able to talk to him at all?
Yes, I don't know if we really said too much, you know. I think I gave him a hug, said I love you, buddy, and then we left.
What was his demeanor when you saw him?
Pale, scared, I guess.
Scared? Okay. You said pale. You could see that at night?
Well, I guess it's just like that ghostly.
While we wait for Urick to come back to the courtroom, we are watching some of the testimony of Andrew Krogan, who testified today regarding his interactions with the defendant during the afternoon before the incident occurred. Andrew Krogan, who was drinking with the defendant at a bar, was talking about how many drinks that the doctor had consumed. He was talking about, in this particular piece of the testimony, a phone call he received that said, I hit something and it wasn't good. This is from the doctor shortly after the accident. This is obviously not great testimony for the defendant with respect to leaving the scene of an accident. I mean, that seems like this is going to be very damaging on that front. But what does it mean for the aggravated vehicular homicide charge? To explain some of this, we have Ken Belkin, criminal defense attorney. Ken, so first of all, let's talk about that charge, the aggravated vehicular homicide charge. There's obviously the main focus of this case is the intoxication. Was he intoxicated? Was he not? But you don't really need to show that he was intoxicated to prove the aggravated vehicular homicide, just show he was reckless. So why are we going so crazy over this?
Well, I think the aggravating factor is his disregard in the fact that he was intoxicated. But there really isn't much evidence. You know, had they had the chemical test results, that would be a different story. Interesting that it was blood and urine that was suppressed, and it wasn't the results of a breathalyzer test. I find it strange. Typically, it's a breathalyzer that's used in these situations.
Right, and isn't that's going to be a big factor here, because now you have to prove this by circumstantial evidence, witness testimony. It's a different ballgame for the prosecution.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the arrest didn't take place immediately after this, so it wasn't like the arresting officer came upon him in his boat after hitting and killing this person. It was much later, and he didn't have the ability to perceive the visible signs of intoxication that one gives off. The slurred speech, unsteady gait, blurred eyes, bloodshot eyes. You know, there was none of that here. You know, you've got a statement he made that he had a few beers. That's it. Having a few beers doesn't necessarily put you over the legal limit. You know, in New York State, the legal limit is 0.08 blood alcohol. And you could have a beer an hour, 2 beers over 2 hours, and still be well within that limit.
Right, so a big part of this case, is that going to be the timeline? So we heard from Andrew Krogan, he's talking about when he had these drinks, you know, he wasn't really sure, it's a couple beers, couple shots, not really positive. Is that going to be critical here, that timeline in between where we can establish that the defendant was first seen drinking anything,
yeah,
and then when the actual accident occurred?
Well, look, I think as the defense attorney, you're going to have to deal with that statement. The fact that he admitted to drinking and consuming alcoholic beverages, you're going to have to explain it away and try and elicit testimony or introduce evidence that states to the effect that, look, just because someone has a beer, 2 beers, doesn't mean they can't operate a boat.
Right, and that's what the defense attorney is going to really focus on in this particular case.
So he's going to say this was an accident. It was dark. It's a boat. Dark waters. Things weren't lit up. It's just an accident. He didn't mean to do this. He wasn't acting recklessly. He was just boating.
Right, a tragic accident, while terrible, doesn't mean necessarily that there was criminal conduct.
Yeah.
That'll be the focus on the defense. That was a piece of the puzzle that we learned today from Andrew Krogan, was about the conditions of the night. So it was dark, but he did say it wasn't foggy. So there's a little bit of that there about what you could have seen or not seen during that time. How's that going to factor in?
Yeah, look, they're gonna try and maybe this doctor doesn't see so well at night. Maybe they can get a doctor to testify that his night vision is not so great. There are a lot of routes that they could take and explore. You know, interestingly enough, I think the leaving the scene of the accident, that's the most problematic in my mind, because look, we've got that text, hit something, doesn't look good.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And that was a new revelation today. So before we thought that the doctor wasn't sure, the defendant didn't know exactly what had happened. He had come home and told his wife, I thought I hit something, I'm not sure. Ultimately, they called 911, or she called 911 about that. So this is a new piece of the puzzle as per that. When this is a friend saying he made the statement right after the accident, that's pretty damaging.
Yeah, pretty damaging, at least for that charge.
Absolutely. So what about some of the other, what about expert testimony? Do you think you're going to need expert testimony to wrap this up? Because how else do you explain what the time frame is that you would be intoxicated? Okay, so you had XYZ amount of drinks at this time, and then the judge asked a great question to Krogan. He said, did you consume any food? That was something nobody had asked before. So all of that. But that's not for us lay people to determine what that means, correct? That's a scientific analysis.
If I were the defense attorney on this case, I would want to get a doctor in there. A doctor that would talk about a man of this height and weight, maybe what he ate, how much alcohol it would take to really impair his ability to operate a motor vehicle, and you know, his cognitive functions in general. And I would want to get maybe he's got something with his eyes, can't see at night. I would also maybe want to get an expert about the conditions that night on the water. You know, something of that nature. Just try and inject reasonable doubt in there as best you can.
Right, and one of the other big issues in this case, and something that we've talked about with a lot of people have a different take on it. Why a bench trial? Why waive your right to a jury? I mean, without that chemical evidence, don't you have a decent shot with the jury?
I would think so, absolutely. And even if they did have chemical evidence, a lot of times the breathalyzer is actually not the most reliable test out there. And there are a lot of experts. Some of these experts were actually involved in creating this machine. They will come and testify at your trial to its inherent unreliability.
So, and you would definitely see that if we had that chemical evidence. We don't have that here.
Which is probably why they went for the blood test here.
Yeah, I can imagine. What are those factors that you take into consideration when you think about waiving your right to a jury as a defense from a strategy perspective?
Well, look, I think it comes down to if the charges and the allegations are very egregious, that you don't think a jury can detach emotionally and render a verdict logically based on the facts and apply those facts to the law, then you might want to go for a bench trial. I'm not really sure why they opted for the bench trial in this case. Maybe they were worried that the jury would be like, oh, who is this rich guy with a boat killing people? Screw him. You know, we want his head on a pike type thing. Whereas a judge might take a more, you know, reserved approach to this and look at things a little bit more logically.
Right, and really focus on the language of that statute, not get the emotion involved, a little bit more dispassionate. So I know you're a defense attorney. Got a pretty good defense here. Right, in this particular case, not too bad when you don't have that that blood alcohol level.
He's got a decent shot, except for the leaving the scene of the accident. You know, maybe he can try and spin it that he didn't know for sure he hit something. He couldn't tell what he had hit, but it doesn't look good with that text message.
Yes, not for a big pun, but it doesn't look good. I mean, that's the words that Andrew Krogan said. And if you're the prosecutor, I mean, that's what I would turn back to and say, this is this guy's friend. He's telling the truth. So this happened, this call, where he said it doesn't look good. This is pretty dispositive.
Yeah, you got to believe this guy.
Yeah.
If anything, he would have incentive to lie.
And in favor, in favor of him. So what we saw was a little bit interesting because the prosecution calls this guy to the stand, has to really, because you need to establish, if the theory of your case is that this defendant was intoxicated and reckless, caused this accident, resulting in death, then you need to establish that he was drinking at least at some point during the day, how much, etc. So they called this guy. He was kind of favorable for the defense. He did say that the defendant was drinking. He said that he didn't appear visibly intoxicated. You know, he was a little bit questionable about how many drinks he had. When the prosecution did their redirect, they questioned his memory, Andrew Krogan's memory. They said, well, weren't you drinking too? And how do you really remember? Don't you think that kind of undercuts their whole case? Don't they want Andrew Krogan to establish that the doctor had some drinks?
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to discredit his testimony, you know, say, well, how do you know he wasn't drunk if you were drinking? But, you know, this is a doctor, no history of wrongdoing or criminal contacts. And, you know, he's an upstanding member of society by all accounts. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, this is definitely a trial to watch. Urich is back in the courtroom, so we're going to go live. Excellent commentary by Ken Balkin. When there's another break, we'll be breaking it down with Balkin again. For now, back to the courtroom.
You're welcome. And if you would raise your right hand for me, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Hi. I'm going to ask you to speak up. This courtroom is really large and it's hard to hear. There's also that little black thing next to you is a microphone. You need to pull that closer on the table to you. That will just help that everyone is able to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Rachel Mace, M-A-C-E.
And how old are you?
I am 48.
And where do you live?
I live at 15001 Leffermore Road in Berlin Center, Ohio.
And are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a bartender, server at Ben's Restaurant.
And where's Ben's located?
In Berlin Center also.
And how long have you worked there?
Off and on for 30 years, but this last time 9.
9?
Yes.
And you fill all of those positions you mentioned, including bartender?
I do.
Okay. I want to go back to the evening of May 8th, 2015. Do you remember that evening?
Yes. Somewhat, yes.
It was a long time ago.
Correct.
Do you know if you were working at Ben's Restaurant that evening?
I was.
And do you know what position you were filling that evening?
Yes, I do. I was bartending that night.
And what time did your shift start that evening?
5 p.m.
Were you the only bartender working, or were there others?
There was 2 others.
And who were they?
Jessica Bryant and John Rosati.
Did they start around the same time as you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether or not there is surveillance cameras in Ben's Restaurant?
There is.
And is there one located in the bar?
There is.
And you know it to be operable and running?
As far as I know.
And back at that time as well?
Yes.
Exhibit 5. Is that the bar and restaurant?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what the date is in the left-hand corner?
May 8th, 2015?
The evening we're speaking of, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell what time is on up there?
I think it says 21:46.
Okay, 9:46 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And this is the time that you would have been working?
I would have.
Do you see yourself?
Yes.
I know it's a little blurry.
Yes, I do.
And where are you located in this picture?
I am walking towards this way. Not the first person face that way, but facing us here.
Would this be you right here?
Yes.
And do you happen to know who that is?
That's Jessica.
And behind her?
I can't see that.
Okay. Are you familiar with a gentleman named Andy Krogan?
I know him.
And you know him from being at the bar?
Correct.
And do you recall seeing him that evening?
Yes.
And do you know what time he arrived at the bar?
I don't know. I'm guessing probably 9:30, 10 o'clock approximately.
So somewhere around this time then?
Yes.
9:46. I'm going to play the beginning of this, and can you tell me to stop when you see him entering into the bar?
Okay.
I'm going to speed it up just a little. Do you see him yet?
It's a little blurry. I know there was 4 of them.
Do you know where they were seated at the bar?
They were seated at the end of the bar when they first come in.
Okay. And the time on this is 9:47.
That's approximately what time?
Okay. Do you know who Andy was with that evening?
I personally don't know any of them. I just know Andy from in there.
Did you have opportunity to speak with them?
I did speak with them.
Did you meet anybody that he was with that particular evening?
I did.
And who was that?
I talked to Joe.
Okay. And had you known him prior to that?
No, I've never met him before.
Did you come to find out that you knew someone in common?
I knew that he had recently been married, had a child, and his wife that I knew from, she used to come in before they were married.
Okay. When they get to the bar, do you serve them any alcohol?
I believe I served them their first beer.
Okay. I'm going to play this for you. Could you let me know if you see that event occurring?
Yes, I will.
Again, I'm going to speed it up just a little bit, okay?
Okay, I did not serve the first beer.
Okay, so that isn't you right there.
No, that is Jessica. I'm still at the register.
Okay, but this appears to be the first beer being served to them, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what else they had to drink that evening?
2 beers and a little beer, which is a shot.
Okay, a shot. Did you make that shot for them?
I didn't think I did, but I thought I did the first beer, so I could have.
Would the video help you then?
It would.
Okay. Again, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit, and you just let me know, okay? You're over here still by the register, is
I
that
am.
correct? Is it too fast for you?
I'm following it so far.
Okay. Sorry. Did you see that they were just handed something?
I didn't see that.
All right.
You can.
Back up just a little bit. Is that you right there? This.
That is Jessica.
Okay. And you see her hand on something?
It looked like, because the cooler that we keep the heavy whipping cream is in the cooler to the left underneath, and it looked like she pulled out the heavy whipping cream to pour on top of it.
Of the shot, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would that then being served the shot?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who the other girl is with the headband. I apologize. It looked like she handed them their shot.
Okay. And it would appear there's something in their hands at this point.
Correct.
And taking the shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Objection. That's the form.
Did you witness them drinking anything right after they were handed that?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned another round of beers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you believe you served them at some point?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. And would the video help you remember that?
I think so.
I'm going to let this run just a little bit more for you. Is that you again?
It
On
is.
the corner of the screen?
That's me walking over there now. It must have been Jessica.
Okay.
I'm serving them a beer now.
Okay. And can you read what time the screen says at this point?
22:17.
While they're there, did you serve them any food?
They did get appetizers, and I know it was wings and something else. I'm not real sure what the other. There was food that.
Did you know if Andy had anything to eat?
I have no idea.
What about Joe?
They were picking. I mean, there was 4 plates down.
But you
I'm
don't
assuming
know.
they ate.
Okay, but whatever you know. So do you know if they ate any food or who exactly out of that party ate food?
No.
Okay. At some point, you have a conversation then with Joe, is that correct?
Correct.
And you come to find out what his profession is?
We were just talking, and because I know his wife is a doctor, and then I heard he was.
And did you comment on that?
I just asked if he was enjoying his day off, and he said yes.
Did you say anything about him being on call?
Objection. Rephrase.
Did you discuss with him whether he was working that day?
He said he wasn't working that day.
And did you make any further comment on that?
just talking family talk.
I know I asked you this before and I can't quite recall. What time do you believe they had left the bar?
I thought they were there around about an hour approximately.
Okay.
So around 11.
And would the video help you with that as well?
Yes.
The video has stopped here at 2:28, is that correct? Can you see the time?
22:28?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And does that have that same time on it?
Yes.
Were you the one to bring them out right before they left?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And is that what you're doing here at this point in time?
Well, the credit card machine is down there, and it was
Okay.
paid by credit card.
And they have left at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you see the time on there?
22:51.
Okay. What time did you work until that evening?
I closed.
And
So
what does that mean?
we got out of there between 12:30 and 1.
And when you left, did you notice anything out of the ordinary on your way home?
When I went out of Ben's, I didn't go home. I went to Alliance and I crossed the bridge. And yes, there was fire trucks and ambulances.
Do you have any idea at that point what had happened?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. Would you be able to tell me, based on this video, where Joe was sitting at the bar, based on the 4 people there?
I'm not real sure.
Let me get it to a point you.
There's a light that's like glaring there, so it kind of...
Are you able to tell from this?
I think he's the first one.
Okay. And we're talking about Joe. Do you see him sitting here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point to him and tell me what he's wearing?
A suit with glasses.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect Shandy the defendant.
Good luck.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Fox.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi. My name's John. I'm one of Joe's lawyers, and like the prosecutor, I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
I I know you're not used to coming to rooms like this where people talk loud like I do because the ceilings are high, not because I want to yell at you. So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
If I ask you something and my question's confusing, so you don't understand what I'm asking, instead of trying to answer, will you stop me and tell me that?
Yes, I will.
All right. And then the other thing I'm going to ask you is, if you don't know something or don't remember something, just tell me that instead of trying to guess. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right, thanks. You mentioned a couple of things. You mentioned something about whipping cream. Do you recall that testimony when you were watching the video?
Of what, honey?
Whipping cream?
Heavy whipping cream? Yes.
Okay. And I think you also used the phrase little beers. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that a special name for a drink?
It is.
Okay. And does that drink involve whipping cream?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell us what a little beer is?
It is liqueur 43 and heavy whipping cream on top of it.
Okay. And the liqueur has a lower alcohol content than, say, if I asked you for a shot of Dewar's or VO or Black Velvet. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were talking about with Joe about his wife. She used to come in there, that sort of stuff, correct?
Correct.
Do you have, without putting you through watching the video, do you have a recollection? Did you spend a few minutes talking to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you also have, not maybe sustained conversations, but other conversations in passing with him during the hour that they were there?
I talked to him.
Okay. Did you notice anything that would cause you to think that he was impaired in any way?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Was he slurring his words or anything like that?
No, he was not.
And in fact, there was a point in time later on where you met with the police and they asked you questions about that night, correct?
Correct.
And you also told the police the same thing. Didn't notice anything unusual about him or slurring his words or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
I think you said he was fine, correct?
Correct, I did.
Did you, I don't remember. Did you happen to see him when they left the bar?
I was standing there when they walked out, yes.
Okay, you didn't see him staggering or running into anything like that, did you?
No.
Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
May I have one?
You may.
Your Honor, state would call Christine Hammond.
If you would step right on up. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've had a little trouble hearing in here, so if you could just keep your voice up and the microphone right next to you, if you need to pull it closer to the end of the table, feel free to do so. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christine Hammett, Hammett.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Ohio Attorney General's Office, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, commonly referred to as BCI.
And what is your position with BCI?
I'm a forensic scientist in the biology section at BCI.
And how long have you done that for?
I have been employed at BCI since January of 2008.
And were you employed prior to that?
Yes, I worked at Metro Health Medical Center in Cleveland, Ohio for almost 9 years prior.
And what did you do there?
I was a cytogenetic technologist and a medical technologist.
At your current position at BCI, what are your duties there?
My duties at BCI are to examine evidence and identify bodily fluids. I will collect the bodily fluids samples and send them forward for DNA testing. I write reports of my findings and testify in court as needed.
And did you have to undergo any specialized education in order to hold this position?
Yes, I have received specialized training in the forensic biology section at BCI. That included lectures, laboratory work, examinations, mock cases, mock trials, and supervised casework.
And what type of degrees do you hold?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in medical technology and a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from Ohio Northern University.
And was there any further training or specialized training that you received in order to hold this position?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to me the process in your laboratory when evidence comes in?
Yes, the submitting agency will bring evidence to our evidence receiving personnel. We have a computer system that has a laboratory information portion to it that is secured by password and login. Once you're in the system, each case that is brought into BCI has an individual case number, and each item within that case will receive an individualized item number. And each of these are on a barcode. So much like you would see something at a grocery store with a barcode, each individual item will be labeled with a barcode, and it will go back to that case number and that item number. So when the evidence receiving personnel receive the evidence, they will label all of the items, and then they will transfer them to a secure main vault that is accessed by fingerprint and badge. Once that evidence is in the vault, I can locate it and take it into my own custody using similar barcodes, and then begin my analysis.
And do you recall if you had the opportunity to receive evidence and review it on a case of State of Ohio versus corrosive urine?
Yes, I did.
And did you generate a report while working on that case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Can you take a look at that for me?
Yes, this is my signed report, and attached to it is my CV.
Okay. And the signature on there represents that it's yours?
Yes, it does.
And is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
And you had stated that when you receive evidence, you're looking for bodily fluids. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that what you were doing in this case?
Yes.
You had also indicated that when you receive evidence, it's given its own number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many pieces of evidence did you receive in this case?
In this case, there were 6 items submitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand these all to you. States Exhibit 90, 86, 87, 8, 88, and 7. And we'll go through them one by one. Can you take a look at that envelope? Now, does that have the markings on it to indicate that it was received at BCI?
Yes, this purple label on it states it is item number 1. It also has the BCI lab case number on it, the date it was submitted, the department that submitted it, and their agency case number.
And you're holding up States Exhibit 90, is that correct?
That is correct.
And would that label be on all the evidence that was collected?
Each of the items that were submitted in this case were given BCI barcodes, yes.
Okay. And what item was that again?
This is BCI item number 1.
And what is that?
This item contains known head hair, known facial hair, and a known blood standard from Neil B. Cuppet.
And did you know, based on your report, who Neil Cuppet is in this case?
Yes, he is listed as the victim.
And would it be common to collect standards from the victim in a case like this?
Yes, DNA standard would be obtained from the victim or the suspect to either identify them in any samples that were collected in other evidence.
Now, is there anything that you will do with the victim's standard?
I do. I open the item up, and I will take a portion of the DNA standard and send that forward for DNA testing.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Let's go to the next item.
This is BCI item number 2.
And States Exhibit number?
86.
I'm sorry?
This is suspected hair found on port bow above second snip.
And do you do anything with this piece of evidence?
I did not examine this piece of evidence.
Okay. And the next?
This is BCI item number 3, which is suspected hair found on port bow below second snap.
And is that States Exhibit 87?
That is correct.
And did you examine this piece of evidence?
I did not.
Okay. And the next?
This is BCI item number 4, States Exhibit 8, and it is suspected tooth or bone fragment found on port bow between second and third strap.
And did you examine this?
I did not.
And the next one?
This is BCI item number 5, States Exhibit 88, which is suspected hair from port bow between third and fourth snap.
And did you examine this piece?
I did not.
And the next?
This is BCI item number 6, States Exhibit 7, suspected hair and suspected biological tissue from port bow between first and second snap.
And did you examine this piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And explain to me what you do then when you receive that and examine it.
Once I receive the item, I open it on a clean workstation, and then I proceed to see if I can visualize any red-brown staining that may indicate that blood is possibly present. In this instance, there was a chunk of what I would call quote-unquote tissue, just a piece of something that had visual reddish staining on it. I then tested that with the preliminary test that we used to identify possibly blood, and that test was positive. So I then put the piece of material into a tube and sent that forward for DNA analysis. There were also suspected hairs in the sample. I looked at those underneath a microscope and identified characteristics that are similar to human hairs. I then identified like nuclear or root material and sent that forward for DNA analysis also.
Okay, so item number 6, you tested both the tissue and the hair, and you found that it was suitable for DNA comparison, correct?
That is correct.
And is that something that you test?
No, I do not.
And so you pass that along, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you had mentioned while we were going through those exhibits that there is evidence that you did not examine. Why didn't you examine those pieces of evidence?
Due to the fact that there was one person bleeding, possibly at the scene, it would only be relevant for us to send forward a certain number of samples. It's not necessary for us to repeatedly test samples that appear to be from the same location. If there was questions after DNA analysis was done, I could definitely go back and do more. There was not, so we moved forward.
And do you guys follow the best evidence practice at BCI?
Yes.
And is that what applies in this case?
Yes.
And so it's common that when you receive evidence, you don't necessarily examine all of it?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Sam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just heard you use a phrase that Mr. Gravio asked you. Best evidence practice?
Yes.
What is that?
Based on my discretion and my experience, analyzing the evidence and sending it forward with regards to maintaining evidence integrity and doing the best possible thing that we can with what we have.
Best being defined in terms of the investigation that's underway, is that right?
Regards to laboratory practice.
This is a branch of the Ohio Attorney General's office, correct? Where
Yes.
You work?
Yes, it is.
And so you work cooperatively with law enforcement, is that right?
Law enforcement is allowed to bring evidence to us, and we are allowed to provide forensic laboratory services to them.
Okay, would you call that a cooperative relationship, or would you not?
I would say we agree to work with them and, answer any questions back and forth.
Okay, that actually goes to what I'm getting at. Do you have the ability to ask law enforcement, what is this case about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have the ability to ask law enforcement, I'd like to see some police reports or witness statements that I think might help me with these best evidence practices that you just talked about?
We are allowed to have synopsis based on the case information, yes.
A synopsis?
Yes.
Are you allowed to ask for the actual evidence statements, that sort of thing, or are you not?
I'm not aware of legal terms as far as what's called what, but typically we will get police reports submitted with our evidence.
Okay, all right. So in this particular case, did you ask for any other reports or did you not?
I did not.
Okay. This is just a housekeeping matter. BCI number 1, I assume is State's Exhibit 90, am I correct?
That is correct.
And if I understand it, the test that you performed on item 6 is simply a presumptive positive test for blood, correct?
That is correct.
That is, I got something that looks red here, let me test it and see is it blood or is it crayon or watercolor or food dye, correct?
Yes, it reacts like blood, so I'm allowed to call the test presumptive positive for blood. DNA analysis then goes on to confirm.
Okay. So you don't do any blood grouping type tests, anything like that?
No.
All right. And did I hear you say that you did this best evidence practice based upon being informed that one person was bleeding at the scene?
That was my knowledge with the case coming in, there being one victim.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down, thank you.
Would you like me to leave this here?
Yes, please. Counsel, your next witness.
Yeah, could you have just a minute to see if the London BCI analyst is here?
Yes.
Because we'd like to put her on first and get her out of here.
Yes.
Stacy Violi.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Stacy Violi. It's V as in Victor, I-O-L-I.
And Stacy, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist at Ohio BCI in Richfield.
What is your education and background in order to be a forensic scientist for BCI Richfield?
I have a bachelor's science degree in biology. I also have a master's science degree in molecular and cellular physiology. And we receive extensive in-house training on DNA analysis once we're hired at BCI.
When did you receive your degrees?
My bachelor's degree I received in 1996 and my master's in 2000.
Can you tell us what this training you have in order to be a forensic scientist at BCI is?
Yes, we do extensive readings and lectures, and we do mock casework and we do mock trial work on all the different aspects of the DNA analysis procedure.
How long have you worked for BCI?
Next month it will be 17 years.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
And what are your duties at BCI as a forensic scientist in the DNA lab?
Well, basically what I do is I interpret DNA profiles. So we develop DNA profiles from pieces of evidence that are submitted to our laboratory, and then I would compare those to known standards that are submitted from individuals believed to be involved with the case. So I do the interpretation of those DNA profiles, I write a report to my findings, and then come testify in court if necessary.
And we keep saying BCI, well, what does it stand for?
BCI is the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Are they an accredited laboratory?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean?
We are a nationally accredited laboratory, which means that we follow certain guidelines set forth at a nationwide level. We undergo regular audits to ensure that we're working within those guidelines. As part of our accreditation, we're also proficiency tested twice per year to ensure we're following those guidelines as an analyst.
And do you know when those proficiency tests are happening?
They're roughly every 6 months. We have one coming up soon.
And are your findings subject to peer review?
Yes. All of my reports are technically reviewed by another qualified analyst, and they're also administratively reviewed by a supervisor.
And do they have to concur with your opinion before it's released?
Yes, before the report is issued, yes.
Have you testified before?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times?
A little over 200.
Have you testified in Mahoney County?
Yes, I have.
Did you write a report regarding this case, State of Ohio versus Joseph Urich?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact write 2 reports?
I did.
We have a question.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 61 and 85. Could you tell us what those are?
State's Exhibit 61 is my first DNA report dated June 1st, 2015. It also has an attached copy of my statement of qualifications. And then State's Exhibit 85 is a amended stat report that was just recently generated on June 29th of 2017.
And before we get into your findings, why did you do an amended stat report?
The statistics database that we used is through the FBI's database,
And the FBI, the frequencies we were using for the statistics were generated at the FBI. And we'd been using those for several years since we had started. And recently, well, in June of 2015, fairly recently, the FBI was doing additional studies to add additional locations to their statistics database and found some counting errors and rounding errors in their original work. And so they updated their database to reflect the correct statistics and frequencies. So I simply, it's not a generation of a new evidence. I use the old evidence and the old statistic and use the corrected form of the statistical database.
Let's get to what you did in this case. What do you actually get when you do your testing?
The samples for DNA analysis in this particular case were an apparent piece of tissue and some hairs, and I compared them against the known DNA standard from Neil Cuppett.
What do you do with those things? How do you test those for DNA?
Well, a DNA analysis is a multi-step procedure. The first step is called extraction. You take the piece of material, the fabric, whatever the stain is deposited on. In this case, it's hairs and a piece of tissue. And we put it into a tube with some chemicals that, in essence, break open the cells, break open the nucleus, and give us a purified liquid DNA extract for each of the samples. The next step in the process is that we measure how much DNA is present in the sample so we can adjust the concentration of the DNA so it works optimally with our instruments. So we measure the DNA and then we do an amplification procedure. So you can think of amplification as like a chemical Xeroxing process. We're not testing all the DNA that's present in the cells, just certain regions that are highly different from person to person. So once we make many, many copies of these certain regions, we put these copies of DNA onto an instrument which gives me the DNA profiles. The DNA profiles are simply a series of peaks and numbers. So I then take the data from the evidence profiles, which were the hairs and the tissue, and I compare that to the DNA standard, the DNA profile from the DNA standard that was submitted from Neil Cuppett.
How many locations are you looking at at this time in 2015?
In 2015, we were looking at 15 different regions plus the sex determination region.
What are you able to determine after your analysis regarding, and you said you're just looking at BCI number 1 and BCI number 6. What are you able to determine?
The DNA profile from the apparent tissue and the hairs is consistent with Neil Cuppett.
So both of them?
Yes.
Did you reach that conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were you able to draw a statistic back in 2015 regarding the frequency of that DNA profile?
Yes.
And what was that?
So the frequency when using the database prior to the amended update was we would only expect to see this profile occur once in 5,247 quadrillion unrelated individuals.
So 5.2 quintillion was your stat back then?
Correct.
What was your updated stat as of your new report in States Exhibit, I can't remember the States Exhibit.
85.
85.
So the new stat after using the corrected amended database is 1 in 5,112 quadrillion unrelated individuals.
Were you given any more information than to test those samples forwarded to you against that known standard about this case? Do you know anything about it?
We received a brief synopsis just outlining the samples that were collected and what was being alleged.
Are States Exhibit 61 and States Exhibit 85 fair and accurate copies of your report?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
You may. Counsel? Did you say no questions? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay.
No questions.
You may step down. Thank you.
I know you're not used to hearing that.
I know. Apparently the witness isn't either. Counsel?
Your Honor, the state. I'm sorry, the state would call Suzanne Elliott.
You could step right up. If you would raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Beth, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Suzanne Elliott, Elliott.
And were you recently married?
Yes, almost a year ago.
Okay. And what was your maiden name?
Well, my former name was Noffsinger, Noffsinger.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Bureau of Criminal Investigation in London, Ohio.
And what position do you hold there?
I'm a trace evidence examiner.
And is the Bureau of Criminal Investigation commonly referred to as BCI?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you worked at BCI?
For 5 years.
And prior to that, where were you employed?
I was employed at the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory in Dayton, Ohio.
And in what capacity did you work there?
I worked there for 14 years also in trace evidence.
And is that's the position you hold currently at BCI?
It is.
And what are your current duties in trace evidence?
As a trace evidence examiner, I look at different types of evidence such as paint fragments, glass chips, tape samples. We look at fibers, impression evidence, vehicle lamps, fracture matches, and in general they say anything that doesn't go to the DNA section or the chemistry section, send it to trace evidence.
Okay. Did you have to obtain any specialized education to hold the position that you do at BCI?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from Wright State.
And in addition to that education, did you undergo any specialized training?
Yes. When I started at Miami Valley, I did not have a background in forensics. My background was in research and development. So I underwent a pretty extensive, it lasted about 4 years, a training program under their trained trace evidence examiners, followed by all the competency and proficiency testing. They sent me to numerous training courses, and since then I continue to receive ongoing training at different professional meetings and courses.
And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and a charter member of the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners.
And as part of your position at BCI, are you required to testify at trial?
When needed, yes.
And could you estimate how many times you've done that before?
I've testified in state and federal court 42 times prior to today.
And how is it exactly that you receive evidence?
Evidence comes into our evidence receiving unit and is barcoded and put in a locked secured storage location where I retrieve it when I'm ready to work each case.
And did you have the opportunity to work on the case of State of Ohio v. Joseph Urich?
Yes, I did.
And did you generate a report while working on that case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, this does appear to be the original signed report that I issued in this case.
And that's an accurate representation of your report?
Yes, it is.
What type of evidence did you receive in this case?
In this case, I received 2 items of evidence that were what we would call vehicle lamps.
You may.
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9 and 10. Can you take a look at those?
Yes, State's Exhibit 9 is my item 8, and it has the BCI barcode and my initials and is sealed as I sealed them. And State's Exhibit 10 is BCI item 7 and has similar markings.
Okay. And can you describe to me what is in your item 7 for State's Exhibit 10?
Item 7 is a dual filament lamp, so that means it has 2 filaments in it, and it is intact, so the glass envelope is still intact, and that is used in automotive and other purposes for various lighting needs.
Could it be used on a boat?
Yes.
Okay. And item number 8, which is State's Exhibit 9, could you tell me what that is?
Yes, that is a single filament lamp, again, that appears to be intact and was intact at the time I examined it.
Could you explain to me what a filament is?
Yes, a filament is a tungsten wire that is attached to the posts in a lamp. When your light bulb burns out at home, the filament has burned out, so you replace it. And that filament is what is electrically charged to the point of incandescence, and it is what gives off the light when you turn your light on.
So when you receive these pieces of evidence, what do you do?
The first thing I do is, aside from scanning the evidence to myself and starting my notes and all of the administrative things, as far as my examination, I look at it under the microscope, a low-powered stereo zoom microscope.
And what exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for damage, because in a lamp, the more damage to it, the more likely I can say whether it was on or off.
And that's your purpose, is to determine whether the lamp is on or off at a certain time. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you looked at item number 7, you said that there are 2 filaments in this light bulb. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you examined them, what were you able to find?
Well, the two filaments are different sizes, so they're easy to tell apart. One is a larger diameter coil, and one is a small, very fine diameter coil. In this lamp, the large diameter coil looked brand new. It had no damage, no deformation. It looked as if it was a brand new lamp. So, because there was no damage to indicate whether it was on or off, that filament was inconclusive. It failed to reveal sufficient detail for me to say whether it was on or off. The fine diameter filament was irregularly shaped in what we would call mild hot shock deformation. And to explain that briefly, you asked about what is a filament. If you think of a filament when it's cold as a coat hanger, very rigid, but when it is hot enough to give off light, it becomes very ductile, like a slinky. So now you have this loosely coiled, very flexible, fine filament in a small lamp, and if it sustains a shock when it's in that incandescent but very fluid state, that deformation will be retained in the filament after it's cooled. So the mild hot shock deformation indicated that it was on at the time of an impact.
Did you take pictures while you were examining these?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. Can you take a look at that?
Thank you.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, in general terms.
Is that a picture that you did take during the examination of this evidence?
It appears to be, but I would like to refer to my notes just to do a real comparison.
Certainly.
Yes, this looks this looks like the same photo of the small filament that I took through the microscope.
And is that of item 7 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
And is that the filament that exhibited the mild hot shock deformation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, this is of the same lamp, my item 7, but of the large filament which was undamaged and therefore inconclusive.
Now, how would you explain the fact that one filament exhibits the shock deformation and one does not in the same bulb?
Well, the larger filament is going to be a little more resistance to movement. So if it is not hot and it's more of that rigid hanger-like state, then if there was an impact that was not sufficient to break it, it would just remain in the original condition it was in.
Does the point of impact affect the lights or the bulb or filaments in this case?
Yes, as I said, the more damage to the bulb, the more likely that we can tell whether it was on or off. And our rule of thumb is 3 feet. When it's a 2-vehicle accident, I tell officers collecting the photographs to submit any lamps from either vehicle within 3 feet of the point of impact.
And are you able to tell me, based on your report, where this would have been located in the vessel?
All I know is that one was marked backlight, one was marked front light. Well, yes. The evidence actually, as it was submitted at item 7, was marked aft. And aft is close to or at the stern, which is at the back of the boat.
Okay, and were you able to tell from the evidence submitted to you what vessel that was from?
Ohio 9747ZK.
Thank you.
Was how the evidence was marked.
Okay, thank you. Based on your findings, then, were you able to tell if this was on at the time of impact?
In item 7, the large filament I could not tell, and the small filament was incandescent at the time of an impact.
Okay. I want to turn your attention then to item number 8. Did you also take pictures while examining item number 8?
Yes, I did.
Can you take a look at those, please?
State's Exhibit 81 is a more close-up photo of the filament in my item 8, showing the severe hot shock deformation to that single filament. And State's Exhibit 84 is just a second photo that I took of the lamp overall, so it's not as zoomed in.
Can you explain to me what the difference between the mild hot shock deformation in item 7 and the severe here in item 8?
Yes. Well, if you look at the photograph of both of the filaments in the lamp in item 7, and you look at the large filament and you see that it is straight across, it's not bowed out, it's not distorted, all of the coils are evenly spaced. That is a normal appearing filament. That is what we expect in an undamaged or a new or even a used but undamaged filament. When you look at the small filament in that same lamp, you can see that the filament adjacent to each of the filament supports, so the filament ends. One end is fairly straight but kind of drooping downward, and the other one is actually curved, and then there's a curve through the center of the filament. So we're starting to get some deformation in that filament, but it isn't very severe. It is what we would call mild. And when you compare that to the filament in the item 8 lamp, this one, the filament is not even, it's not evenly spaced, it's stretched out on one side, it's all compressed on the other side, it's very out of balance and very damaged.
Based on the evidence submitted to you, are you able to tell me where item 8 was located on the watercraft?
According to my notes, item 8 was labeled bow light fixture. A bow would be the front of the boat, OH for Ohio, 9747ZK.
And that was the vessel number, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what you observed in item number 8, were you able to make a finding as to whether that was on at the time of impact?
Yes. Item 8, that filament was incandescent at the time of an impact.
And did you reach your findings based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Yes.
May I have one?
You may.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Good afternoon.
When you were being shown some photographs of these films, did I understand it, you took these photographs through a microscope, is that right?
Yes.
Well, you needed these notes before you could identify photographs, is that correct?
I just wanted to be sure that they were an accurate representation of what I had in my notes.
And you brought notes with you here today?
Yes, I did.
Could we take just maybe a 5-minute recess and I could look at those notes? Yes. On the top of my head with everything.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes.
All right.
Hello, everybody. We're watching the Urick trial. We had some expert testimony on the stand. Some testimony of Suzanne Elliott has been the most interesting this afternoon. She's a trace evidence expert. And while it took a while to get there and we were questioning what the relevance of the testimony was, in the end, we figured it out. The prosecution is trying to establish that there was a light on at the time of the impact, and therefore it's going to factor into the whole question the defense raised about the environmental factors, why this crash could have occurred outside of reckless conduct by the defendant. I'm here with Aaron Keller, who will be taking over soon, but right now he's joining me as a guest to discuss this case.
It never fails that whenever we go to switch, they take a break. It never fails.
This is our jam. We're used to this. This is what always happens to us. But I was lucky enough to remain in the chair to get a chance to talk to you about this. So I know that we were sitting here, we were like, where is this going? And finally, a filament went off in our minds.
Well, you had it dawned on you first, that because I was picking up bits and pieces of it, you were listening to the whole thing. So it's a question of whether the lights were on in the boat that the doctor is accused of striking when he was drunk. So presumably if the lights were on, it should have been easier to see. If he didn't notice it or couldn't see it, it might be at least some little tiny speck of evidence that he was inebriated. Presumably.
Right. So it's twofold, really, right? So you're talking about the evidence that he was inebriated, maybe he didn't see it despite the fact that it was on. Also, it's kind of undercutting the defense version of the facts, right? That there's another reason, maybe environmental factors, the fact that it was dark, something like that, that the doctor hit this boat as opposed to his reckless conduct.
There might have been. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how the testimony progresses. But, you know, one thing that was being discussed earlier that I want to jump in on, because I had dug into this issue, is this issue of why the blood and the urine samples from the doctor were not allowed into evidence. And it's an actually really interesting debate. I read the judge's ruling on the matter. It's a short ruling, but the doctor's attorney was just throwing every possible, plausible, or even inconceivable argument at the judge as to why these things should be tossed. And the judge took most of them and said, okay, I disagree with this one, I disagree with this one, I disagree with this one. It was really a case not where a defense attorney took the best argument and then the second best argument and threw it at the judge. They just threw everything at the judge. So certainly a defense attorney who's being overly aggressive in some practice areas in trying to get those samples thrown out of the courtroom. But the interesting thing is that the samples, yeah, they were not refrigerated for like 62 plus hours, and that is a colorable violation of the state's administrative regulatory code. Okay, so administrative regulations set by agencies, they have the power of law. Those regs said that the samples should have been refrigerated. Interestingly enough, the state brought a bunch of scientific evidence into this motion in limine hearing on the evidence hearing for those samples and said, the science is pretty clear that it doesn't matter whether they're refrigerated or not. So why are we having this big argument? And the judge came down and said, okay, I believe the science that it wouldn't matter whether these things were refrigerated or not. They said it would have been a minuscule or a negligible change in the purported alcohol level of the samples, but because the administrative regulations say that they should have been refrigerated, I can't allow them in. Somebody better clear this up. So that's how the ruling was had in the case. So the samples, according to the science, are accurate, but they won't make it into the trial.
Wow, that's really interesting, and it's good you dug into that issue. First of all, not the first time we see a defense attorney throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. In this case, they were victorious there, right? I mean, they made the argument, and the judge bought it. He focused on the regs. He said, well, if the regulations weren't followed, no matter what the science says about the result, he's not going to let this evidence into the trial. Now that makes a huge impact on the prosecution's ability to prove this case.
Well, they had to throw the one charge out. I mean, there were, I think 5 charges originally or something like that. They had to throw the one out. But, you know, as Rachel Stockman, our editor-in-chief, was saying here around this table earlier today, you know, okay, so one of them gets tossed, but we still have a couple felonies on the table. And the felonies are the ones that, in theory, could affect the doctor's medical license much more seriously than the misdemeanors. So we have a criminal case on the table here too, but what's also interesting is to see how the state medical board is going to react to any possible conviction here. So I dug into that a little bit too, and if it's a felony, the minimum penalty is an indefinite suspension of his license to practice medicine with a minimum of a 30-day suspension. It could go on and on and on indefinitely, though, along with conditions for reinstatement and a subsequent 3-year probation. That is the minimum penalty a doctor in Ohio would face for medical license repercussions for a conviction on a felony count. The misdemeanors are a much lesser issue as far as the doctor's ability to go and earn a living practicing medicine.
Right.
So there's that element of this too. There's an administrative element that's going to happen after the trial that would presumably happen before a medical board, not in a criminal court, different proceeding, different location, but part of what's going on in this courtroom, is jockeying to try to mitigate the effects of the charges, not just for their own sake, but on the doctor's possible professional license.
Oh, that's absolutely not lost on the defense end of this case. Of course, they're thinking about that. Question doesn't matter, Aaron. From your experience, now take yourself out of the lawyer hat, but when somebody's on trial for something like this, high profile in the media, is he going to have a hard time working again anyway? Forget his licenses?
Well, that's really hard to say. I mean, it depends on what the medical board does. I mean, I know of other cases that some of our other guests have talked about with me here where there have been doctors accused and convicted of drunk driving. They serve the penalty, they go back to work. And if they've been able to mitigate what's wrong, then they ought to be allowed to pick their lives up. Other people would turn around and say, well, the penalty should be harsh. If you are serving as a pillar of the community, you shouldn't just get a 30-day suspension of your license to perform surgery if you struck and killed somebody in a boat. And I'm sure that the medical board would weigh both sides of that. I have no experience other than just reading the guidelines of how they process things in Ohio specifically. But I have seen medical board decisions be pretty harsh when a member of the medical community gets accused of a crime.
Oh, definitely.
Especially a crime that involves the death of someone.
Absolutely. When you're talking about a death, the stakes are much, much higher. I'm interested in your take on this. It's something we've spoken about with almost everybody that sat on the other side of the table, and the opinions really go across the spectrum. Why do you think the defense went for a bench trial here?
Well, there's the possibility that a jury would look and say, hey, you're a doctor, you're a surgeon, you should know better, you should be not out boating at night and presumably drinking, if we're to believe the allegations, you know, we're going to nail you just because we think that you should know better, rather than looking and holding the prosecution to the burden. Okay, the prosecution has the burden legally, and maybe there was a calculation made that the judge would be properly putting the burden on the state and not on the doctor.
Yeah, I think that you might be right there. I actually had that same thought also, a little bit more of a dispassionate view from the judge, taking some of the emotion out of it. A jury might be apt to say, well, somebody died here, you know, we've got to hold somebody accountable. Today we heard some more testimony about the amount of drinks that the doctor actually consumed. We heard from a friend, we heard from a bartender. It sounds like 2 beers, 1 shot, a few hours before. Still trying to figure out the timeline here. When you have a case, as you said, that blood alcohol, that's not coming in. So there's not going to be that element of the true test where you get a percentage. Now you're talking about witness testimony to establish intoxication. How do you think this testimony fares for the defense?
Well, again, it depends on whether or not the judge is going to look and say, you know, I could believe that there was some incapacitation there. Okay, and if that's the case, then the judge might say that the charge sticks. And we also don't know what other testimony we're going to hear as to whether or not there were drinks consumed after the restaurant. So if there were additional drinks consumed, then that might be an easy charge to stick. Keep in mind there were 2 drinking and operating while intoxicated charges. One required the actual BAC level, the other one didn't. So the other one is more of a observatory standard. Like, did he appear? Is there evidence that he was intoxicated? Okay, so if that charge sticks just on some witness testimony, then it could be, you know, it could stick, and the judge is going to weigh that. Presumably the judge would know the law on that better than maybe a jury just hearing it in a jury instruction. So that might be an interesting tactic that could backfire on the defense just having a bench trial alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds as the trial moves forward. And you're right, we don't know what other witnesses we're going to hear from about that lag of time, or say we don't hear from any more witnesses about that time in between, about the amount of alcoholic beverages consumed. We also have the fact that there's a space where he could have been consuming a lot more alcoholic beverages, so we don't really know. As you very astutely pointed out, one of the statutes doesn't require a showing of intoxication. There's another way to prove this case.
Yeah, I mean, you know how if you've had a case where you've ever had the actual blood alcohol scientific testing tossed, then there's other ways to prove intoxication. And I had an attorney in New Hampshire tell me once that the way that you always have to do it in court is you have to say, hey, look, you all know what, say to the jury, or in this case the judge, hey, you know what a drunk looks like. It looks like this witness described, and
right.
this witness described, and this witness described. And some attorneys will actually draw out a picture and start pointing arrows to all the things that the various witnesses observed that would indicate that there was some level of intoxication.
Interesting you say that. We're actually back in the courtroom. We have more of this expert talking about the lighting, but we saw a little sneak peek, and I think this is what you're referring to, Aaron. We saw a little sneak peek here while we were waiting for court to be back in session, and that was a map showing the collision spot. It looks like that's going to become part of this testimony now. So we're going to throw back to the courtroom, cover the rest of this live.
Has a certain melting temperature, correct?
Yes.
The lights obviously operate at a temperature, if they're operating properly, that's something less than that melting temperature, correct?
Yes.
But running the current through them to illuminate, to heat up the tungsten and illuminate it, causes the temperature obviously to go up somewhere between cold and the melting temperature, correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. Are you able to tell us what that temperature is?
No.
Fair enough. Do your studies show you, your education and experience show you that the amount of current going through the tungsten filament can vary and that can have an impact on the amount of deformation?
My training in lamps is strictly to what the filament will look like with different types of damage when it has been in an incandescent state. It really has nothing to do with the electrical side, except for after I do my initial examination of all lamps, I mark, by looking through the microscope, I'm looking to see is the filament intact? Is it broken anywhere? And that is, you saw the chart in my notes, I make a note if it appears to be broken. Okay. If it is intact, I still do a test with a continuity meter to confirm nothing in the base, that there's not a different reason that the filament would not work, that I'm not able to see. That's the only electrical test of sorts that I conduct.
Okay. Electrical engineering is not part of your education or experience, as I understand it.
It is not.
All right. So if I understand, you have a chemistry degree, you work in a trace evidence section of a laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you've been trained to look for these changes you've talked about here today in filaments of light bulbs.
Correct.
The item 7 is an 1157 fairly standard bulb, is that correct?
Yes.
The dual filament bulb?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, as I understand it, the smaller of the filaments produces a light, but produces a light that's not as bright or brilliant as the larger filament, correct?
That's correct.
And the larger filament obviously produces the brighter effect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For example, if you were to use that 1157 in a brake light of an automobile, or excuse me, in the rear light of an automobile, the small filament would be the one that came on when I turned on my lights at night, correct?
You're saying use that as a brake light?
I'm saying if it were in the back of a car, either as a brake light or as a turn signal.
Well, the brake filament is generally the larger filament.
Right, because it's brighter, correct?
Yes.
So that's my point. If I turn on my lights, just my headlights, so that the rear lights come on,
then
the smaller filament would be the dimmer of the lights emitted, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so, with regard to this bulb, because there is no damage that you can observe to the larger filament, you basically can't say that that filament was illuminated at the time of whatever impact caused the damage to the smaller filament. Is that it?
Correct.
Now, I heard you say something about 3 feet. You generally look for lights that are within 3 feet of the impact, correct?
Yes.
Were you given any information as to the length of the vessel that these lights were recovered from?
None.
If the 1157 bulb were illuminated and in the course of a collision that light fell out and struck the surface of the bottom of the boat, would you anticipate that that larger filament would be broken? Or I shouldn't say broken, I should say actually deformed in the way you've been.
So you're asking if the larger filament were incandescent,
yes,
and it fell out onto...
struck the floor, would you expect some deformation?
I don't know.
Now, what, if anything, can you tell us about the effect of a short circuit on these lights that you examined?
Well, if they were short-circuited, I would imagine they would have burned out. There was no indication of any burnout.
Okay. I need to know whether you're imagining that or whether you're telling that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Can you tell me?
I have seen bulbs that were short-circuited either by the filament being so deformed, it literally flung out and touched either the glass envelope or another part of the filament itself, and both of those burned and shorted out. So if it was a short circuit type of scenario, and again, the electrical question, I don't see any indication of that. This looks like a normal filament that was sustained some damage.
All right. So have you had cases where there's a short circuit but the filaments are not destroyed or deformed?
Well, they're not destroyed and they're not always deformed. If they're burned out, they might not have any deformation to them at all. For instance, if you broke a bulb that's in your car and then you turned the light on, the filament would burn out, but it wouldn't be deformed because you're not moving and it hasn't sustained the momentum and the impact.
When you say broke the light, you're talking about the bulb?
Bulb, yes. If you broke the glass envelope.
But that would be because the tungsten would oxidize in it, isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay, so let's assume that the bulb is not broken. So, as I understand it, so that the tungsten doesn't oxidize, the air is actually sucked out of the inside of these bulbs during manufacture, correct?
Yes.
And some other gas other than oxygen is placed in there, correct?
Yes.
That's what helps the bulb last longer because the tungsten doesn't oxidize as it's heated, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's assume now that we have a bulb where it's not broken.
Okay.
Okay. So, when you're telling me the short circuit is going to burn out the light, I guess what I want to know is, if the bulb is not broken, the glass case is not broken, and there's a short circuit, can there be damage to the bulb?
It would not indicate hot shock deformation, because a hot shock deformation is caused by the fact that the filament becomes very pliable and you or your boat or your car or whatever, you're moving and you have a sudden impact, and that difference in momentum is what causes the filament to keep moving, and so that deformation would form.
Okay.
How a short circuit would play into this, I don't know, but it's not going to cause hot shock deformation.
Okay, and I'm not necessarily talking about a short circuit during collision. I'm just talking about a short circuit. So what I want to know is a short circuit, can it cause a power surge? If you don't know, then tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. So you're not able to tell us whether a surge of power might heat that tungsten element even hotter?
No.
Now, these are sort of general tests that you do, is that correct? In other words, you can't tell us the force of any impact, can you?
No.
Okay. Your science is based upon the idea that if the filament is hot at the time of an impact, the filament, because it's pliable, keeps moving when the bulb stops, in essence, because of the impact, correct?
Yes.
The G8 bulb, are you able to tell us, other than from the front of the boat, are you able to tell us from what side of the boat it came on in the front? That is starboard or port?
It was not marked.
Now, if you know, is it important, in order to be able to do this test of yours with any reliability, is it important that the lights after the collision be preserved and not left on?
Leaving a lamp illuminated won't change the physical state after the accident.
Okay, so you're saying the deformation that is caused, even though the tungsten is still hot and pliable, the bulb will not return to its, the tungsten filament will not return to its original position.
That's correct.
Okay. So, in this case, do you do anything to measure the amount of deformation? In other words, the amount that the tungsten filament moved?
No.
There's some corrosion at the base of the 1157 bulb, is that right? You can do it, but
possibly.
that's okay. I just want to make a record of what you're doing. You're looking at your notes to refresh your recollection.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the base a lot. That's more of something I want to keep in mind when I'm doing my exam, and then when I do the continuity test, sometimes that might give me an indication if there's a lot of corrosion. It appears that the filament is intact, but it clearly has a broken circuit. That could indicate why. So it's.
But back to my question is, was there corrosion on the bottom of the 1157 bulb?
That is marked in my notes, yes.
Does that indicate to you that that's an older bulb then?
Possibly. Probably. Or it was a newer bulb put into a corroded socket.
Did you examine the sockets in this case?
No, I did not.
Did you examine anything other than the bulbs themselves?
No.
You didn't examine the socket into which the bulbs fit?
No, but that is not a standard examination.
I understand, but my question was, did you do it?
No.
Okay. How about, did you do anything to measure or determine the amount of distance from which these bulbs could be viewed by someone?
No.
Okay. So in other words, if you lit up the bulb, you didn't do any tests to say you can see that bulb from 200 yards or half a mile or 2 miles?
That is not a standard test. I don't have the equipment to do that. Except taking evidence and putting it into my car, which I would never do.
Do you, so there's nothing to lab for you to do that?
That's correct.
And you didn't do it, fair enough. How about, were you asked to examine any of the lenses from the boat? The lenses around which would go around the bulbs themselves?
No.
Can a bulb sustain the sort of mild damage that you talked about by some impact other than an accident?
Well, I thought about this, and I used to own a number of boats. And in item 7, the more mild hot shock filament on the small filament, I can't say, I don't know what kind of boat this was, but if you've ever been in a speedboat and thought the lake is smooth as glass and I'm going to run it wide open, and you end up, or it's a choppy day and you're bouncing and you're hitting the waves, it's very common for us to see some deformation to, say, motorcycle headlamps, just because they are not quite as rugged and there's a lot more, sometimes there's more bouncing on the road. They don't have the same suspension as a car would. So on that filament, can I say that didn't come from repeated use and repeated hitting the waves? No. But on filament 8, that sustained a very serious impact.
Right, I understand that. I'm still back on the 1157. What I'm trying to find out is, are there things other than an impact that could cause the deformation, of that filament?
Only repeated impacts to that filament.
So not one impact?
It could have been one impact.
So were there any other factors that weigh into your determination? The age of the bulb, for example, the temperature outside, any of those things weigh into it?
No.
None of that? Yes. So let me ask you, can these bulbs still work after sustaining a hot shock?
Yes.
Because they're deformed, but they're not broken, correct?
Correct.
Distinguished from the cold shock where they basically shatter, correct?
Yeah, cold shock, but they fracture, yes.
Okay, all right. So these lights can still work after their hot shock?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the deformation that you saw in these bulbs came from a particular accident?
I cannot tell you when the damage occurred, no.
That's all I have. Thank you. And redirect.
As part of your testing then, did you determine if these bulbs were still in working condition?
Yes, I did test their continuity with the multimeter.
Okay, nothing further.
No. You may step down. Thank you. May I see counsel? All right, for the record, it's my understanding that, again, we've gone through the witnesses that are available for today, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right. This board is in recess.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours here. And it looks like court has ended for the day in the Ohio case of Dr. Joseph Urich. He's accused of boating while intoxicated. The charge in Ohio is operating a vehicle intoxicated, OVI, and slamming into another fishing boat, killing one person on that boat and injuring another one. So it's a bench trial, it's before a judge only, and we're listening to a lot of testimony about whether or not the filaments in the light bulbs on the boat that the doctor is accused of striking while drunk were operating properly, and the witness believes that at least some of them were lit. So the presumption is that the doctor should have been able to see the boat as he was approaching it on the water that night. So that's where the testimony is ending for the day today. I want to jump in, however, and bring in our afternoon guest. LaDawn Jones is with us here. Nice to see you again on the LawNewz Network.
Thanks for having me back.
So what do you make of this case? We've got a doctor in Ohio facing these charges. One of them did get dismissed because the evidence that would be necessary to bring the charge in is ultimately not admissible, because under the state's administrative procedure guidelines, it's under the agency rules, the samples from the doctor's blood and urine needed to be refrigerated within a certain amount of time after they were drawn, and in this case they weren't. So the judge said, well, even though the science would indicate that the samples are accurate, that the refrigeration really wouldn't affect this type of sample, I have to throw it out just because of the legal technicality. So that just means ultimately that one of the charges had to be dropped. The other charges stick, though. So how does the prosecution try to prove that he was actually intoxicated when he slammed into this other boat?
That is a great question. So in many cases like this where you see the toxicology results thrown out, the burden is extremely high for the state. They have to be able to show it through physical appearance, through testimony of from other people who may be aware that the doctor was drinking within a certain amount of hours prior to the accident, or some other factors that they can testify to, like physical evidence of alcohol in the boat in the home or things of that sort. They can use social media evidence, but without something that can indicate the fact that he was intoxicated. And in Ohio, it also may depend on if there's a requirement that there is proof of a certain level of intoxication in order to find manslaughter. Those will be two things that will be difficult for the state to prove without those toxicology results.
So they've got a couple of charges here. Ultimately, 4 charges are going to stick. One is aggravated vehicular homicide. That's a second-degree felony. One is aggravated vehicular assault. That's a third-degree felony. We've got the operating a vehicle while impaired, but without the toxicology results, as we were talking about. And then we have another misdemeanor that's sticking, that's a failure to stop after an accident. Well, the testimony thus far has been pretty clear that there was no stopping by the doctor. So it would seem that that misdemeanor might be the charge that sticks. But when it comes to aggravated vehicular homicide and aggravated vehicular assault, are those charges going to be really hard for the state to prove here?
The key term in that is aggravated, right? So accidents happen. We know that as a part of life use. A person is not automatically guilty of the causing the death of someone because they were in an accident. But the aggravated nature, you have to prove some other level. Either they were extremely reckless, where they should have known what was going on and should have been able to take better caution, or something like being intoxicated at the time, or not being legally allowed to operate the vehicle. Those types of things makes it an aggravated nature. So again, they would need to have proof that that occurred. So for example, if they want to say that he was reckless in how he behaved, even if they couldn't prove that he was intoxicated, they will need witnesses to come out and show that recklessness. Someone who can say they saw him speeding by earlier. Someone who could say potentially that he sped quite often on the boat. He was sighted at that same location. Something that is proof that he was acting in a reckless manner in this particular circumstance to lead to an aggravated nature for a homicide. So we're looking for what can the state prove to reach that level of aggravation.
Yeah, you know, and they have to get over that hurdle. On the facts that we have on the record in this case now, do you think they're going to get there, or do you think that this is just going to be really, really hard?
Well, I haven't seen all the witnesses in this case, so I can't really say if they will get there. I will say knowing that the toxicology results are out truly changes this case. I know there was some testimony from the other person who was on the boat that said that he overheard some yelling before he saw, or believes who he saw was the doctor. The other witness said that he saw the lights coming toward them. That seems to say that they were in a position where you'll be able to, he should have seen him. He should have been able to see him. So it really depends on who else is presented in this case on how difficult it would be. But the toxicology results makes me wonder if the state didn't go back and offer some type of plea deal before getting here, and if those toxicology results was the reason that the defendant chose to move forward with the case and take it to trial.
Well, let me ask this. So let's operate under the presumption, just hypothetically, just for the sake of argument, that the felony charges are going to be really tough to prove. If we assume that, let's also assume that maybe that misdemeanor for leaving the scene of an accident might stick. Here's a question that I have, because the end game here, I don't necessarily think is to just beat all the charges in criminal court. I think that the end game here is to also leave it for the defense perspective so that the doctor can continue practicing medicine. Under the State Medical Board of Ohio guidelines for discipline, a doctor, based on my read of these guidelines, can only face discipline in that state for a misdemeanor if the misdemeanor does one of two things. If the misdemeanor either A, occurs in the course of practice, or B, involves moral turpitude. Usually these moral turpitude elements require some really clear-cut moral turpitude, like lying under oath, being dishonest. You know, do you think, or have you seen a case where anything that happened here could stick as a moral turpitude element? Is drunk driving a moral turpitude issue? Is leaving the scene of an accident a moral turpitude issue?
Absolutely not. Well, moral turpitude things usually deal with theft, as you mentioned, swearing under oath and lying under oath. Things that can be proven are of a dishonest nature. Leaving the scene of an accident, even potentially DUI, will likely not be considered moral turpitude in this case. Something else that sticks out to me is that they had to be aware of the strength of their case without the toxicology results because they waived their right to a jury trial. And the defendant chose to only be heard before the judge. What that says in this kind of case is that they know the law may be on their side, and even if there's other strong evidence, the judge will stick strictly to the gun and say, if you have not met the minimum burden of proving, for example, the alcohol intoxication levels or the aggravation, they know that the judge is going to likely go with that misdemeanor, thereby saving the license of the doctor.
Yeah, you know, and let's say that somehow that leaving the scene of the accident does stick as a moral turpitude issue. The penalty is not horrendously steep for that kind of a charge. For the misdemeanors, it could be a suspension for 30 days, some kind of probation after that, depending on the level of severity. It could be a 180-day suspension. It could be an indefinite suspension, but it would seem to me that those misdemeanors just might not hit this level. So if I were the defense in this case, I would be turning around saying, okay, well, the misdemeanors don't involve course of practice. We know that. So that doesn't stick. They probably don't involve moral turpitude under most states' definitions of that term. So that doesn't stick. So if he's convicted on nothing but misdemeanors, he can continue to practice medicine. Okay, and for surgeons, that's a lot of money, even per week. They make a lot of money. So if he's convicted on misdemeanors, I don't think he has any medical board repercussions here.
That's correct. And that for a client of his sort, you know, in this field, people will ask all the time, well, do you win? Well, winning is very much relative to what is going on in your case. And for this doctor, he was there, right? There's not a question of whether he was a part of the accident. There's not a question of whether he was driving. So he can't beat those measures. And so a win is going to be based on the fact that he's able to continue to practice, continue to take care of himself, and pay his legal fees at the end of this court case.
Yeah, now, okay, so if he gets convicted on one of the felonies, though, that's a different story. That's going to affect the license, because the mere conviction on a felony, again, hypothetically, if it happens, would have more serious repercussions for him. There we're talking about an indefinite suspension, a minimum of 30 days suspension, so he wouldn't be able to work for a month, okay? So he's probably out well more than probably pushing $30,000 just ballpark off of that.
30 days, and the time that he's been preparing for this trial. You know, behind the scenes on cases like this, even if it's not a jury case, it takes the defendant, even when they're out on bond, an extensive amount of time away from their home and their family in preparation for court. So that 30 days would be a much more extensive sentence, because it'll be adding on to what he's already losing out now.
Yeah, so I mean, just this is where I'm talking about the medical license repercussions of it too. So it would seem to me, okay, well, if he's convicted of the felony, then there's going to be other issues thrown into it as far as sentencing. But again, I think that the defense's strategy here is to try to say, hey, you're not meeting the aggravated definition for the two felonies, and okay, the misdemeanors might be a wash, because even if he gets nailed on the misdemeanors, it's not going to affect his medical license.
That's correct. That's correct. And therefore, it makes it a reasonable risk for them to continue to take this case to trial, and in particular, a bench trial. So
do you think that the move to do a bench trial here was a smart one?
Absolutely. If the evidence really shows that one of the elements in the indictment or in the counts of the indictment, particularly for the felonies, are missing, even just one. With the jury, you can sometimes, you know, present the evidence and argument in closing to make it look like all the elements are there. But with the judge, they know pretty strongly whether or not a specific element is not being met. And that's the best time to go before a judge to argue that the element is not there. And of course, the state probably believes that it is, believes that they've met all the elements in the indictment. It will really depend on what other witnesses they have.
Yeah, I want to go and listen to one of the clips from earlier in this trial, LaDawn, because we have plenty of them saved and we have plenty of time this afternoon because court is wrapped up for the day. But I want to go all the way back to the beginning of the case. The widow of the gentleman who died in this accident was one of the first witnesses up. So I want to go back and listen to some of her testimony. It's a little bit more emotional than it is probative into whether or not the elements of the charges are being met here. But despite it being a bench trial, the prosecution still did want to put family members up on the stand. So let's start our re-examination of the case with Jenny Cuppet, who is the widow of the victim who died.
And what about safety exhibit number 2? Can you tell us about that?
This was my son's graduation from St. Augustine grade school, his 8th grade graduation.
Okay. And what year would that have been?
I'm thinking 2013 maybe.
And your husband still look about the same
Yes.
as 2015?
Yes.
And are both of those pictures fair and accurate representation of what your husband Brian looked like prior to his death?
Yes.
Tell me about how you get word that something has happened.
I got a phone call in the night, went to the answering machine. I didn't answer it right away. I got up then, checked the answering machine. It was the Ravenna Hospital. Somebody saying, when I called them back, said my husband had been in an accident. Would I please come to the hospital?
Okay. And do you recall what time it was?
It seems to me it was about 2.
2 in the morning?
Yeah, 1:30 or 2, something like that.
And did you drive yourself to the hospital?
No, I rode with some friends at Brian's.
Okay. And you recall who those friends were?
Charlie and Kathy Fry.
And when did you find out of what had happened?
When we got to the hospital, they escorted us into a little private room, and a man came out and sat down, and we were all seated there, and then he told me my husband had been killed in an accident.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
You may step down. Thank you.
So that was testimony at the beginning of this case here from the widow of the man who died. Now, LaDawn, this is just a bench trial, but does testimony like that affect a judge more than a jury or less than a jury? And I'm presuming less than a jury, at least that's the presumption. Why would the prosecution still want to put family members like that on the stand?
You know, it definitely affects a judge far less than it affects a jury. Judges are still human. Knowing that there was some effect, that there was some lingering damages there, maybe something that either could be used in another case unrelated. It's not nearly as helpful when you have just a judge. Now, with a jury, when you put the widow up, you know, it really humanizes the person. At the end of the trial, the jurors want to be able to say they want to compromise. They want to find something to make that widow that was on the stand feel whole. I guess you can argue that can help in a lesser way with a judge, but more than likely it's not going to assist as much. And unless Ohio has some special standards in some of their homicide statutes that require some level of proof from the widow, it's more just emotional and drawing the picture about who this person was.
Well, let me ask a couple of follow-up questions to that then. So we've got the widow on the stand, and I know that there were 2 civil suits filed here. One was already settled by one of the people who was in the boat that was struck, and the other one is still outgoing, or outstanding, I should say. And I think that it was the suit filed by the estate of the deceased. I think the person who was injured, I think that one might have already settled, but I may have them backwards. But anyway, do you think that there was any tactic potentially by the prosecution to just kind of get the family members on the stand? Because we all know that if the testimony is really thorough in the criminal case, it really alleviates the need for a second set of testimony in a civil trial. Do you think maybe that could have played into the prosecutor saying, okay, we're sorry what you've been through, but we'll still put you on the stand here because it'll help down the road?
You know, that's exactly where my mind went when you first asked the question, why would they put the widow on the stand? That's where it's most useful. But then as you think about it, the state's job in these cases is to ensure justice is done on a criminal level. They're not there to preserve evidence on behalf of the widow in a civil trial. Now, they are also there to provide justice for victims, and maybe in some way the widow asked or really wanted to be able to testify for her own reasons in the civil case, or because of, you know, the hurt over her deceased husband, and the state could have put her on the stand for the purpose of fulfilling that victim's need to be heard, the victim impact statement, which typically comes at the sentencing portion, but victims are allowed to speak in some instances in the criminal level. Outside of that, maybe they were just throwing her, you know, just kind of throwing to the victim or the widow of the deceased an opportunity to be heard.
Yeah, just a theory that I was trying to kick around there a little bit. The other person who was in the boat's last name was Lindemood, and we had the survivor, Bruce Lindemood, on the stand as well earlier in this case. So I want to listen to some of his testimony where he talks about what led up to the crash and then what happened during the crash.
Absolutely. Every other day.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to May 8th of 2015. Did you have plans with Brian to go fishing that day?
Most of we went.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall how you made those plans? How long before you left? You talked about it, anything like that?
I'm sure we talked that day.
Okay. What were you fishing for? Do you recall what kind of
Walleye.
fish? I'm sorry?
Walleye.
Okay.
Mainly what we go for.
All right. And did you guys have a favorite spot that you would go to?
The entire lake.
Okay, and what lake is that?
Berlin.
All right. And is there any particular spot on that lake that you guys like to fish?
We like the causeway, and that's where the walleye usually hang out in
Okay.
the spring.
Is that the causeway there? Is it a deeper part of the lake?
I wouldn't say that. It's just where the walleye like to go.
Okay. And that evening, prior to going to the lake, how did you meet up with Brian?
He came to my house.
Do you recall what time?
Probably 7-ish.
Okay. And how did you get to Berlin Lake?
My truck.
And whose boat did you take?
Mine.
What kind of boat did you have?
Bass truck.
For us people who don't boat, like what kind of boat is this?
It's a bass boat, and it's got a 50-horse motor on it, a trolling motor in the front, a couple of seats, pretty basic.
It's a basic fishing boat?
Yeah.
Okay. How long does it take you to get from your house to Berlin Lake with that boat?
Usually 40 minutes or so.
Okay. And where do you put it in the water at, around the lake?
At the state park.
Do you recall the weather that evening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
It was clear, calm, water was like glass, sky was clear.
Was the water cold? Was it?
It wasn't until I got into it. Yes, it was cold.
The weather's pretty nice?
Yes, for that time, yes.
Yes. Hold on one second. Steph, could you get him a glass of water? Here he comes. Thank you.
Move this microphone just a little closer to you, okay?
I'm sorry.
We're just all exceptionally loud here, so. Tell me more about this motor that you have on your fishing boat. Is it what they call an outboard motor that you?
Yes. Yeah.
What does that mean?
It just hangs on the back.
And while you're fishing, is that motor in the water?
No.
What do you do with it?
Actually, that evening we lifted it up like we would normally do because we use the electric motor because we only want to move at an extremely slow pace.
Can you tell me, you say you lift it up, does that mean you kind of tip it into the boat?
Sort of. You just pull the tail out of the water.
Okay. And you said electric motor. What kind of electric motor did you
It
have?
just runs on a battery. It's just a small, it just...
A lot of preliminary information there, LaDawn, about exactly what led up to this crash. But, you know, this case is an interesting one because not only, you know, it's sad that one of the victims died, but then another one is just able to sit there on the stand and say, hey, look, this is what was going on this day. There's a clear sense of what was happening. And he does, in the next clip that we'll listen to in a couple of minutes, get into more details about exactly what was going on when he saw this other boat approaching the boat that he was in. Certainly, if we take the emotional aspect of it aside, this is really helpful for the prosecution.
It may be helpful for the prosecution because it shows that these two gentlemen were really just doing what they're supposed to do. Anytime you have a case with an accident, you have to ask, was the other party at fault? In civil law, you look at the contributory negligence. In criminal law, you want to look to see if the person was truly at fault. Does it show any intent or negligent action on behalf of the defendant by looking at what were the actions of the victims or the deceased. So in this case, by laying out that, listen, we go out here all the time. We know what to look for. We fish together on a regular basis. Really humanizing it makes it much easier for the court to determine that if there was fault in this case, if fault only came on one side, and that's the side of the defendant.
Yeah, let's continue listening to some of the testimony of Bruce Lindemood. This is where he really gets into what happened in the crash. So we'll continue on with our review of the case with more from him.
I had to go.
I'm sorry.
Show you State's exhibit number 6. Is that same lantern from your boat?
Yes.
Now, on May 8th, you start fishing, and eventually something happens. Tell me what happens while you're fishing.
We were just sitting at the causeway. I mean, we weren't underway in any way, but real short description is Brian had mentioned, you know, what's this guy doing behind me, because I was facing the opposite direction. And
What direction were you facing?
I was facing towards the bridge.
Okay.
But after he had said that, I turned around, and it wasn't but a second or two after I had turned around. I seen the boat coming, but it was almost an instant contact.
Did you hear the boat coming before you saw it? If you recall.
I don't know if I did or not, just for the simple fact that there were many boats around, and they were coming and going, and, you know, I mean, there was a lot of other boats on the water.
Did you see any lights on that boat?
That's all I saw of that boat was a light. When I
The
turned
light.
around, I remember seeing a bright light, and that was it. It was the next thing I know, I'm falling in the water.
Did you hear the crash, or do you just remember falling in the water?
Vaguely, I guess I can say, contact, but I guess what sticks mostly in my head is falling backwards in the water, blown into the water, and that would be about it for the contact. It just happened too quick.
I'm sorry, I can't. Say that last part again.
Well, it just happened too quick.
You said you weren't underway. Did you have the trolling motor in the water?
Trolling motor, yes.
And was there any, you said the water was like glass while you're out there. Is there any kind of current or anything?
No, not at that point. No, there's no current at all. We were sitting stationary.
About how far were you from the shore when you recall this happening?
Guesstimating 50, 100 yards.
What about from the bridge?
That's kind of what I'm saying, yes.
Okay. You said that's one of your favorite lakes to go to, that Berlin Lake?
It used to be.
Okay. Do you know where the no wake zone is? And where is that?
We were right outside of it.
But where is it on that lake? Is it under the bridge?
I would say probably 50 yards from the bridge, the mouth of the bridge.
Okay, what does that mean, no wake?
That means you produce no ripples within the water from your motor.
Do you know if there's any speed limits on that lake?
Absolutely, it's 10 miles an hour.
And is that at nighttime?
Yes.
Did you have any chance to react when you saw those lights coming towards you?
Zero chance to react.
You were thrown into the water.
Yes.
What happens next?
I remember being under the water and something smashing into me. What it was, I don't know.
What part of your body was it smashing?
My arm.
Okay.
I remember spinning underwater, and I remember the only thing going through my head was, oh shit, props. You know, that's what I had in my head.
Sorry,
I can't hear you.
Could you speak as if you're talking to the back of the room?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It just, I remember spinning underwater and fighting my way to the surface. And when it's dark and you're underwater, spinning around, that you become very disoriented to which way is up, which sounds kind of funny, but that's just how it is. And I remember it being a struggle to get to the surface.
And were you able to get to the surface eventually?
Yes.
What happened when you got to the surface?
Well, as soon as I got to the surface, I seen nothing but light and being cussed at, and that was it. I just remember seeing nothing but a bright light in my face and being screamed at.
And what was that person saying to you?
He was saying, "What the fuck are you doing out here?"
Did you say anything back to him?
Help.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
Well, he said that multiple times.
Okay.
And then no, that was it.
Did you see Brian at all?
No.
Were you able to get back in your boat?
I was.
And how were you able to do that?
I still ask myself that today, how I was able to do that.
How far away from your boat were you? Do you recall?
Probably 20, 30 yards.
And what were you doing during this time besides swimming?
Thinking that I was going to drown.
Were you calling out for additional help, or did you?
Not after he left. No.
So that person with the bright lights left?
Yes.
Did he offer any assistance?
None whatsoever.
Did he throw you any kind of life jacket or life preserver?
No.
Did he inform you that he was going to go get help?
No.
At some point, do you continually try to look for Brian?
I didn't know Brian was missing at that point.
Okay. When did you discover that?
After I was able to get myself back into my boat.
Do you see the damage already to your boat when you get in?
I noticed that as soon as I crawled back in.
And what kind of damage are you noticing?
Exactly what you just put on that screen.
Like the lights?
No, I didn't notice lights. I just noticed the side of my boat was completely crushed.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I noticed that the boat was crushed.
And so what do you do when Brian's not there?
Started screaming for him immediately.
For Brian. Do you also scream help again?
Yes.
Does anybody come to help you?
Eventually, yes. But it seemed at that point in time, like an eternity, and how much time there was before somebody came, I couldn't tell you.
When someone came to help you, was it the same boat that had crashed into you?
No. I couldn't say for sure, but it was only common sense that no.
When he sped away, this person who yelled at you after the crash, could you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Under the bridge.
What? Was he going slow under the bridge?
Absolutely not. He pretty much jumped it and went. He floored it in essence, yes.
Could you hear his motor revving?
Absolutely.
Was he making wake?
Well, I was still in the water, so I couldn't tell you yet.
Is it pretty quiet out there on the lake?
With the exception of a boat passing by, yes, extremely quiet.
Are you able to hear noises on the shore if it's that quiet, that kind of
You
stuff?
can hear people talking here and there while they're fishing and doing their things.
Do you see any lights from the coming from the shore or anything like that?
There were multiples because there's always somebody fishing somewhere, especially along the causeway at that time of the year because everybody shows up for the walleye.
Do other fishermen not even in a boat carry a lantern such as yours?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is that pretty commonplace?
Extremely common.
Do you recall when exactly, not exactly, but approximately what time this would have happened that evening?
I only know because of after the facts, but if you ask for that time exactly, no, because we don't watch our clock while we're on the water. We're kind of busy doing what we're doing fishing.
Okay. Did you guys take snacks with you or any beverages with you? Any alcoholic beverages?
Negative, no.
When this person hits you in your fishing boat, were you able to tell what kind of boat he was on?
I'd never seen him.
Was it, what kind of light was shining on you? Do you know?
A bright one. That's the only thing I can say. All I seen was a massive bright light.
Were you able to see this person's face?
No.
Could you tell what kind of motor he had on his boat?
No, I couldn't, other than the fact that I know what motors sound like, and I could tell that it was an inboard. That's
I'm sorry, what?
I could only tell that it was an inboard just because I know what motors.
More testimony on the witness stand from one of the two men who was in the boat struck by the doctor. He was accused of driving his boat drunk, and LaDawn Jones is still with us here listening to this testimony. You'd think that it's really helpful for the state, LaDawn, to have someone who was in the boat be able to sit there and say, hey, look, we weren't drinking, we weren't doing anything wrong. All of a sudden I saw this light coming at us. I didn't see who was driving the boat that struck us, but bam, there's a collision. And then this is the aftermath of it. Just helpful to put the timeline into perspective, and it seems that they just really didn't have any time to react.
That's absolutely right. That's very important. Similar to that case we saw recently in the news, Serena Williams, right, the tennis star. It was once believed that she may have been responsible for a vehicular homicide. They were able to do some research and get another camera view and saw that another car pulled out in front of her, causing her to delay, therefore making her not responsible. That was the point of this testimony, was to be able to show that the other boat and no other parties around that boat caused for the doctor to actually to cause this accident, that there wasn't some other reason, and therefore he is in fact in fault and should be found guilty of the homicide.
Yeah, so if we can get out of this witness that the people in the boat that was struck were not at fault, and I think that that conclusion could be drawn, then we get out of, in a civil case, we would get out of the apportionment end of it, at least off of the testimony we saw on direct. But this is a criminal case where we have to prove, or the state has to prove, that this defendant broke the law beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't horribly probative towards that, but it does perhaps make out some of the elements of recklessness, because that witness talked about, okay, look, well, he said he wasn't looking directly at the boat, so he didn't see it, but it seems like it was pretty sudden, and that even though he wasn't looking directly at the boat as it came at him, that they just felt that they didn't have any time to react.
That's absolutely right. Listen, as long as he didn't get on the stand and say they were doing wheelies out in the middle of the lake, that they were driving without their glasses, they were driving at a time or operating the vehicle at a time when they shouldn't have, as long as he didn't say anything that was really bad evidence against the fact that they were using all caution, then that would be enough for the state to help prove that only the other person that was involved in this accident was the sole cause of this accident. And because he was the sole cause, it was because he was either being reckless or negligent or otherwise not taking the care necessary to avoid being charged with vehicular homicide and should be therefore found guilty.
Exactly. So let's continue listening to a little bit more of his testimony. This is from Monday. It's helpful to go back and review this case, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Before this happens and you're fishing with Brian, is it pretty quiet out there on the lake? I assume that the ambulance then took you to the hospital?
Yes.
And what ended up happening with your arm?
I had contusions. Basically, it was in essence all over the arm.
Did you have you have a scar? You said it's fading.
Yeah.
Did you have to have any stitches
No.
or staples or anything?
No.
Do you have any long-term effects from that injury?
I mean, what I feel is missing, and the doctors agree, there's missing meat in there where it's been just pulverized by something. And yes, pain comes and goes from it.
Did you have to go to physical therapy for
Absolutely.
it? When did you find out that Brian didn't make it?
That evening.
Were you still at the hospital?
Yes.
And were they still working on you at the time?
Yes.
So other than seeing them working on the shore, you didn't see Brian since being in the boat?
Okay, one more time.
You didn't see Brian once he fell in the water?
I seen him on shore.
On the shore.
And I seen him once they brought him to the hospital.
Okay. You wrote a statement to the police at the hospital?
Yes.
And in that statement's contained with what you've told us here today?
I'm sorry?
Does that statement contain what you've told us here today?
I believe so.
And you told the police about this person stopping and yelling at you as well, right?
So that was the tail end of the direct examination of Bruce Lindemood, who was on the boat. He was the survivor. He talked about his companion dying at the hospital. So tragic testimony, but a little bit more colorful than probative as to whether or not the doctor is guilty of the specific crimes charged, correct?
Absolutely correct. You know, part of what the judge will be patient with, even without a jury, is allowing the state to put forth their case. And by that, when you have to draw out things chronologically, when there are other factors that you have to meet, the court is usually pretty patient at a trial while you're talking about things that may not be relevant to the indictment, but are relevant to the overall story or building a foundation. They'll let that information come in.
Is it more helpful on sentencing to hear some of what happened out in the field?
Absolutely. I think judges really have to determine, you know, on what range they will sentence, and depending on the level of recklessness, the callousness, the maliciousness, did he turn back around? I think there's a lot of this case goes to whether or not the doctor even saw this boat out here. I think his defense was that he thought that he struck a rock and he rushed home in order to check his boat so that it didn't sink. And if that is his defense, then everything that happened immediately before, during, and after this accident makes a difference, because it also helps to set a timeline, right? If this witness can talk about when he heard about his partner being deceased compared to when the doctor actually came forward, when they found him, other pieces of evidence, it's a little bit probative as to his malicious intent. But many times during sentencing, they'll be able to refer back to this portion, this evidence already presented for the court to consider without having to replay it again and putting a witness back on the stand.
Well, let's listen to some of this witness's cross-examination as we continue on in our review of what's been happening in this case. Again, this is the case of Dr. Joseph Urich. He's a surgeon in Ohio who's accused at this point of 4 crimes related to a boating crash that killed 1 person and left another injured.
That we all talk loud because we come to these courtrooms all the time, so I'm talking loud to you now. I'm going to ask you to return that favor because it's important for everybody to hear. So will you promise me that you'll try to keep my voice up?
I'll give it my best.
All right. I'm going to ask you if we pull that microphone even just a little bit closer to you because even though I'm standing not that far from you, I'm still having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. So, can you tell the court, please, Mr. Lindenboom, what time it is you think that you and Brian arrived and got your boat into the water?
8-ish.
8-ish? All right. And is the sun still up at that point in time, or is the sun down?
I believe it's just before sundown.
Okay. So the sun's still up a little bit?
Somewhat.
You're able to see?
Absolutely.
Okay. So obviously that lantern that's sitting in front of you, you don't have to use that at that point in time, am I correct?
Probably, yes.
Okay, well, let's try to do a couple of rules here today. First of all, if I ask you a question that you don't understand, would you stop me and tell me that instead of trying to answer it?
Sure.
All right. And the second thing is I'm going to ask you that if you remember something, then you should tell me that in response to the answer. But if you don't, you should tell me that rather than guessing. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. So tell me now that we've talked about those rules, can you recall, yes or no, whether you put that lantern on at the time that you and Brian got into the water originally?
I would have to say no.
Okay. Can you tell us about what time during the evening you did put that lantern on?
As soon as it got dark.
And can you tell us on which side of the bridge you and Brian were when you put that lantern on?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough. Are you able to tell us when you first put your boat into the water, that is north of the 224 bridge, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a point in time when you ever used that 50 horsepower motor?
I don't believe we ever did use it that evening.
All right, so the answer is you have no recollection of using it, is that right?
I would say that's correct.
Fair enough. The 50 horsepower motor, by the way, is that the motor that comes standard on that motor, or is that some sort of an upgrade or replacement motor?
Actually, I just put that on there that summer. Summer before, I take that back. Summer before, I just put it on.
So the summer of 2014, does that sound right?
Yeah.
The original Bass Tracker boat in that series comes with a 40 horsepower motor, is that right?
I don't know. I bought the boat secondhand, and it came with a 20 horse.
Now, you don't have any recollection of using that motor, and that is, by the way, an outboard motor, am I correct?
The Johnson, yes.
The Johnson, yes. Okay. And then you have the trolling motor, correct?
Correct.
It sits up in the front.
Correct.
And I think you said that's a battery-powered motor?
Correct.
Is it, to your recollection, the only motor that you used that evening?
Again, if I don't recall, if we would have used 50 horse, it would have been for mere moments to get from the launch to the causeway. But I do know for a fact, no question, the rest of the evening all we use is the troller because all we do is 1 mile an hour to troll.
Okay. And that sort of brings me to my next question, which, and I'm not a fisherman, so help me out here. You can actually catch fish even with your boat moving, isn't that right? As long as it's moving slowly, is that right?
You don't have to be moving. You can sit and cast, or you could troll. It's many, many different ways you can do it.
Okay. Well, my point is, it's one of the things that you do in fishing is to sort of cruise along at a slow speed, correct?
Well, we cruise along a slow speed around the causeway in order to cast near the causeway. And why sit in one spot where there's no fish?
Okay. Had you guys caught any fish between 8 o'clock and when this had happened?
No.
Not at all? All right. So I take it that you're moving around sort of looking for where the walleye are, is that right?
Yes.
And in the course of doing that, as I understand your testimony, you fish on both the north side of 224 and the south side of 224. Is that also correct?
Correct.
And do you use this trolling motor to get you through the pass there with the no wake zone?
Yes.
And so basically you guys are cruising sort of east and west on the north side of the bridge and also on the south side of the bridge?
Yes.
Going back and forth just trying to find out where the walleye are?
That's normal, yes.
Well, is that what you did that night?
We took one pass on either side at least, yes.
Now, if you recall, Mr. Lindenau, were there a lot of boats out on the water that evening?
There were several. I mean, no question. There's always boats around.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about always. I want to talk about this evening. So if
yes,
you recall,
there were.
let me know.
I recall other boats, yes.
Okay. And were some of them boats that were sort of more for boating and skiing as opposed to fishing like your boat?
No, you generally don't see skiers out at night. You generally see fishing boats.
Understood. I get it, right? So what I'm trying to find out is, were there any boats that you saw on the lake other than fishing boats that night?
I guess I'll have to say I don't recall.
Fair enough. So this one, I guess, then would have drawn your attention, what Brian said, what is that guy doing? Is that right?
Well, yes.
Okay. And I think you said it was only a second or two from when you turned around until the collision happened and you were thrown in the water. Is that right?
Yes.
I take it then that you did not hear this boat approaching. Is that true?
I did, but it only was a short second or two.
For the second or two that you turned around?
It was a short boat. I
So
wasn't paying any attention.
Okay. So it's fair to say that before you turned around and saw the boat, you did not hear it approaching. Is that so?
I would say that, no, that's not a correct statement because there's other boats around and there's always a motor in the background of your hearing. When you're on the water, there's always motors somewhere.
And the fishing boats like yours that are out on the water at night, do they typically employ the outboard motors or trolling motors like you use?
That would be dependent. I mean, there's too many scenarios.
Your trolling motor, does that, it's battery powered, does that make a lot of noise or not a lot of noise?
Mine makes zero noise.
Makes
zero noise.
Thank you. And then if I understand your testimony, as you turn around, you don't really see a boat that you can recognize, correct?
No, all I see is a light.
A light, okay. I think you described that light as being 100-fold brighter than anything that you had seen. Is that right?
Well, I mean, exactly as I said, all I can make out of a bright light.
Okay. Was that light directed and shining on you and Mr. Cuppet and on your boat?
At the moment, it appeared to be, yes.
Well, did you feel the bright light washing across you before this collision occurred?
No.
Now, at the time that this collision happened, were you and Mr. Cuppet, were you guys anchored?
No.
So then as you turn around and see this light and hear this noise for a second or two, as I understand it, basically then the next thing is you're catapulted into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of sort of flying through the air, or did you just kind of go into the water near the boat?
No, my recollection is falling backwards into the water, and that was it.
And then if I understood your testimony, well, let's go back for a second. At the time that this happens now, it's fully dark. Can we agree?
Other than moonlight, yes.
You recall specifically seeing the moonlight before this accident?
I absolutely do.
You absolutely do?
Absolutely. We discussed it earlier in the evening.
I'm sorry?
We discussed it earlier in the evening.
Are you certain that that is anything else you've told us here today?
I believe that, yes, it was absolutely a clear evening.
Well, I'm talking about not a clear evening, but moonlight. I thought I just heard you say that you discussed moonlight before the accident, correct?
During that evening, we discussed how clear it was.
And when you say we, you're talking about you and Brian, correct? Now, I just asked you again, you said we discussed how clear it was.
Yes, a clear evening.
Okay.
Are you understanding what I'm saying? It's a clear evening.
Yeah, I can understand clear. I asked you about moonlight. Did you and Brian discuss moonlight?
I will not use the word then, if you're going to reiterate like that. No, not moonlight, clear evening,
okay.
Clear skies.
Fair enough. Do you have a recollection in those clear skies of seeing the moon before this accident?
Right.
Can you answer the question?
I'll just go ahead and say no, I don't recall.
Sure.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with LaDawn Jones, criminal defense attorney and former Georgia State representative, if I've got that right. So, you know, you've sat on both ends of this. We're continuing our review of this case where we've got testimony from one of the people in the boat who was struck. Now, this is cross-examination here. Seems to me that he held his story pretty firm on cross and that there wasn't a lot to poke holes in there.
That's correct. Many times prosecutors have to reach around in that way to see if there's something that either muddies the waters or that you can in fact poke holes, and there was nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, there were a little bit of a question that's continued on through this case as to whether or not the lights were on in the vessel that was struck and whether they were properly functioning. We're looking at the picture right now of just how bashed up that boat was. And, you know, boats are designed not to take a ton of stress, but they're designed to take some stress. And that looks like it was pretty hard impact. You know, that's just the long and short of it. So I want to continue listening to some of the testimony from Bruce Lindemood because we today had on the stand a forensics expert who had examined the lights that were on the boat that was struck, and her opinion was that the lights appeared to be in working order and that they were most likely on, in other words, visible. So the witness who was just on the stand, who was one of the people in the boat, talked a little bit more about the lights when he was on cross-examination. I want to listen to that clip now because it might shed a little bit of light additionally on what we heard testified to this afternoon.
So the navigation lights that you have on the boat are lights in the front, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you have to have a red light on the left side, or what they call the port side, and a green light on the right side of the starboard side. Am I correct about that? Yes?
Yes.
Yep. So yes or no? Kathy's actually taken down everything we said.
Yes.
Thank you. And your boat was equipped with those, is that right?
Yes.
What other navigation lights was your boat equipped with?
The 360 white.
And that's a light at the rear of the boat, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in your boat, that light is detachable, as I understand it from the evidence, correct? So this yelling and swearing that you have told us about when you come back to the surface, is this coming from the direction of the boat that you now spot as you come up?
Absolutely. Yes.
was that boat, when you hear this yelling, underway? That is, was it moving?
I remember him floating there for a moment while he was cussing me out and then taking off.
Now, you've talked to us about understanding or being able to tell the difference by sound of an inboard or an outboard motor, correct?
I said I've got a generalized idea of what they sound like.
And you sort of indicated that you thought that this particular boat had an inboard motor, is that right?
Actually, I said, as in my statement, I thought it sounded like a V8 motor.
Would a V8 motor be louder than a normal inboard motor?
No, they just have a general low rumble.
A low rumble? And when this person is yelling, as you described it, and swearing, is this low rumble going on?
I believe so.
Well, you don't hear the boat start up again, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
So, LaDon, some testimony there about whether or not the lights were functioning on the boat, and it's a theme that continued into the afternoon today with a forensics expert trying to settle that issue. Did this testimony from the man who was actually on the boat lead you to believe comfortably that all of these lights were functioning and that the doctor should have been able to see them?
Absolutely. He did an excellent job of clarifying what he saw on the boat, where he saw the light. He compared the lights to the lights that he saw coming towards him, and I think that was sufficient. You know, in any basic court case, in a car accident, you know, how someone testifies is as important as what they testify to. If they sound confident, if they're able to get away from saying, I don't remember, I don't recall, or I didn't look at it, it's usually pretty helpful testimony.
I would agree. You know, there were specifics in there. It was descriptive enough, and he was the person there. I don't think that that there was a sense that he lacked credibility in any way.
In addition, it didn't, you know, sometimes, particularly if a witness is not well prepared, you know, this is an opportunity to get other information. You know, when I put my beer down, then I noticed that the light was coming towards me, or that the light was on. Nothing like that came out in his testimony to help or to hurt the defense or help the prosecution.
Very good. Well, let's continue listening to some of the other testimony in this case. One of the witnesses who saw the crash or helped try to deal with the aftermath of the crash was a gentleman named Dustin Cece. He was on the witness stand for a little while, I think it was yesterday, talking about being asked to participate in the recovery. So let's listen to some of his testimony now.
Attorney Ross.
How's your seat?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
My name's John Uhas. I'm one of Mr. Gurlich's lawyers. I'm going to ask you some questions as well, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you in the courtroom. It's a big high ceiling, and you're probably not used to talking in a room like that, so you got to talk louder than you think. Fair enough?
Okay.
If I ask you something that you don't understand, instead of trying to answer me, stop and tell me you don't understand what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other thing is I'm going to ask you to answer questions only from things that you know or remember, and if you don't know, don't guess, just tell me you don't know or don't remember. Fair enough?
Sure.
All right, thanks. When you and your dad and your buddy James are making your way up to the causeway, if I understood you, that's when you get flagged down by this lady, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she's yelling from the shore telling you about the accident, right?
Yes.
You guys actually, as you're crossing the causeway, sort of veering off toward Leslie's at first. Isn't that so?
I wouldn't say veering off to the left. We just asked where to go because we didn't know which direction was the crash in.
Okay. Do you recall a point in time where this lady says, no, you got to go that way. You're going the wrong way?
Yeah, because we were just waiting for her to tell us where to go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So as you're coming under the causeway, you do not see the lights of the fishing boat originally, fair to say?
No, because there was lights everywhere on the lake, so we were trying to direct ourselves where to go. There's other boats that was on the shore that, you know, we didn't know where the crash was.
Okay. Other boats on the shore?
Yes, at the campgrounds and stuff.
Okay, all right. So If you remember, were there people out fishing along the shoreline of Berlin that night?
As far as boats or people
Either.
on the shore? Yeah, there is people on the shore.
Okay. And you said it was really dark, correct?
Yeah.
So I take it that you're able to tell there are people out there fishing because they have some sort of light, correct?
Yes.
Whether it's a lantern or a flashlight or whatever, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you're able to see, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you're telling me about seeing lights at the campgrounds and stuff, is that also what you're talking about seeing?
Yes.
Other than these two boats that come on after you and your dad and your buddy get there, do you and of course the fishing boat that you ultimately find, do you remember seeing any other boats on the lake in that general area?
No, just the two boats.
Okay. So, if you're able to, can you tell us about how far away you are when you finally see lights and realize where the fishing boat is?
When we go on the causeway and they point us directly out in the middle of the lake, the closer you get, the better you can see the lights. And we heard them screaming, and once we got up to them is where I could really see the lights.
Okay, all right. So it's really more the screaming that and the pointing of the woman that sort of puts you in that direction, correct?
Yeah, because it was a pretty good ways out there.
Okay. Do your best and tell us how far north of the causeway you think it is where you ultimately find the fishing boat and the man in the water.
Maybe 200-300 yards.
Okay. As I think we've just kind of agreed, at the outer edge of that 200 or 300 yards where you're at the causeway, you're really not able to see the lights of the boat, correct?
Not like to the best ability.
Okay, it's really as you get up closer, correct?
Yeah.
The pointing of the woman and the screaming is sort of what draws you, and then you see the lights as you get closer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this incident that you talked about a few moments ago, about the gentleman who was on the fishing boat with the injury to his arm, you said about him cussing and stuff when you were over, this is when you were on shore, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long it had been from the time that you and your dad and your buddy first pull up and find the fishing boat and the guy in the water until this comment occurred?
Probably 10, 15 minutes at the most.
So, this isn't the first time you fished on Berlin, if I understand it, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with the lake a little bit?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
All right. If I use the phrase in connection with Berlin Reservoir, the channel, do you sort of have a general idea of what I'm talking about?
There's different reservoirs I've heard on the lake. I don't know every reservoir.
Okay, fair enough. Where you and your dad and your buddy ultimately find this fishing boat and the fellow in the water, is it pretty much out in the middle of the lake?
Yes.
You bet. I realize this isn't a precise science. I'm going to ask you to just do the best you can. I'm giving you a little push pin. Would you be able to show me on this map, which is marked States Exhibit 4, your best recollection of where you guys think you found the boat and the guy in the water?
If where's a little bit above.
Okay. Now, I heard you mention something a little while ago about lights on your boat, and I think I heard you use the phrase required fishing lights. Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? You have to say yes or no. She said
yes.
That's all right. Thanks.
Sorry.
Everybody does that. Don't worry about it. Can you tell us what you mean by that phrase, required fishing lights?
They're like little round lights, I believe. They come up, on the edge right here, on the other edge for people to see the ends of your boats.
All right. I'm a landlubber, so I hope I don't screw this up. Are these lights that are on the starboard side of the boat and the port side of the boat? Are they on the stern or are they on the bow?
I'm not real educational when it comes to where they're supposed to be or where they're not. I just know from seeing them on boats.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to find out, since I don't know what you're talking about. These are small white lights, correct?
Yeah, I've seen them. There's different ones, I believe, but I don't know which ones have what purpose.
Okay. The lights that you guys had on your boat, then let's try to focus on that. Can you tell me where those were? Were those sort of on the side of the boat? Were they on the back and the front? Or were they?
I really don't remember. I just remember seeing the light.
Okay. And you think there were two of those?
Yeah.
And when you say they're required, where do you get that phrase, or what makes you say that?
My buddy's he owns the boat, and he likes to know the rules when he goes on the lake, and you got to have your lights on when you're going through the water, or when you're sitting on the water, because people's got to see you.
I take it, since you were down by the trestle for 4 hours or so, you didn't see this fishing boat out on the water except at the time that you guys came up to do the rescue?
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention to anybody, so I don't know.
Now, when you guys are out there pulling this man from the water, these other two boats show up, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, were there people shining lights from the boats trying to help you guys to illuminate the area?
To be completely honest, I was kind of in adrenaline mode, and all I could think about was getting him on the boat. So if there were lights, I don't really recollect.
Fair enough. And I'm going to ask you whether, and you can tell me whether you remember or not. Do you remember any lights being shown on the scene from the shore or the causeway? People trying to use spotlights to help you out that way?
I mean, there was people on the causeway with lights. Whether they were trying to help us out or not, I couldn't tell you.
When you got close to the fishing boat, are you able to describe what lights you did see? You and I talked, as you got closer, you were able to sort of discern these lights.
Yeah, I remember one light on the left, a fishing light, I believe, and there was something else in the boat because that one little fishing light wasn't going to light up the whole boat. I believe there's some other kind of light because when I got closer, I could see Bruce's whole person. I could see that, something had happened to his arm, and can't tell you what kind of light it was. I don't know.
Yes. That's all I have. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
I just have one question. That light you're speaking of in the boat with Bruce, how bright was that light?
It was pretty bright. I mean, once we got to 100 yards, I could see it pretty well. When we were coming under causeway, he was a couple hundred yards out there. It was kind of hard to decipher between the lights, but once I got within 100 yards, I could make it out.
Was that like blinding?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any follow-up?
Nothing else, thank you.
You may step down, thank you. May I see counsel?
So that witness was talking about the scene after the crash happened. He talks about some confusion and a bit of chaos as rescuers were trying to make their way there. He said it was a really dark night out, but that there were other boats out there because there were lights in various places on the lake. Does that sound like the sort of environment where a doctor could be driving a boat, even assuming he was not intoxicated, and just suddenly come across another vessel and strike it purely accidentally?
Well, of course, anything is possible, but we have a couple of factors that we have to look at. So he testified to the number of the boats that were out there. In this charge, we're talking about recklessness or negligence. And so even if it was dark and it was crowded, there's still a certain level of care that you have to take when you are driving a boat, and anything outside of that could be considered recklessness, particularly since it was at night, particularly since there were a lot of people outside. That means if the doctor was driving at a rate of speed that can cause the kind of damage that you mentioned earlier, that is further indication that he must have been acting in a reckless fashion. Driving a car really fast on the highway is one thing. Driving it really fast on a crowded highway shows another level of recklessness.
Yeah, I mean, interesting analysis there. Let's continue listening to some of the previous testimony in this case. One of the other people who was trying to help in the aftermath of the crash was someone named Jennifer Kingsley. She was on the stand as well. I think this was yesterday. Let's listen to some of her description of that scene.
There's just a few of us here, but it's a big room, so it kind of swallows up your voice. Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Jennifer Kingsley, Kingsley.
And Jennifer, how old are you?
31.
And where do you live?
In Akron.
Okay. And do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a pharmacy tech.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you about May 8th going into May 9th of the year 2015. Do you recall that night?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you were doing that evening?
I was fishing with my boyfriend.
Okay. And who's your boyfriend? Or who was it at the time anyway?
Same person.
Okay.
Michael Dush.
Okay. And did you say you were with someone else as well?
My son and my niece were with me.
And how old were they?
9.
Okay.
Both of them.
Okay. And where were you fishing at?
Berlin.
Okay. Is that someplace you regularly went fishing?
Yes.
And do you recall where on the lake you were fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Was it from a boat or was it from the shoreline?
From the shoreline.
Okay. And I'm going to have a do you see this State's Exhibit 4? Do you recognize that as the lake? Can you point to the area that you, your boyfriend, and your son and your niece were fishing at?
We were over here. It's like an old boating dock.
Okay. And how long that evening had you been fishing? Did you go out before it got dark?
Yeah, it was probably about sunset-ish.
Okay.
That's when he likes to go.
And when it got to sunset and the sunset, did you guys have any lights in order to illuminate your fishing area?
We had our lantern
Okay.
with us.
Did you see anyone else out on the lake fishing that evening?
There was other people out there fishing.
Okay. Once it got dark, did those fishermen also have lanterns and stuff that you were able to recognize them?
Yeah, and our flashlights.
Okay. Were there people fishing from boats, if you recall, as well?
There was boats out on the lake, yes.
Were there both fishing boats and other kind of boats, like speedboats?
Yes.
That evening? Okay. And at this position that you were on the lake, what is that across the lake from you, if you know?
Like a tackle place.
Okay, a bait and tackle or something. Could you hear anything on the lake when you're sitting there fishing? And did you hear people's voices and other people being around the lake?
Yes.
And did you hear anyone playing music?
Yes.
That kind of thing. All right. Was there a lot of that going on?
Yeah.
All right. So, could you tell how many? Once it got dark, could you tell how many people were out there?
I mean, it was pretty dark, so you couldn't see.
Okay.
But it sounded.
All right. Was there different music from different areas, that kind of stuff, or multiple people playing music?
It sounded like one party to me.
Okay. Could you tell what area of the lake that was coming from?
Looking at the lake, it would have been off to my right-hand side down.
Okay. Across the lake from you?
Not directly across the lake, but
to your right a little
yeah,
bit?
to the right.
All right. Can you tell us, there was something that happened that night, correct, on the lake?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that?
I remember just hearing a lot of music and hooping and hollering,
Okay.
and then like a speedboat coming really fast across the lake,
Okay.
and then you just heard this really big boom, and then there was some arguing about lights on the boats,
Okay.
and then a man yelling for his friend and for help.
I'm going to slow you down just a little bit and go back a little bit, all right? You said that there was a speedboat that came down the lake, and you kind of motioned from one direction. Was that from that area that you said had the music, like across but to the right of you?
Yes.
Could you see any color of the boat, what color the boat was?
No.
How could you tell it was a speedboat?
How fast it was going, and it was a larger boat.
Okay. Now, you said you heard a boom. How loud was that?
Very loud.
I'm sorry. Did it sound like an explosion?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then you said you heard some yelling or some arguing. Can you tell exactly what they were saying?
They were arguing about lights on the boat. One was yelling, like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "You don't have any lights on your boat. Where's your lights?"
Okay.
And then he's
Could
like,
you tell where that was coming from?
right in the middle, like where they were. At first I didn't, I can't say that who was saying it to who. It was really dark, but
Did that, when you say you heard the speedboat, then you heard the boom, did you no longer hear the speedboat during that, or could you tell he still had his motor on and was sitting at the lake?
He still had the motor on.
Still had the motor on, okay. And that's when you heard all the yelling back and forth?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes.
Sorry. Sometimes I forget. About what time is this when you hear this? The crash and then the yelling?
It was after midnight. I don't think it was too long after, but it was late.
Okay. Could you tell how many people were on either boat, that kind of thing?
No.
All right. Did you do anything in response to hearing this stuff?
I called 911.
All right. So you are, you did call 911 and speak to a 911 operator?
Yes.
Did you tell the 911 operator exactly what you told us today, or pretty much what you told us? Did you go, or let me go back. Where did you call 911 from? Were you still at your fishing spot?
Yes.
Were you guys still actively fishing?
We were at the time.
Okay.
And then we stopped once we realized someone had been ejected from the boat. He pulled his poles in.
The, once all that yelling went on about the lights, about, you know, what are you doing out here kind of thing that you said, did you hear that speedboat again?
Yes.
And where did it go?
Under the bridge, but kept going, but that direction.
Was it still speeding?
Yes.
Did you hear anything after that boat kind of faded into the background?
Just him screaming for help and for his friend.
Did you hear his friend's name or anything?
Brian.
Were you able to, did you guys have a boat with you?
No.
So you weren't able to go out and help?
No.
Were you still there when the police and all the rescue and EMTs started arriving?
Yes.
Did you do anything at that point to go and tell anybody what you saw or what you heard?
Yes, I went over to the bridge where there was the ambulance and police.
Did you write a statement for somebody?
Yes.
Prior to the speedboat crashing into the other boat, did you see that fishing boat?
No.
Okay. What about after the crash or during the crash? Did you notice any lights on the fishing boat?
Yes.
And did it have lights?
It did.
Okay. Are you a boater?
I'm not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know the speed limit on that lake or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Did you see other boats go and respond to the fishing boat and help the guy out?
Yes.
Did you ever see the color of either the speedboat or the fishing boat, anything like that?
No.
Can I have 1 second?
Yes.
Jennifer, you said something about you could hear the speedboat and the engine of that speedboat. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you mentioned it was a larger boat. Why did you think that?
I can't, as it was like coming across, like you can, I mean, the lights are not right next to each other.
Okay.
I mean, you can like glimpse it, but I can't like say how many people was on it or what color it was. Like it was late, but
Okay.
I mean, if something, it's dark, but you can still kind of see the image of a person. You know what I mean? If they're
Right.
standing so far from you, I think.
Were there any lights coming off of Les's bait shop, that bait and tackle that you talked about across the way?
There were.
Okay. Was that speedboat larger than the fishing boat that it crashed into?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time.
That was testimony from yesterday from Jennifer Kingsley. She's one of the witnesses who apparently saw this speedboat that was driven presumably by Dr. Urich, speeding across this lake in Ohio and colliding with this other fishing boat. She heard the noise, saw the speeding boat. Lends some credibility to this accusation by the state that there was recklessness. We've heard multiple witnesses say that there were a number of boats out on the lake and that it was a pretty calm evening. So why is somebody speeding across the lake knowing that there are a bunch of boats out there?
Absolutely. Why are you speeding when there's a bunch of boats out there? It's after midnight, shortly after midnight. This witness has just testified. So that requires a greater level of care. And the witness spent a good amount of time talking about the argument between the parties related to whether or not there were lights on the boat.
And we did hear that she said that she heard arguments about lights on the boat. So the question is exactly what kind of arguments were they? Were they arguments about, hey man, why didn't you have your lights on? Or were they arguments saying, hey man, didn't you see my lights on? You know, who was saying what and when? And it sounds like this witness wasn't in a horribly clear position to hear the whole conversation.
That's right. But this tells me a couple of things, that depending on how the case has been presented by either side, it can be spun a number of ways. On the one end, you know, to start yelling after you've caused this massive accident, hey, where are your lights, could be indicative of the defendant really showing that, you know, kind of a spontaneous utterance, there were no lights on the other boat. That may be helpful to the defense depending on what his theory has been. I think I read that a part of his theory was he didn't even know that he caused his crash and rushed home. That doesn't help his theory if that's what he presented to the judge in this case. On the other side, it does show that if there was a discussion about lights, you know, the defense may want to argue that, well, why would I say it unless there was in fact a problem with the lights, and but for these lights not being there, this accident would not have occurred. Now you have to take that into consideration with all the witness testimony, which included the speeding boat at night, at midnight, when there were a lot of boats on the water.
Yeah, you know, so we've got that piece of testimony. That seems critical, and I think that you keyed in on the critical point here, and that's the doctor at one point was saying that he thought he hit a rock, and so he just took off and went home and inspected his boat for damage. Well, okay, great. Even if he doesn't stick with that at trial, he said it before, and if he said it to a police officer, it's going to come in. It's a statement against interest. So let's say that he did say that, and it's going to come into the trial. If there was an argument about lights out on the lake, it would tend to disprove the doctor's statement that I thought I hit a rock. Well, rocks don't have lights, you know, so something else must have happened.
Absolutely. You know, my lawyer mind tells me that there could be other examples of what may have happened. There could be someone who comes in and says, yes, there was someone yelling, where are your lights? So maybe it was someone who was coming to assist, right? Then that shows proof that the lights weren't on. It really is going to be up to the defense in order to put forth a very good explanation as to how could this witness have seen this argument unless it actually happened.
Yeah, well, I want to listen to a little bit more of that witness's testimony. I think we're up to clip 16 now. Yes, I want to listen to a little bit more of her testimony because she seems to have been in a critical position as witnesses go here. And after we talk about that a little bit, LaDawn, I want to switch over and talk about the Rochelle Bond sentencing that happened today because there were a couple of things there that I wanted to analyze a little bit more fully. But first, we'll continue on with Jennifer Kingsley's testimony.
Turn to you, boss.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Kingsley.
Hello.
My name is John, and like this other lady, I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to ask you if you'll keep your voice up so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm also going to ask you that if I ask you a question that you don't understand, instead of trying to answer it, will you tell me you don't understand it?
Yes.
All right. And I'm also going to ask you if you will answer questions based only on what you know or what you remember. If you don't remember, tell me, don't guess. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Either before or after you heard this big boom, did you ever see a guy in a boat that was sort of lit up by a light inside the boat?
On either boat? I'm sorry.
On either boat.
I mean, there was like the lights on the boat, but...
When you say the lights on the boat, you're talking about the normal lights that you see, the navigation lights? Okay.
And then...
And you're used to seeing those from being out there fishing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then... I can't remember if it was before or after the other boat left. Like there was flat, like a light on the water looking for his friend.
Okay. You don't remember if that was before or after?
I don't remember if it was before or after the speedboat left, no.
You had seen a speedboat earlier that day going up and down the lake, correct?
No, I didn't get there till later. I didn't see any boats traveling back and forth on the lake.
Yes. I'm going to hand you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. Now, before you read it, let me just ask you a question or two. First of all, do you recognize what it is?
My statement.
Yes? Okay, that's the statement you wrote out from the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And give me a second or two. I promise.
Sorry.
That's okay. I will let you read it. I'm interested in knowing where you were when you filled out that statement. Were you up on the bridge or were you over on by Lesses?
I was on the bridge.
And if you remember, who was there with you?
My son and my niece was there, but then there was a lot of like, cops and ambulance.
Okay. And did you hear people talking about the accident while you were up there on the bridge?
They had me sit in at my car for the most part.
So you drove your car from where you were fishing up to the bridge where you filled out the statement?
Yes.
So you told me that they put you in a car, but what I was interested in finding out is, when you were up there on the bridge, did you hear other people talking about the accident?
I mean, there's a lot of crew workers, so, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what you heard people saying about the accident? No?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to let you look at the statement first, but I want to do this before I forget. Yes. I'm going to ask you to look at this big map here that we've marked as States Exhibit 4. I think you were showing this map a little bit ago. You recognize that as Berlin Lake? Mm-hmm. Yes? You have to say yes or no because
yes.
Kathy's taking it down. That's okay. Everybody does it. If I give you this blue push pin, will you kind of show me your best estimate of where you were fishing?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. There you go. Thank you. Now, during the time that you were out there fishing, did you see a boat that was going up and down the lake? You remember seeing that?
No.
No? You remember telling the police about that?
A boat going up and down the lake?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Not prior to the accident.
All right, fair enough. Let me ask you now, if you'll take State's Exhibit D, that's your statement that we talked about, correct? I'm going to ask you if you can go ahead and read that, and then when you're finished reading it, would you look up and let me know that you finished?
Yes.
Take whatever time you need. Okay? All right. Now that you've read that, you remember giving that statement to the police?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the police about a boat that you had seen on the water since you had been there?
accident, yes.
So are you saying that the boat that you saw at the accident was the same one you saw on the lake?
Prior to the accident,
Yes.
I didn't see boats going up and down the lake.
So you did see boats going up and down the lake?
No.
Okay. So when you said there was a boat on the water that had been loud since we had been there, it went speeding across the water. Are you saying that there wasn't a boat that was loud that was going across the water?
It went speeding, that's when the accident occurred.
Okay, but you said that boat had been there since you had been there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So had you seen the boat some other time that night prior to the accident?
No.
No.
You just heard the boat. It was quiet. It was echoing. You could hear them.
When you say you could hear them, tell me please what you mean by that. People on the boat?
People on the boat. There was yelling, laughing, music, like.
Okay. And so when you wrote this statement, you were basically telling the police you thought that was the same boat, is that right?
It was coming from the same area, correct?
After you hear this loud bang, are you still able to hear the engine of the boat? Yes?
Yes.
You can hear it the entire time, correct?
Yes.
Just a second.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. We're still here with LaDawn Jones going back over testimony in the Ohio trial of Dr. Joseph Urich. He's a surgeon who's accused of operating a boat while drinking or while drunk and slamming into another vessel, killing one and injuring another. So we had a critical witness there who saw the boat speeding across the lake and then who heard the collision. That was some cross-examination. It seemed that she misremembered or just couldn't remember something in the trial, but she was shown her previous statements, and then she agreed, oh yes, that is what I had said before, that's accurate. I don't think that hurt her at all, do you?
No, not in this case. Sometimes you can have those Matlock moments where someone's memory is refreshed, particularly, again, remembering this is a bench trial. And so a judge knows that it is not uncommon for a witness to not exactly remember how they testified earlier in a matter. At the end of the day, her testimony that came out was that this crash was loud. And so if the doctor's theory is that he thought he hit a rock, well, a loud crash is an indication that he probably needs to take more care and look, and again goes to whether or not he was reckless and or negligent.
Want to switch gears now and talk about the Rochelle Bond case. This is the Bella Bond case, the Michael P. McCarthy case, however we want to term it, out of Boston, where there was a child found on the shore of Boston Harbor by a passerby walking her dog. The child was called Baby Doe until she was identified quite some time later by a acquaintance of the man who became the defendant, Michael P. McCarthy. He was charged with murdering the girl, and the critical testimony came from the girl's mother. The girl's mother took a plea deal to give the testimony, and the girl's mother, Rochelle Bond, was sentenced today to 2 years probation and time served, in other words, 665 days in jail waiting for trial. And a lot of people are saying that for someone who in essence was an accessory to her own daughter's murder, that was a pretty sweetheart deal. Are you in that camp?
Yeah, you know, the murder and being involved in the murder of your own child, not being forthcoming immediately after the death, is something that I think is typically punished pretty harshly in many states and in many cases around the country. That was a very sweet, what I would call a sweetheart deal. I would have expected much more time, just for a prosecutor politically, you know, to say that even after the trial was over, after she testified, she would spend some time in jail, 6 months in jail. Something would have been something I would have expected to see in this case.
I want to go and play some of the district attorney's press conference after the sentencing, and I'm curious to hear what you say about this, LaDawn, because you've worn both hats. You're a former prosecutor, current defense attorney, and I thought that this statement from the district attorney today was surprising, given that Rochelle Bond, in my opinion, really got ripped apart on the witness stand by Michael McCarthy's defense. You know, McCarthy was claiming that the mother was the real killer, and okay, well, that happens, but I thought that the defense was absolutely skillful in its ability to rip apart her statements and point out every single inconsistency and to exploit every single inconsistency. So I'm curious to hear your reaction to what the prosecutor had to say at the end of the mother sentencing today.
A long process, which started as a global mystery, and now it's wrapped up.
Sure.
Everyone's being held accountable, I guess, for
Right.
their
Right.
actions.
Well, again, I just I start off as I have done in the past, and thanking our Massachusetts State Police Detective Units assigned to my office, Lieutenant Trooper Bob Murphy and Trooper Dan Herman, also David Deacon and Hella Sash, the Assistant District Attorneys who were assigned to this case from the beginning, who worked with the troopers together tirelessly over a period of years to bring us to this point. This was one of the most tragic cases that I've dealt with in my career as the district attorney. Whenever we lose any citizen in Suffolk County to homicide, it's a terrible loss and a terrible tragedy. It's magnified, however, exponentially when you're dealing with small children. And in this case, we have a little girl, not even quite 3 years old, and it just struck all of us in the office how terribly tragic this would ultimately be. So I want to thank them for their hard work in bringing us to this point, holding Michael McCarthy accountable for his actions, and also holding Rochelle Bond accountable for her actions as well.
On that, Dan, a lot of people, and there's been a lot of talk on social media, on Facebook, on TV and newspaper websites, and people talk to people in the street. A lot of people are very upset that Rochelle Bond is effectively now walking away from this. A lot of people say you made a deal with the devil. Your thoughts on that, and kind of address that. What people may say the Suffolk DA's office did the wrong thing here.
First of all, you know, we don't characterize our witnesses, you know, and tarnish their reputations and so forth by calling them devils, for example. I mean, that's nothing that, you know, we would ever do. What we do is we take a set of facts, we find the facts, we analyze those facts, we test those facts against other facts to determine, as best as we are humanly capable of doing, what happened here. And when we did that, the evidence suggested to us that the homicide was committed by Michael McCarthy, and that Rochelle Bond was likely present shortly after the homicide occurred and was complicit in the aftermath of that homicide to some degree, and then also collected benefits for the child after her death. We would never enter into a cooperation agreement with any potential witness without doing a complete and a full and a thorough investigation. That's exactly what we did here. Her proffer of information, what we expected she would testify to, was also corroborated by other independent evidence. When she gave her statement, she said things in that statement that we were later able to corroborate as true. So the evidence led us to the conclusion that Rochelle Bond was culpable for being an accessory after the fact and having committed larceny. And it's then and only then that we entered into a cooperation agreement.
Do you believe you could have obtained the conviction of Michael McCarthy without her cooperation?
There would have been no prosecution of Michael McCarthy without the cooperation agreement that we made with Rochelle Bond to secure her testimony. And again, we wouldn't make that sort of an agreement with any witness unless we were satisfied to the best of our abilities that the evidence that she was going to, the testimony that she would offer would be truthful. And we concluded that the evidence suggested that she was not the killer, that Michael McCarthy had committed the homicide, and that's why we entered into the agreement.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? You could not have made this prosecution without her testimony because what?
It would have been insufficient to even get the case to a jury. So without Rochelle Bond's testimony about what happened in the apartment on that fateful night, we would not have been able to get to the jury with that question. I mean, the evidence, it has to be a quantum of proof that even gets us to a point where a jury can analyze the evidence. We would not have gotten to that point. So, look, I have been approached by citizens in Suffolk County in the last several months who have asked me that same question. And, you know, I make these decisions very, very carefully. You know, with a great deal of assistance from my team. And you know, we don't enter into these agreements lightly or capriciously or frivolously. We could not prosecute Michael McCarthy, and we would not have been able to hold him accountable without the truthful testimony of Rochelle Bond.
What are your thoughts about her release? That was something you agreed to. Is that justice? Is that something are you glad that she's getting treatment?
Well, you know, I've never met Rochelle Bond personally myself. David has, obviously Hella has, Kara Hayes, who worked with her closely as our victim witness advocate lead on the case. They have all communicated to me that they believe that Rochelle Bond is sincere in her desire to remain sober and to kick this terrible scourge, this habit, this addiction, I should say, of using opioids, and we're all hopeful, we're all optimistic. And you know, I've known Attorney Basil for my entire career, and she has also told me how sincere Rochelle Bond is to turn her life around, essentially. She has nobody, and you know, it's a terrible thing that happened, and she had a role in it clearly in the aftermath of it. But now my hope personally, and the hope of my office and the prosecutors and troopers who worked on the case, is that she is clean and sober now, that she stays clean and sober, and that she's able to lead a productive life as a good citizen of our Commonwealth.
With respect to Rochelle Bond and her sentence, in your view, is that justice?
It is justice. I mean, she served nearly 2 years for her role in this matter. She was publicly held accountable in this courtroom. She has to bear the burden of knowing that she had a role, at least in the aftermath of the murder of her own child. That's something that she will a burden that she will carry with her for the rest of her life. You know, justice is elusive. You know, it's a difficult concept. We all have to conclude our own view on that. In my view, this sentence, coupled with what she will bear now for the rest of her life, justice has been served. The true killer has been held accountable. All right, thank you all very much for all the attention that you gave to the case. I think Janice is going to speak, so.
Okay. What would you like to know?
Rochelle Bond's defense attorney just, or I shouldn't even say defense attorney because she was barely charged in the grand scheme of things here. I say that a little bit in jest, but LaDawn, as I said before, you've worn both hats here. What did you make of some of these statements? Because from my perspective, the defense, and I'll say this, seemed to me that they had wedged enough reasonable doubt into this case to really make people wonder whether or not Rochelle Bond was way more involved or possibly was the real killer. And yet the prosecutor gets up there and says things like, this is justice, you know, seems to indicate that he's been approached by citizens who presumably agree with what happened here. You know, should he be saying this kind of stuff in a case that was pretty well contested and where a lot of people demonized the woman who got this sweetheart plea deal?
Yeah, he was extremely honest in that press conference. He said very clearly that but for Michelle Bonds' testimony, they do not believe they could have gotten a conviction against the defendant in this case, who was eventually found guilty, her boyfriend. That says a lot. Now, it is not uncommon to go forward where you only have one witness, one eyewitness, only one person whose testimony could be involved. But very rarely, or not nearly as often, is that person the only other likely suspect. The fact that without her testimony they could not move forward means a lot. The other thing that stood out in his statement was that Michelle Bonds gave statements that they then later corroborated, and with that corroboration they were able to determine who the actual killer was and who to bring charges against. Well, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If Michelle Bonds was in fact directly involved in the murder, she alone would be the person to be able to give facts that can be corroborated in some way. Simply, they were corroborated to get to the point that the prosecution wanted, and that point was to find her boyfriend guilty of baby Bella's murder. That is very interesting comments by the state, by the elected prosecutor, to say that this was the only evidence they had in this case. Now, that doesn't mean that they should not have gone forward if they strongly felt that they had the correct person. It does, however, show that they intended to give a sweetheart deal, because without that deal, they would not have been able to get a conviction.
Okay, so that said, it seemed to me when I listened to this the first time that he seemed very confident in this verdict, and I don't know if I share his level of confidence. Now, I sat here and listened to the whole case, and I realized that he has a side, he has a horse in the race, because he's the prosecutor, he's the one that's elected to take care of this. But it concerns me because I've, and everybody knows this, sat in trials before where I've watched prosecutors talk about how strong their evidence is, and how this is a just conviction and this, that, and the other thing, and then a film comes out 10 years later, and then 90% of the people who watch it think that the prosecutor is blowing smoke. And would it have been more honest for him to sit there and say, this jury listened to a tough case where there were strong arguments on both sides, and yet that jury made the decision to convict, and we respect it? Would that have been more intellectually honest?
Definitely intellectually honest, but probably not politically savvy. The last thing people want is to elect a prosecutor using taxpayer dollars to put up cases that were, I don't know, a maybe, right? You expect that your lead prosecutor in any area is going to review the evidence and only move forward on those cases where they are certain that justice requires them to move forward. And so it does not behoove him to kind of take a, well, we didn't know, so we threw it to the wall to see if it would stick, and the jury agreed. That doesn't really help his narrative. He has to show, not just for this case, but in every case, when he says he has a strong case, that he has a strong case. You can't leave defense attorneys out there wondering, well, maybe I should take this one to trial because it won't be as strong as he made it sound in the outset.
Well, so as a defense attorney now, do you like going up against prosecutors who take this tactic?
Absolutely. It is easy to tell when a prosecutor does not have a case. Right now, in trial, anything can happen, and you're usually dependent on a jury, and you don't know exactly how the jury's biases may lean one way or the other, and so those are the risks of trial. But whenever there is not a sufficient amount of evidence, it's always great to go forward, because the judge will continue to say that the burden is on the state, whether it's to the judge or jury. The burden is on the state, and if they can't meet that burden by poking holes in their story, that's the best kind of trial to have.
Well, I was saying more from the perspective of a defense attorney who's trying to also advocate for your client. If you've got a DA out there expressing some sort of satisfaction about a case that was really this contested. You said before, well, politically he's got to seem like he's tough on crime and everything, but sounding like he's spitting out good sound bites and actually being concerned for the deliberative process of justice are oftentimes two separate things. I mean, and it would seem to me that after that press conference, I haven't talked to the defense of Michael McCarthy, but if I were to talk to the defense of Michael McCarthy, he probably isn't terribly happy about it.
Probably not, but at this point in the trial, now that it's over, now that a decision has been made by the jury, there's not much that you can argue. You will always second Monday morning quarterback yourselves, but whatever comes out of the prosecution's mouth at this point, it's a done deal. You have some appeals that you may be able to use, but none of those appeals will be based on what was said in the press conference, and it doesn't make as much of a difference at this point.
Well, LaDawn Jones, former prosecutor, former Georgia State representative, current criminal defense attorney. It's always nice to have you back on the Law News Network.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to wrap up the broadcast day here. It's 5 o'clock, and as you folks at home, or if you're watching us on the side at work know, we're here from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we stay late when we have late testimony. So we will be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the Urick case out of Ohio that we've been talking about for most of the afternoon. That's the doctor accused of a series of charges, a couple of felonies and a couple of misdemeanors for allegedly ramming his boat into another fishing vessel, killing one person on that boat and injuring another. That case will resume tomorrow morning. And we are also continuing to cover the Campbell case out of North Carolina. That's the case of a son who's accused of going on a multi-state crime spree with his father that resulted in the deaths of 2 people in North Carolina. It's a death penalty case there. It's a state that does not frequently apply the death penalty, but this is a death penalty case. So we are covering it, but we cannot show it on the network, or we could not today. It is still on our site on lawnews.com if you'd like to click on the other tab and check on it there. So for now, we'll wrap things up. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. For now, this is Aaron Keller here at the Law News Network, and for all of us, we wish you a good evening.